The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Greatest monarch, Dmitri, defeats the Mongols, beginning the decline of the Tartars. In 1504, Michelangelo's statue of David was unveiled in Rome. In 1565, first permanent European settlement in the U.S. founded at St. Augustine, Florida. In 1664, Dutch surrender of colony of New Netherlands, including New York, to 300 English soldiers. In 1941, siege of Leningrad by German, Finnish, and eventually Spanish troops begins. Battle lasts over 28 months as Russia repels the invasion, well over 1 million lives lost. In 1970, Black September hijackings begin. 3 airliners hijacked and blown up by Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. In 2022, Queen Elizabeth II dies at Balmoral Castle after ruling for 70 years as the UK's longest-serving monarch. Her eldest son inherits the throne as King Charles III. In 1960, nationwide release of Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho starring Anthony Perkins and Janet Leigh. In 1965, small ads in Daily Variety and Hollywood Reporter attract 437 young men interested in forming the world's first manufactured boy band, The Monkees. Three are chosen, with British actor-singer Davy Jones already having been cast. In 1986, The Oprah Winfrey Show was first broadcast nationally. In 2001, Kaylee Mingo releases her single, I Just Can't Get You Out of My Head, the biggest of her career. In 1973, Hank Aaron sets record for most home runs in one league, 709. Born on this date, Richard the Lionheart in 1157, Frederick Mistral in 1830, Charles G. Guteau in 1841, and Bernie Sanders, and Peter Sellers in 1925. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the show. Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The American Broadcasting Company presents the Abbott and Costello Kid Show, transcribed in Hollywood, with our guest star Norma Jean Nelson, Cookie on the Blondie Show, and featuring the Lou Costello Jr. Youth Foundation Award. Every Saturday morning on this program, some lucky boy or girl received hundreds of dollars worth of valuable gifts, and the Lou Costello Jr. Youth Foundation Gold Trophy for good citizenship. Every boy and girl in the country is eligible for this award. We'll tell you how to win it later in the program. But first, let's have some laughs with our stars, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, what were you doing down at the ocean this morning?
Oh, I bought a boat from a sailor called Captain Epsom.
Captain Epsom?
Yes, he's an old salt.
Oh. Costello, what do you want with a boat? You know nothing about the sea.
Oh, I know all about the sea, Abbott. And today I'm going to tell the kids a story about Moby Dick.
Moby Dick?
Yes. And I tell the story all by myself, and I don't need any help from you whatsoever. Why don't you go over to the Tom Brenneman's program and show them what a real old woman looks like?
Well, never mind. Go ahead with the story.
Well, okay. Now, Moby Dick was a great big whale, and he was a really...
A mammal. A whale is a mammal.
Yes, he was a mammal. He was not a mammal. His name was Dick. He was a papal. And he had 7 kiddles. Now, shut up and let me tell the story.
All right, go ahead.
Now, Moby Dick was a great big whale, and he lived in the ocean, and he loved to swim. When the water came up, he'd swim in. And when the water went out, he'd swim out.
He swam with the tides.
Yes. Could I have that again?
He swam with the tides. Tides.
He didn't wear any tides. He was so big he couldn't get a pair of tides on to fit him. Now, nobody could catch Moby Dick. When anybody came after him, he'd squirt water through his nose.
No, not nose. Spout.
Yeah, spout. Spout. Time you kept your mouth shut. Let me finish the story.
Go ahead.
Now, one day, Moby Dick was swimming along, and he passed a shark that was chalking up his cue. See? What kind of shark?
Who said that?
I did. That's in case you asked. This was a bull shark.
A bull shark.
Oh, Abbott, listen, will you get out of here or I'll bank your head in the side pocket. Now, well, Moby Dick was hungry, so he grabbed a great big clam.
Abalone?
Yes. So he... What was that?
Abalone.
This is no baloney, Abbott. This is the whole truth.
Who said anything about baloney?
You did.
I did not.
You certainly did. Then what did you say?
I said abalone.
Yeah, see? He said it again.
No, you dummy. I said the whale was eating abalone.
Where would the whale get baloney in the ocean? He was eating a great big clam.
Abalone is a clam.
How do you like that? They're making baloney out of clams now.
They don't make baloney out of clams. The kind of clam I'm talking about is abalone.
A clam is abalone?
That's right.
How do you like that? One of us is nuts. Abbott, why don't you go baloney up and let me finish my story?
Oh, you mean clam up.
Oh, didn't you just tell me that a clam is abalone?
That's right.
Well, if you don't shut your clam, I'm going to hit you over the head with that baloney. Now, Moby Dick was a friendly whale, and he liked to play with the fish, especially the itty-bitty fish.
Guppies.
Sure. What was that?
Guppies. Have you never heard of guppies?
Oh, I listen to guppies all the time. Guppy's Tavern?
Oh, no.
Now, Moby Dick was swimming along one day, and he ran into a swordfish, and the swordfish lunged at Moby Dick, and Moby Dick lunged at the swordfish.
What happened?
They had lunch together. Of course, Moby Dick paid the check. He was a very wealthy whale. He owned drugstores all over the country.
Wait a minute. What drugstores does a whale own?
Abbott, haven't you ever heard of whaling drugstores? Now, Moby Dick didn't feel so good, so he went to see the Dr. Fish.
Dr. Fish?
He was a famous sturgeon. Sturgeon? Yes. When he got to the sturgeon's office, there was a walrus in there having a tooth pulled.
Not tooth, tusk.
Yes. What?
Tusk.
Yes. Well, tusk to you, too. And a couple of poo-poos. Now, also in the sturgeon's office was a big fish with Band-Aids stuck on both sides of his jaw.
What was the matter with him?
He was plastered to the gills. Then a quartet of fish came in and started singing.
Wait a minute. Just a quartet of fish?
Oh, sure. What a quartet. First tuna, second tuna, barracuda, and bass.
Costello, this is ridiculous. What happened to Moby Dick, the whale?
It was a very, very sad ending.
It was.
One day he swam away and nobody ever saw him again.
Costello, I'll tell you where he went.
Abbott, you keep out of this. I started a story and I'm going to finish it. Now, whales are just like elephants. They have a graveyard where they go to die. No matter where a whale lives, he goes to the whale's graveyard to die. Whales swim thousands of miles from the Pacific Ocean to the Indian Ocean, and from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean, against currents, over reefs, through storms, hurricanes, typhoons, and monsoons. They swim to the whale graveyard. And when they get there, they die.
They die?
Yes, it's the trip that kills them.
Kid Show, 9-year-old Anna Mae Slaughters sings for kids everywhere. Look for a silver lining.
Please don't be offended if I preach to you a while. Tears are out of place in eyes that were meant to smile. There's a way to make your very biggest trouble smile. Here's the happy secret of it all. Look for the silver lining whenever a cloud appears in the blue. Remember, somewhere the sun is shining, and so the right thing to do is make it shine for you. A heart full of joy and gladness will always banish sadness and strife. So always look for the silver lining and try to find the sunny side of
And now we present our guest star, a little girl who is known to radio listeners everywhere. Her real name is Norma Jean Nelson, but you know her as the daughter of Dagwood and Blondie. And here she is, Cookie Bumstead.
Hello, Johnny. I just thought I'd drop over here this morning and bring you some snoo.
What's snow?
Nothing much, but snoo with you.
Say, you're feeling pretty good for so early in the morning, Cookie.
Oh, sure. I just came from the dentist.
If you came from the dentist, how can you feel so cheerful?
He wasn't in. I was supposed to get a couple of teeth filled.
What are you going to have them filled with, gold or silver?
Cement.
But cement doesn't last.
Oh, no? Well, then how is it they've had the same sidewalks in this town for the last 50 years?
Oh, hello, Cookie.
Hello, Mr. Costello.
Cookie, I heard the jokes you were telling with Johnny. I'll tell you what I'd like to do. I'll give you 50 cents if you'll go back to the Blondie show and tell them with your father.
Nothing doing.
Why?
Well, he gave me $1 to come over here and tell them on your show.
Hey, what's going on here, Costello? Oh, hello, Cookie. Where's your father?
He's probably home, rehearsing to be funny on the radio, so he sent Cookie over here to try out some of his bum jokes on us.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Costello, I'll have you know that my father is a great radio comedian, and he comes from a famous family. Why, his grandfather chased the Indians out of Pennsylvania.
What program was he on?
Now, Costello, you stop picking on Cookie. She's proud of her family tree.
I'll never forget the time you looked up your family tree.
What happened?
You got hit on the head with a coconut.
Mr. Costello, is your family famous for anything?
Oh, sure. Why, my little nephew Bobby in Patterson, New Jersey, he has 3 feet.
Costello, how do you know he has 3 feet?
Well, I got a letter from my sister yesterday. She said, Dear Lou, you should see the baby now. He's grown another foot.
Never mind that, Costello. Cookie, I saw Dagwood this morning, and he told me you were going to the dentist today. Did you go?
Oh, I don't like to go to the dentist.
Well, I don't blame you, Cookie. Why, I haven't been to the dentist since I was 10 years old.
Abbott, don't tell me you made those plates yourself.
Mr. Costello, do you like to go to the dentist?
Oh, sure, Cookie. You see, when I was your age, I had so many wires on my front teeth, people thought I was trying to swallow a bird cage.
Did your teeth really look like a bird cage?
They must have. Every night when I went to bed, the canary used to sleep in my mouth.
Cookie, Costello's right. All kids should go to the dentist. What's wrong with your teeth, Cookie?
Oh, I hurt them eating animal crackers.
Why, they're little soft cookies. Animal crackers couldn't hurt your teeth.
Well, the kind I ate were dog biscuits.
Well, Cookie, when you got a toothache, there's 2 things you can do. Stay home and suffer, or go to the dentist's office and suffer.
Do you brush your teeth, Mr. Costello?
Oh, Cookie, that's the first thing my mother taught us kids to do.
Yeah, and there were 9 kids in Costello's family.
Sure.
Did they all brush their teeth?
Oh, sure. It was a pretty sight in the morning. All 9 of us kids used to rush to the bathroom to see who'd get first crack at the toothbrush.
I saw Mr. Abbott's wife at the dentist's office.
Yes, I send my wife to the dentist every day, Cookie.
Why?
Of course, the dentist is the only man in the world that can tell Abbott's wife to shut her big mouth and get away with it.
Costello, my wife's mouth is not that big.
Not big. I've seen bears crawling out of smaller holes.
Mr. Costello, I'll go to the dentist if you'll go with me.
Oh, nothing doing. Last time I went there to the dentist, he put 6 drills and a lot of other tools in my mouth. And then at 6 o'clock, the whistle blew.
What happened?
He hung a red lantern on my nose and went home.
Oh, enough of this nonsense. Cookie, wouldn't you like to sing a song for the kids?
Oh, sure.
Oh, good.
You want Costello to help you?
No, I think Cookie's going to sing the song all by herself.
All
yes.
right, go ahead.
She's got a very pretty voice, and I want you to get a load of this. Okay, Cookie, here we go. Music, please. Hang on to your seats, kids. Here we go.
Shoe fly pie, an apple pan dowdy makes your eyes light up.
Yes.
Your tummy say howdy. Shoe fly pie, an apple pan dowdy. I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Shoe fly pie, an apple pan dowdy makes the sun come out when heavens are cloudy. Shoe fly pie, an apple pan dowdy. I never get enough of that wonderful stuff. Mama, when you bake, oh mama, I don't want cake. Mama, for my sake, go to the oven and bake some very loving shoe fly pie. An apple pan dowdy makes your eyes light up. Your tummy say howdy, shoe fly pie. An apple pan dowdy, I never get enough of that wonderful shoe fly pie. Good.
Thank you, Cookie Bumstead. Norma Jean Nilsson.
Norma Jean, that was really swell. And I'm sure our kid audience is happy that you came over here this morning.
Well, I gotta go home now and help my daddy make a sandwich.
Well, here's a little something to put between the bread.
What is it?
Well, for Dagwood, it's just a mouthful. It's a 20-pound Wilson ham. Bring out the ham.
There it is. That's a dandy.
Oh, gee, thanks, Mr. Costello. But before I go, I'd like to say something serious. I'm glad to do my part in helping both you and Mr. Abbott in the wonderful work you are doing for the kids all over America. The Lou Costello Jr. Youth Foundation is the kind of thing there should be more of. Goodbye, kids. I'll be seeing you on the Blondie Show.
And now for our quiz game, Bubble or Nothing. We have 8 kids on the stage, chosen from the studio audience. They're all chewing bubble gum. The kid who blows the biggest bubble in 10 seconds gets a special prize. Every kid who blows a bubble gets to be a contestant. Those who don't blow bubbles get nothing. So let's go with Bubble or Nothing.
Well, the contestants are chewing their bubble gum. Now, on the count of 3, the gong will ring, and they will start blowing. Now, you ready, kids? 1, 2, 3. Now, come on, blow those bubbles.
Well, they're all.
Big bubble
There they
now.
go.
There
they go. I
see.
see. Come on,
Come on,
honey.
blow those
You
bubbles.
see it, blow your bubble here. Come on.
Where are the bubbles? Come on, blow them out.
Oh, look at that one.
Come on,
There's
come on.
a bubble.
Hold it, come on.
There's 2 of them right there. I see it, 2 of them. A boy and a girl. Boy and a girl. They both got their bubbles. Well, all right, to the 2 winners and the boy and the girl that blew the biggest bubbles. Here you are, honey. First to the little girl over here. I want you blew the biggest bubble for the girl. So we're going to give you. You know what you win, honey? You win a beautiful wall aquarium with real live tropical fish from the Photo Aquarium Company in Inglewood, California. Now all you do is put it up on the wall and it lights up, honey. That's for you. Take it away. Now for the boy. So, let's see, the boy's over here. Now, you also blew the biggest bubble for the boys. You win this swell table model radio from the Burbank Appliance Company in Burbank, California. That's for you. Take it home and put it by your bed. Play it all night long. There it is, right over there, son. And now, here is contestant number 1 in the Bubble or Nothing contest. Little girl, what is your name?
Jeannie Allison.
Jeannie, how old are you?
6. 97.
7. Well, you just aged another year. Where you from, Jeannie? Where you from?
Good old California.
Good old California. Now, Jeannie, is there any subject you'd like to talk about at all? Anything at all?
No.
Nothing at all?
What about animal noises? There's a good subject.
All right, how about animal noises? You want to
Yeah.
talk about animal noises? Now, answer this. What kind of an animal goes moo?
Come on, now, don't be a coward.
Cow.
Cow is right.
right.
You get a prize, honey. Right over to Mr. Abbott, and you get the prize here.
And a sweet girl deserves the sweet prize. So we're giving you a whole year's supply of Peter Paul's Walnuttos. And you get 1 month's supply now, and every month for a whole year, you'll receive another carton of Peter Paul's Walnuttos. And that's not all. Kids, this little girl is going to give every kid in the audience a package of Walnuttos after the program.
That's good. And here we are now for contestant number 2, and I know the little boy's name is Lloyd because it's right on him. Lloyd, how old are you?
8.
8 years old. Where you from, Lloyd?
Los Angeles, California.
Good. Glad to see. Now, listen, Lloyd, is there anything at all you'd like to talk about? Anything you're pretty smart at?
Yes, arithmetic.
You're smart at arithmetic? All right. If Abbott had 1 apple,
Yes.
and I took it away from him, how many would he have?
Nothing.
That's right.
How
You
did
win.
guess that?
You win, Lloyd. Right over to your right there.
Oh, wow, look at this. Look what you got. 3 swell Billy the Kid embroidered Western shirts, and 2 pair of Billy the Kid Western pants. There they are. Pick them up.
All right, and here's contestant number 3 over here, sweetheart. What is your name?
Cameron Larson.
Good. Where are you from?
Bishop, South Dakota.
From South Dakota. Well, that's wonderful. We're glad to have you in this lovely climate of California right now, sweetie. Now, what would you like to talk about, honey, Kay? Anything at all? What would you like to talk about? Could you tell me anything about movies? You want to talk about moving pictures? What's the last picture you saw? Did you ever see Abbott and Costello in a motion picture? You never did? Well, say, you better start to... How old did you say you were, Kay? How old did you say you were? How old are you, honey?
5 years old.
5 years old. You're from South Dakota?
She should know about horses.
All right,
Lou.
where's North Dakota? Is that near South Dakota? Is that near South Dakota, Kay? Well, don't shake your head, honey. Just say yes or no. Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. You win.
And, honey, now you can really dress up, for here's a beautiful, genuine fur muff and tam set for I.J. Fox, the world's largest furriers.
All right, here's the next contestant. What's your name, sonny?
Freddie,
Freddie. Where you from, Freddie?
Chicago.
Chicago, Illinois.
boy.
Freddie, I'm going to ask you one question. Who's buried in Grant's tomb?
No?
No help from the audience.
No
Who's
help from the
buried in
audience.
Grant's tomb?
Grant.
Grant. That's right. You win.
Hey, now, come here. You get 6 prizes in one. 2 pair of street tog longies, 2 pair of street tog jodhpurs, and 2 pair of boxer shorts. How do you like that? There they are. Take them away with you.
Well, here's our next contestant over here. I know your name is Jill. Sweetheart, how old are you?
6.5.
6.5. Good. Now, where you from, Jill?
New York.
New York City. Good. That's fun. You know, it's very, very cold in New York right now,
Yeah.
Jill. Now, Jill, would you like to talk about fairy tales?
Yeah.
All right. One day, Little Red Riding Hood went for a walk in the woods. Who was she going to see?
Her grandmother.
That's right. Now, when she got to her grandmother's house, who did she see?
The wolf.
Right. You win. Wait. Mr. Rabbit, Jill, Mr. Rabbit's going to give you a very lovely prize, but I got something here for you. Have you got your mother with you today?
Yeah.
You really have?
Yeah.
Well, listen. If your mother's really here, here's a present for her. I want you to give her 6 gorgeous pairs of Cannon 51-gauge nylon stockings made by the makers of the famous Cannon towels and sheets. That's a present from you to your mom. Now, Mr. Rabbit has a present for you over on your right. Go over and get Mr. Rabbit's present.
Beautiful quilted house coat from Eastern Columbia Broadway at 9. Now, wait a minute. And you also win this famous Hollywood Star Stamp album, autographed by Lou and myself personally, and a set of movie star stamps to start your collection. And each kid in the audience gets a set of movie star stamps. How's that? You like it, honey?
Okay, son, you're the next contestant. Now, how old are you?
6.5.
6.5, too. What's your name?
John Kenworthy.
John, where are you from? Where are you from, John? Los Angeles?
Pick
California?
right up, John. Don't be afraid.
Where from? Chicago? Where? Does you know where you're from?
Detroit.
Oh, Detroit.
Detroit.
Well, that's good. Now, would you like to talk about rivers? What state was named after the Ohio River? Ohio.
Cleveland.
Not Cleveland. No, not Cleveland. What state was named after the Ohio River?
Ohio.
Ohio is right. He wins.
Hold on a second. You win this pedigreed Ideal Cocker Spaniel puppy. Where is it? And to feed it, we will send you a 6-month supply of Wilson's Ideal Dog Food, the 7-course meal ideal for your dog. How do you like it, Jeff?
Okay. What's your name, dear?
June Scarborough.
June Scarborough. June, where are you from?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Would you like to talk about arithmetic?
Okay.
All right. If I had 10 bananas and ate 7 of them and threw the peelings on the sidewalk, how many people would slip on the banana peels?
That's slower.
All right. If I had 10 bananas and ate 7 of them and threw the peelings on the sidewalk, how many people would slip on the banana peels?
7.
The answer is 5. Is that right? I think you're right. Go ahead. I'm going to give it to you. You're right. 7 is right.
Wait a minute. You also get a whole year's supply of delicious Peter Paul's Walnettos. Boy, you're going to be popular now. That's all for you, honey. A whole year's supply.
All right, son, what's your name?
Wilton Clark.
Wilton Clark. Where you from, Wilton?
East Los Angeles.
East Los Angeles. Good. We're going to talk about birds. Now, I've been getting them for years, but we're going to talk about them. Which is the biggest, a robin, a sparrow, a crow, or a hummingbird?
You don't have to crow about it either.
Crow.
Crow,
Right,
you're right.
right.
You're right.
You get the swell Lake Placid ski suit with a plaid wool zipper jacket and warm wool trousers made by Sandest.
Well, kids, how did you like Bubble or Nothing? And now we present the Lou Costello Jr. Youth Foundation Award. The award this week goes to 8-year-old William Robinson Jr. of Cranston, Rhode Island.
And, folks, the foundation received more mail on this boy than any other winner of the award to date. Over 300 letters and newspaper clippings were sent in calling our attention to William Robinson, Jr.
Well, Lou, I think that should be proof enough that the kid is entitled to the award.
I saw his picture in one of the newspapers sent in. He seems such a little guy to have done anything big.
Johnny, them little guys are sometimes a lot bigger than they look from the outside.
And that's the kind of a guy William Robinson is. Kids, he's just 8 years old, motherless, and lives alone with his dad in Cranston, Rhode Island. And, well, Lou, you tell the kid the story about it.
Well, kids, I guess you all read in the papers about the big snowstorms back in the east. Well, on December 26th, the day after Christmas, Rhode Island was in the grip of a terrific snowstorm. Out in Cranston, Rhode Island, the drifts were 5 and 6 feet deep. On the morning of this big storm, in a little house on the edge of the town, a man was suffering from a severe heart attack.
William.
Here I am, Dad. Dad, what's the matter?
William, it's my heart. This time it's worse than ever.
I'll run for the doctor, Dad. I'll get him here right away. I'll put on my clothes and be back with the doctor.
No, you can't go out the house. The snow's too deep. A little boy like you couldn't possibly get to town.
But, Dad...
I'll be all right. You stay here.
Dad, I'm going for the doctor. I'll make it.
Now, it's nearly a mile to town, William. You can't get through. Don't try it, William. You're too little.
I gotta go, Dad. You need a doctor. I'll make it.
William, come back. You can't get through that snow. William!
Did he get through, Mr. Costello? Did he make it?
Johnny, little William Robinson battled those snowdrifts for 3/4 of a mile. He made the edge of the town. The doctor's house was nearly a mile further on. William was exhausted. He was covered with snow from head to foot. He dragged himself to the nearest house.
William Robinson, what are you doing out on a day like this? Look at you, you're soaked to the skin. I'll tell your father about this.
Mr. Kirby, my dad's got a bad heart attack. Please call the doctor.
Holy mackerel, the kid fainted. Ma, quick, phone the doctor and tell him to get out to Robinson's place right away, and then come here and help me get this kid straightened out. He's in a bad way. Well, they ought to have a phone in that house living way out there.
Gee, Mr. Costello, I'll bet that kid got sick all right. I get the sniffles just from getting my feet wet.
Yes, Johnny. William was laid up for a long time, recovering from that hike through snowdrifts. But he got the doctor there in time to save his dad's life.
Yes, Lou. And there's kids like William Robinson. And there's millions of them in this country that make me proud that we started this kid show. It's a real thrill to be able to bring these boys and girls to the attention of the whole country.
That goes for me, too, Bud. And now, Johnny, what have you got to say about it?
Well, Mr. Costello, there's no doubt about it. William is sure a winner. What do you kids think?
Well, that does it, Johnny. Our jury is convinced. Go ahead and make the award.
To William Robinson Jr. goes this week's Lou Costello Jr. Youth Foundation Award. And here are your prizes. First, a beautiful Gruen wristwatch. This is a solid gold 17-jeweled Gruen, engraved from Bud and Lou. And a gold Eversharp pen and pencil set. And a Packard Bell 3-way portable radio, made by the makers of the famous Packard Bell phonochord. And a bicycle that will make you the head man on your block. It's a Schwinn Deluxe built bicycle, the world's finest. And here for you are footballs, basketballs, softballs, and tennis balls. made by the Pennsylvania Rubber Company, makers of the world's finest sporting equipment.
And to you, William Robinson, Jr., goes the Lou Costello Jr. Youth Foundation Gold Trophy for Good Citizenship. This is a beautiful engraved gold trophy made by the Dodge Incorporated, largest manufacturer of trophies in the world.
Lou, how about William's dad?
William, we've got a gift for you to give to that dad that you love so much. It's a beautiful Gruen precision wristwatch engraved from you to your dad. And we hope he gets well real quick.
Award is given each week to a boy or girl for a civic good deed. You, the listeners, will nominate this boy or girl of the week. Anyone can write a letter nominating a boy or girl. Just write to Abbot and Costello, Hollywood, California. Simply tell the story of an outstanding good deed or act of heroism by a boy or girl 16 years of age or younger. All letters become the property of the Lou Costello Jr. Youth Foundation. They will be judged by its board of directors, and the judges' decisions will be final. The award will be made each Saturday morning on the Abbot and Costello Kid Show. Be sure to listen. The winner may be your kid or the kid next door.
Well, boys and girls, that's all for today.
And kids, be sure and listen in next Saturday when we have two guests. Really, two guest stars. That great cowboy star, Tim Holt, and his dad, Jack Holt. Well, so long, kids. Till next Saturday.
Award winner. And remember, you can nominate a winner by writing a letter to Abbot and Costello, Hollywood, California. And don't miss the regular Abbott and Costello show on Wednesday night. William Robinson Jr. as Father and Mr. Kirby were portrayed by Henry Blair and Barney Phillips.
Here's the gorgeous, tantalizing Lady Eve. Now, watch her go into action. She has her eye on this handsome, wealthy, but terribly naive and inexperienced young man who hasn't seen a white woman for a year. Now, every woman has her eyes on him. Big women, the female wrestler type. Little women, but with big claws. And that smoldering, simmering, exotic type. But only Lady Eve knows how to get him. The Lady Eve, glamorous creation of Preston Sturgis, who gave you the hilarious Great McGinty, the deft comedy of Christmas in July. Now meet Barbara Stanwyck, his very, very vexy Lady Eve, bewitching, bewildering, and very bothering to Henry Fonda, a modern Adam.
Thank you.
That's the same dame. She looks the same, she walks the same, and she's tossing you just like she done the last time.
She doesn't talk the same.
Anybody can put on an act.
Du stiger Poiker, jag skulle sluta bekäften.
Guess who I am?
Do you know that I find your son very handsome?
That's the same dame. I can tell by the
I'll
way...
take over from here, Mr. Murgatroyd.
You and who else?
I said I'll take over from here, Ambrose.
Ambrose?
Ambrose,
Speak
will.
alone, will you?
Kitten. Don't do that. How...
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
We gotta do it, and thanks.
Happy Friday the 13th, Bing.
Oh, joy. This is Friday the 13th, isn't it?
I see you're wearing your horseshoe tie pin.
Yes, I am. And say, that's a nice little four-leaf clover you have pinned on your blouse there.
Thank you. Say, what's that in your lapel, Bing?
This?
Yes.
That's a little lightning rod, Rosie. You know, storm might come up today or something.
Yeah, well, what with all this equipment, this should be our lucky day.
Cinch. We're a cinch.
Want to try your luck with a song?
Well, it might be tempting fate, but I'm game. Say, look at Buddy Cole. He's leading the band with a rabbit's foot.
Oh, it's a nice soft touch, I think.
Please don't talk about me when I'm gone. Ooh, baby, though our friendship ceases from now on. And listen, if you can't say anything real nice, well, then it's strictly Nick's crackin', Jimmy Bracken. That's my advice. We're parting, you go your way, I'll go mine. Guess it's best that we do. Here's a kiss. Hope that this brings a little bit of luck to you. Makes no difference how I carry on. Remember, please don't talk about me when I'm gone. Parting, you go your way, I'll go mine, best that we do. Here's a kiss, well, I hope that this brings a little bit of luck to you. Makes no difference how I carry on. Remember, please don't talk about me when I'm gone, I'm gone. Please don't talk about me when I'm gone. The Wrigley people have their trademark on the next words in music for your enjoyment. Listen well, huh?
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You say Wrigley's is great to chew. Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment.
With the biggest little treat in all the land.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Friends, the word spearmint cannot be trademarked, so there are many spearmint gums on the market. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley spearmint, look for the spear on the package. It is the Wrigley trademark. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it is the Wrigley trademark and is your guarantee of real chewing enjoyment. So remember.
Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Well, Bing, it's my turn to go to work, I guess, and I would like to sing I Should Say It Was May.
Well, that's the song written by your brother Nick, isn't it? Buddy Cole made a great arrangement, too.
Yes, that's right.
Got a nice beat. And the gentlemen of the ensemble aid and abet you in this number, isn't that so?
Yes, the boys really sing it up here. They're a little bit snoopy,
Snoopy?
but... Yeah, but it's all in the arrangement.
When did you see him? When did you meet him? When did you fall in love? When did you see him? When did you meet him? When did you fall in love?
I should say it was May. Yes, I think it was May. Or it might have been June, 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 June. Yes, it could have been June.
And you so head over heels, you can't remember the time.
Oh, of course I remember. Pretty day in September. You were passing right by on that day in June.
When did you call him? When did you hold him? When did you kiss him goodnight?
I remember that day too. There's no shower in April. Even when the old March smiled out on every valley and hill.
You should remember, really you should, the month or at least the year.
Memories clouded by stardust, January or August. But no matter what day it happened, this much I know is true. That one pretty day in April or May, or was it December or maybe September, I met you and held you and kissed you goodnight, and we fell in love.
April,
We fell in love.
July, August, September, October, November, December.
We fell in love.
Well, Bing, how do I look?
Pretty as Fort Knox at sunrise, Rosie. Where are you off to now, all dolled up?
I'm going out to a very exclusive restaurant after the show, Bing.
Well, the outfit's fine, very chic. Except for that brown paper handbag.
That's no handbag. I just packed myself some rye crisp and caviar.
Now, I should have known.
Sure. The flavor of 100% whole grain rye really brings out the 24-carat taste of caviar.
Oh, yes, or cheese, tuna, ham, or any other snackable tidbit. And rye crisp helps keep you svelte around the belt, eh, Rosie?
Uh-huh. There are no more than 21 calories in a whole double cracker, so you can shape up with rye crisp, the cracker that's great when you're watching your weight.
Righto. But, Rosie, any exclusive restaurant would rustle you up a batch of rye crisp and caviar. Why bring your own from home?
I just like home cooking, Bing.
Georgia, Georgia, about the whole day through. Just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Always on my mind. Georgia, Georgia, a song of you comes as sweet and clear as moonlight through the pines. Other arms reach out to me, other eyes smile tenderly. Still in peaceful dreams I see the road leads back to you. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find. Just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Other arms reach out to me, other eyes smile tenderly. Still in peaceful dreams I see the road leads back to you. Georgia, Georgia, no peace I find. Just an old sweet song keeps Georgia on my mind. Say, you know, we haven't mentioned the twist around here from some time, actually. I don't think we should deplore the dance, of course, but the twist, we shouldn't really knock it or even worry about it. It's going to twist itself out someday. And meanwhile, while it's been here, it's been a lot of fun for everybody.
There have been a few sprains, bruises, dislocations, but it's fun, as you say.
And it's a form of exercise, isn't it? Also, tribal dancing, you might say.
Tribal dancing. That's a very good word for it. And with that slant on it, it's not going to hurt us in the UN at all, is it?
Ooh.
I think the main objection to the twist is that, if there's any, the big objection is that it's dancing of that kind that kind of gets out of control.
Oh, well, Rosie, all dancing sooner or later gets out of control. Did you know that in the 1870s, now think of this, in the 1870s, even the waltz got out of control.
Oh, well, the waltz can get to be a pretty flashy dance.
People got too enthusiastic with their waltzing in the 70s, the 1870s, that is.
Yes, they went absolutely mad. They were in sections in London, of all places.
London?
Oh, yes, they got very enthusiastic with their waltzing. They got all twisted up.
I can't believe it.
On the level, yeah. Waltzing in London developed into different styles, different fads of doing the waltz. There was one style it's called the Liverpool Lurch.
Liverpool Lurch.
Can't you just picture that? Waltzing Liverpool Lurch style?
Oh, that's very descriptive, I must say. Liverpool Lurch to me means sort of a headlong list, a tilt, you know.
That'd be what it was. Then there was a style of waltz called the Boston Dip.
This is waltzing, the Boston Dip?
Yeah, it was waltzing, but it featured the Boston Dip style. You know, probably a big dip way down to the floor.
A knee scraper. Huh?
Yeah, sort of genuflect in three-quarter.
Yeah.
There was another one, too. It was called, now get this, the Ratcliffe Highway Kick. It's kind of a tilt, too. They tilted way over, and then they kicked the opposite heel high up in the air, just as they were waltzing along.
Someone could have got hurt.
Oh, there were cauliflower ears all over London there. But you see, dancing is expression. And when we start to express ourselves, we sometimes get so fascinated we get a little out of control. But say, we can't stay on the beam completely every minute of the day and night, can we?
No.
Break it up.
There's no danger of that being at all, I don't think. But, so we don't happen to have any twist songs here, do we?
Well, sadly enough, Ken, our library's a little light on twist music. We just don't feature it here at this time of day. Noon, twisting would be a little incongruous. Matter of fact, we don't even have a Boston Dip type of waltz. That shows you where we are.
Yeah, nowhere.
We do have a lot of music, though.
We don't even have a Liverpool Lurch, do we?
No lurch, no dip. Don't even have the Ratcliffe Highway Kick. But we have something here that I rather think will get us by all right. I'm hoping.
We thought that love was over, that we were really through.
I said I didn't love her, we'd begin anew.
And you can all believe me, we sure intended to. But we just couldn't say goodbye. The chair and then the sofa, they broke right down and cried.
The curtains started waving for me to come inside.
I tell you confidentially, the tears were hard to hide, and we just couldn't say goodbye. The clock was striking 12 o'clock. It smiled on us below.
With folded hands, it seemed to say, we'll miss you if you go. So I went back and kissed her. When I looked around, the room was singing love songs, dancing up and down.
And now we're both so happy because at last we found
that we just couldn't say goodbye. So I went back and kissed her. When I look around, the room was singing love songs, dancing up and down.
And now we're both so happy because at last we found
that we just couldn't say goodbye.
Rosemary, will you take over now for a moment?
I might just do that.
Please do.
What's the song, Lee?
a moody thing called witchcraft, Ken. On television, I sing this strapped to a ducking stool. That smile so debonair, that sly come hither stare, that strips my conscience bare, it's witchcraft. And I've got no defense for it, the heat is too intense for it. What good would common sense for it do? 'Cause it's witchcraft, wicked witchcraft. And although I know it's strictly taboo, when you arouse the need in me, my what you're leading me to. It's such an ancient pitch, but one I wouldn't switch, 'cause no one can bewitch like you. It's such an ancient pitch, but one I wouldn't switch, 'cause no one can bewitch like you.
Well, I do believe we've reached the end of another program.
And the end of another week.
But we'll be back right here Monday, friends. Right back here on this same station.
A happy weekend to all, including you, Bing.
Al from Q. See you Monday, folks.
Menace, anyone? The air is loaded with menace when frightened people are cornered by fate. CBS Radio Network's Suspense, Sunday. Don't miss it. And double the daring do and danger by dialing Johnny Dollar, the investigator with the action-packed expense account. Mandel Kramer stars as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, which alongside Suspense livens up this station's Sundays, something deadly.
A massive monster menaces the world. Threatening the most intimate terror a woman ever felt. Because of an experimenter with life. The incredible two-headed transplant.
Who are you? I'm your brother. You and I are now one, dummy.
Get the guns.
Couple was killed up there on the loop last night. A couple of kids claim they saw a giant with two heads do it.
Doc's picked up the scent. Come on.
No woman is safe from his deadly embrace. No man is safe from his killer lust.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Hope Show, transcribed direct from Hollywood with Les Brown and his band of renown. Our singing star, Margaret Whiting. Our special guest, Jack Kirkwood. And here he is, Bob Hope. Thank you. Thank you very much. But I want to tell you, my sponsors think I'm doing a sensational job. In fact, they've actually nicknamed me Stupendous. When I walked into their office today, I heard one of them say, "Here comes Stoop now." And I want to ask everyone to drive carefully. The life you save may be mine. And I saw Esther Williams driving down Vine Street with her swimming pool strapped to the top of her car. And Jack Benny, too, he's going someplace. He was standing on Hollywood Boulevard this afternoon borrowing people's cigarette lighters for a minute. He leaves as soon as he gets a tank full. You know, California is a wonderful place for going away on a weekend with our great network of freeways. Boy, you can start out in the morning from any part of the state, and in less than an hour, you're lost. Those new freeways are so wonderful. You just go straight ahead with no lights or stops. In fact, last week I started out for Beverly Hills and went all the way to San Diego. I had to. That was the first turnoff. Wonderful. Freeway. $1 million a foot. They call it a freeway. The traffic on the freeway is still pretty slow. Yesterday I saw a man walking, so I offered him a ride, and he said, "No, thanks. I got to get downtown. I'm in a hurry." I didn't mind that till he passed me. But they're improving the freeways all the time. They just built one that's really modern. It has one lane just for accidents. I bought myself a new Cadillac, and I insisted that everything on it be absolutely genuine. Now the neighbors are beginning to complain. I forgot about those fishtail fenders. But I got one break. I didn't have to buy any curb feelers. Audrey Hepburn sends me all her old eyelashes. But you know, you really have to have a car in California. Out here, anyone seen walking on the sidewalk is considered a sissy. But there are a few sensible drivers. One man came all the way from Kansas in a brand new Cadillac without getting a scratch on it, and he just took one simple precaution. His wife drove, and he ran ahead, waving a white flag. And I'm all set to take Dolores and the kids on a trip. I've packed my tent, compass, DDT, gun, ammunition, map, water, and emergency rations, and tomorrow we all take shots. I say, what's the fun in going to Griffith Park if you don't prepare for it? Ladies and gentlemen, radio comedians are always trying to do something different. Now, for Bob Hope, doing something different simply means staying home 1 week. As a matter of fact, that's where he is right now, in his study with his secretary, going over the mail that's piled up during his recent absences.
Well, we certainly have a stack of letters to go through, Mr. Hope. Well, there's even one here from your children.
A letter from my kids?
Yes, sir.
Gee, I'm sorry I wasn't home to get it. I look forward to the letters. You know, we have such a wonderful relationship. Let's see what they say. Dear Mr. Hope.
Well, aren't they a little formal with you?
Well, we're having a little spat right now. You see, I give them each $1 a week for allowance, and they found out what the Crosby kids get.
Well, what do they get?
A bank a week.
Piggy?
No, First National. Let me see what they have to say. We sure miss you, Daddy, and we can't wait to see you back at the house. Well, you can tell there's still kids in this house. Look how they spell house, H-O-U-S-E.
That's right. You spell it with a W.
What else? Says, Daddy, we miss having breakfast with you and then playing in the backyard. But most of all, we miss you every night because of the bedtime stories. Now that we're not home, who tells them to you?
Gosh, sir, cute, Mr. Hope.
Yeah, wait, there's a little more. We would like to hear from you, so please have your writers answer this letter. All our love, Tony, Linda, Nora, and Space Cadet.
Space cadet?
Yeah, that's the little one, Kelly. He's just a baby, and you know he watches all those science fiction shows on television. He thinks I'm a square because I've never been to the moon. I just went as far as Mars, you know. I got off.
Here's your next letter, Mr. Hope.
Oh.
From your Aunt Martha in Cleveland.
Aunt Martha?
Yes, she's coming out here to visit you. As a matter of fact, she's arriving tomorrow.
Oh, well, let me see it. I'll be arriving Tuesday on the El Capitan and would appreciate you meeting me at the station. I would take a taxi, but I spent most of my money on the fare. As a matter of fact, all I can afford to eat on the way out is dog food. Won't be hard to find me at the station. I'll be the only one scratching my ear with my hind leg. There's a P.S. here. I'm anxious to see all your movie star friends, Robert, and most of all, I'd like to meet Bing Crosby. Your loving Aunt Martha. Gee, I'd better get busy. Will you call Mr. Crosby, please?
Oh, yes, sir. Shall I call his Elko, Nevada home, his Pebble Beach home, or shall I try his place in Bel Air?
No, try the Salvation Army on Main Street. I hear he went shopping for a new suit.
Well, I'll try Bel Air. Well, there you are, Mr. Hope.
Oh, thank you. Hello, Bing. Bob. What are you doing? Oh, breaking Perry Como record, huh? Listen, Lard, I've got a favor to ask of you. My Aunt Martha's coming in from Cleveland. I'm throwing a party for her. I wonder if you'd come over. She's anxious to meet you. How much? Bing, I'm not asking to perform. I'm just asking you to meet my aunt. She's about 60. You two will have a lot in common. We can sit around and polish each other's ear trumpets. Now, look, Bing, just take 5 minutes. Hello, Bing, Bing. How about that? Tone-deaf tycoon asking for money just to meet one of my relatives. Didn't I go over and meet one of his relatives once?
Yes, and you did it for practically nothing.
How long have you been with us? Gee, I hate to disappoint my Aunt Martha. She's expecting to meet Crosby. Hey, wait a minute. Do I need the real Bing? Why don't I just find someone else shaped like a pot-bellied stove and have him impersonate Egghead?
Mr. Hope, are you through with the mail?
Yeah, I'll see you later. I just got a wonderful idea. Well, this is the Briskin building. Now, let's see. Where's the directory? There it is. And I want there. Jack Kirkwood Hollywood Party Service, room 1202. I'd better take the elevator. Going up. 12, please. Gee, it's crowded in here. Excuse me, sir. Would you mind taking your elbow out of my back?
Not my fault, boy. Your wallet's caught in my hand.
What'd you say about my wallet?
You gotta be careful in these elevators, boy. There's a guy who rides up and down this building all day long just picking pockets. Makes as much as $1,000 a day.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, but with these high taxes, I can't keep any of it.
12th floor. Let him out, please.
Hey, where's room 1202?
1202? Why, that's my office. I'm Jack Kirkwood.
Really?
Yeah, come on in.
So you're Jack Kirkwood. You know, on the elevator, I thought you were just some bum.
Bum? Why, I'm a very important man in this town. Everybody knows me. As a matter of fact, one of my Hollywood friends is expecting a call from me right now. Excuse me. Hello, Bob Hope, please. Oh, hello, Bob. Kirkwood. How's the old kid? Sorry I couldn't come out to the house Saturday. I knew you'd miss me. I'll see you next week, and maybe we'll hit some golf balls, eh? Well, so long, Ski Snoot. He's a great guy.
You know Bob Hope pretty well, huh?
Do I? He never throws a party without me. We're the best of friends. I'm his right-hand man. Yes, sir, his right hand.
I'm Bob Hope.
Well, just call me Lefty.
Of all the fakers.
Wait a minute, boy. Wait a minute. I knew it was you all the time. I should know you. I've seen all your pictures, listened to your radio show, watched you on television, and seen you on the stage.
Really? Well, what do you think?
Oh, you're in a lot of trouble, boy.
on business. Central Casting tells me you have the nearest measurements of anyone in town to Bing Crosby.
Well, that's right, boy. Us two have the same measurements. I can't think of anyone who's built just quite along our line.
Neither can I, unless it's a Trailways bus. Well, here's my proposition. I'm giving a party tomorrow for my Aunt Martha, and she expects to meet Crosby there. Do you think you could impersonate him, come to the party as Bing?
But what about the hair department, the rug?
Yeah, that's right. When he takes off his hat, Bing is a little nude, isn't he?
Oh, you can't say Bing is bald, boy. It's just that he's got more face than most people.
That's right. He's too tall for his head. Anyway, I'm sure you can handle this, Mr. Kirkwood. I know you can pull it off.
No, but this could be dangerous. What if she asked me to sing? I don't sing at all like Bing. Listen. Fairy tales can come true. It could happen to you if you're young. Say, that's pretty good, isn't it?
It's not bad. You sound halfway between Crosby and the last quart of bathwater going down the drain.
Well, I guess I could act like him for one night, provided you also let me make the arrangements for your party. I mean, the catering business, you know.
Well, first, let's discuss your rates. Are you very high?
What?
I said, are you high?
No, and I can't understand it. I've been drinking for 2 days.
You've been drinking for 2 days?
Yeah, I can't find the cork for the bottle, and I don't want the stuff to evaporate. What do you say, boy? Care for a little snort?
No, thanks. What about this party?
I can arrange a party for $100, $500, or $5,000. How much did you want to spend?
About $10. What kind of a party can I have for that?
Why don't you and your friends go over to the Paramount Theater and smell the warm popcorn?
Kirkwood, I'll spend as much as necessary, within reason.
Fine, boy, it's a deal. I'll make all the arrangements. Shall we seal a bargain with a drink now?
No, Kirkwood, I don't want a drink, and you shouldn't either. And I'll bet it's been the cause of your downfall. Give it up, Kirkwood. You'll have a better, cleaner life if you do.
You're right, boy. I've seen the error of my ways. I'm going to get rid of every bottle of whiskey that I own.
Fine.
By the way, I may not be at your party tomorrow night.
Why not?
It'll take me at least a week to drink all that stuff.
Here's Maggie Whiting of the TV and radio set with Les Brown and his gypsies doing Cross Over the Bridge.
If you're a guy who's had a gal in each and every port, and you forgot the rules of love that life has always taught, and if you broke as many hearts as ripples in a stream, well, brother, here's the only way that you can be redeemed. Cross over the bridge, cross over the bridge, change your reckless way of living. Cross over the bridge, leave your fickle past behind you, and true romance will find you, brother. Cross over the bridge. You have built a boat to take you to the greener side, and if that boat is built of every lie you've ever lied, you'll never reach the promised land of love, I guarantee. 'Cause life cannot hold water, and you'll sink into the sea. Cross over the bridge. Cross over the bridge. Change your reckless way of living. Cross over the bridge, leave your fickle past behind you, and true romance will find you, brother. Cross over the bridge. Leave your fickle past behind you, and true romance will find you, and brother, cross over the bridge.
Attention, please, attention. All passengers for eastbound California Limited now boarding at Gate B. Now arriving on Track 5, the Grand Canyon Limited, on time.
Gee, there's so many trains down here. I wonder what track my Aunt Martha will come in on.
Your Aunt Martha will arrive on track 9.
Thanks. Let's see. This is track 7, 8. Here we are, track 9. Now, I wonder where... Oh, there she is. Aunt Martha! Aunt Martha!
Robert, there you are.
Well, welcome to California, Aunt Martha.
Oh, thank you, Robert. Oh, tell the porter to be careful with my suitcase.
Why? What's in it?
My rocking chair.
Your rocking chair?
Yes. I wanted to be comfortable here, so I brought it along. And, oh, you better be careful with that other suitcase, too.
What's in that?
My fireplace.
That figured.
I hope the fire hasn't gone out.
Steady, Aunt Martha. Let's not be funnier than the nephew, huh?
Robert, it's so hard to believe you're grown up. I'll never forget the first time I saw you. They just brought you home from the hospital in your little crib. You were all bundled up in a blue basket with your little face sticking out.
Really?
Yes. Somehow I always love babies more when they're ugly.
Hey, Aunt Martha, tell me, how's everybody back home?
Just fine. You remember Cousin Mervyn.
Oh, you mean the one we weren't sure had all his buttons?
Cousin Mervyn just became a boxer.
A boxer? Oh, that's wonderful.
No, I liked him better when he thought he was a Cocker Spaniel.
Well, what else is new, Aunt Martha?
Well, a bit of sad news. You know I lost my husband last year.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How'd you lose him?
The chain broke.
Well, I'm going to do everything possible to cheer you up while you're here. To start with, I'm giving a party for you tonight.
Oh, curiosity.
No, he's not coming. What is that? Oh, yes. And you know who's going to be there? The movie star you said you wanted to meet, Bing Crosby.
No more, Dad. I'm flipping.
Come on, Aunt Martha. Come on. Now, Kirkwood, is everything ready for the party?
Yeah, boy, it's going to be a real bash.
Well, fine. I want everything just right. Aunt Martha's such a nice little old lady.
Oh, I know how you feel, boy. I got a soft spot for nice little old ladies. They always remind me of my mother. I can still see her with that kind face and the silver in her hair.
Silver in her hair?
Yeah, she used to steal knives and forks and hide them in her wig.
My Aunt Martha's different. She hides them in her fireplace.
Jeeper, how I envy you having a family.
Well, don't you have anybody? Sisters, brothers, a wife?
Well, I wish you hadn't said that, boy. I'm the victim of a very unfortunate marriage. I married the bearded lady in the circus. Marriage only lasted 2 weeks.
Oh, I'm sad. How come?
I'm ticklish. I still love her, though, boy.
That's spreads on you, doesn't it? Now, is everything set?
Now, you asked me that before. This is going to be the greatest party you ever gave because my parties are the best parties and I'm the best.
Okay. Just stick to the arrangements and don't act like such a big shot.
What'd you say?
Big shot.
Don't mind if I do. A little water on the side. See you later, boy.
So long, Kirkwood. Come in. Come on in, Bill.
Gee, thanks for inviting me to your party, Rob. I'm just in the mood for a real ball. What's the occasion?
My Aunt Martha's in town.
Have I ever met your Aunt Martha, Bob?
No, but I can show you a picture right here in the family album. Let's see. Here it is.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah, that's me when I was a boy of 10, and that's Aunt Martha standing beside me.
Oh, she's very sweet looking. Now, who's this man standing on the other side here with his hand on your shoulder? Your uncle?
No, that's the warden.
I love these picture albums. Boy, what a collection of freaks.
Wait a minute. That's my family you're talking about.
Oh, I didn't mean anything,
And
Bob.
for your information, out of that collection of freaks came a pretty famous comedian.
Yeah, you were the only one smart enough to capitalize on it.
Don't mind Happy Fangs. When somebody stole the wedding bell, they took his marbles along with it.
Look at this next picture, Bob. Who's this young guy with the two black eyes?
Oh, that's me when I was working my way through college, Bill. I had a very difficult job.
Yeah? What were you doing?
Well, you know those guys who come around to your door and sell you a year's magazine subscription, and then you never get the magazine?
Yeah?
I used to come around and collect for the second year. I'll get it.
Well, here I am, boy. When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day. I'm ready for the big time.
Please, don't sing anymore. Your breath is fading the drapes. Come in. Come over here in the light and let me get a look at you. Wow, how'd you get to look so much like Bing?
Well, first I went down to the Red Cross and gave them 8 pints of blood. Then I took a nap with my face between the spring and the mattress.
Wonderful. You even got the right clothes. Where did you get that shirt? It looks like just something he'd wear.
You promise not to tell anybody?
Yeah?
Somewhere there's a Nash without seat covers.
Bob, who is this guy? Well, Aunt Martha expected Bing to be here, and he couldn't make it, so Kirkwood is impersonating him. She won't know the difference. She's just a lovable old square.
Oh, Robert.
Here she comes. Aunt Martha, the thing you asked for in your letter's coming true. I'd like you to meet Mr. Crosby.
Well, top of the evening, ma'am. Greetings, salutations, tooralura, and a boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo-boo.
Oh, goodness. My dress just changed from green to white.
You know, Bing, my aunt here is a great fan of yours. She's got a lot of your records. She brings home everything your name is on.
My name? Must have a lot of police blotters, too.
You know, Mr. Crosby, meeting me was one of the big thrills of my life.
Well, I knew you'd like him, Aunt Martha.
Oh, crazy Dad. I haven't been this excited since the Cleveland PTA voted me the girl most likely to wind up in Clark Gable's Jaguar.
Madam, looking into your dear sweet face, I cannot go on with this masquerade. I'm not Bing Crosby, but a simple vagabond on life's highway who's ashamed of having deceived you. So here, madam, here is your little gold watch, which I stole from your shirtwaist. I now take my leave, bidding you a fond adieu.
Gee, Aunt Martha, I'm terribly sorry about this. What can I say?
Oh, don't fret, Robert. I knew all along that man wasn't Bing, but he was very nice.
At least he returned your watch.
Yes, Robert. In fact, he was so nice. Here,
What's this, Aunt Martha?
give him back his wallet.
That's my Aunt Martha.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Caribbean.
a vacationer's paradise. And yet this region was once a stronghold for outcasts, thieves, and murderers. A savage race that vanished hundreds of years ago. But what if there were survivors? And what if they kept their existence a secret from the outside world? What if someone found out? The island, where civilization as we know it has taken a bizarre turn.
Who are you? I mean, all of you. Are you some kind of religious cult?
If I'd wanted to hit you, I could have hit you.
How dare you speak to your father like that?
You're not my father.
Stop this make-believe. Fire! Pirates? I know it sounds crazy, but you better believe me.
All those who have discovered the island have never been seen again. The Island, the super thriller from the author of Jaws and The Deep.
Find the mainland man. Cut his throat.
Mayday! Mayday! You guys wouldn't believe what happened!
Now, the most terrifying thing in the water is the island.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to juvenile detail. A series of housebreakings has taken place in your city. The articles taken and the method of operation indicate a juvenile thief. Your job, find him.
It was Tuesday, July 6th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of juvenile detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Powers. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 10:36 a.m. when we got to the old Central Jail building. Crime lab.
Ray? Back here, Joe. Going back. Finishing up. Hi, Ray. Frank, how's it going? It's hot. It's going to hit the 90s. Mm-hmm. Probably will, too. Any water around? Bottle over there in the corner. Help yourself. Thanks. How about you, Joe?
No, thanks. You got anything for us, Ray?
About the same as usual. Take a look. Same entrance. Cut the screen on one of the back windows, broke the glass, and climbed in.
Any prints?
None we could find. Here's a picture of the edge of the screen. Here. You can see the cut edges.
You got anything from it?
Not much. The figure was done with a knife. If you come up with that, we might be able to tell you if you got the right one.
Mm-hmm.
What about the physical evidence in the house, Ray? No, not much. We've got a couple of partials. Lifted them from the glass top on the dresser. Here. These pictures. Yeah, you can see here, not much to go on.
Match up with the prints from the other jobs?
A couple of points, and not enough to build a case on. Only thing you got that definitely ties this one in with the others is the footprint. Another one? Mm-hmm. Found it in the soft earth underneath the window. And that print, will you, Frank? Oh, yeah. Yeah, here you go. Thanks. Here. There, you can see it clearly. The heel mark. Same as in the others.
You get a cast of it?
Mm-hmm. You want to see it?
No. No reason if you've looked it over.
You got the same thing on the picture.
Yeah. Anything else?
You've had it.
Well.
You got a cigarette? Ran out. I haven't had a chance to get some more. Here. Here. Thanks. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
You been able to chase down the rubber heel for us? No luck. We contacted half a dozen firms. They all tell us the same things, made special. Probably some small factory that specializes in custom-made shoes. Might be some sort of correcting shoe. You know, orthopedic. Oh, yeah. You've had it for a couple of weeks now. Where do you sit on it?
All right, well, we found it. We've talked to about every repairman in town. None of them have seen this kind of a heel before. None of them can tell us where it was made. Mm-hmm. Checked with the doctors in the area. None of them know the brand. Figured it might be one of them who sent for it.
Nothing on it, though.
No, it's a new one to them, too.
Yeah. This is more I could give you, fella.
Well, that's all right, Ray. It seems no matter which way we turn, there's another wall waiting for us.
How about burglary? Anything come in from them?
Well, they're checking it all down. They got the same thing we came up with.
Anything turn up on the stolen merchandise?
No. Burglary's made all the checks. Pawn shops have been alerted. Stuff's all cheap costume jewelry. No reason to try and hock it. They wouldn't get anything for it.
Brings you back to a motive. Why'd you pull in the jobs in the first place?
Well, Ray, we'll file that with where the heels are made. Not the only thing we can figure is that some kid out for kicks gets his laugh from breaking into houses. There's no other reason. Stuff he's stolen you can buy by the carload in any dime store.
A couple of times he's left money alone when it's in plain sight to steal some cheap pin.
Looks like you got yourself a wild one.
Yeah. Well, what can you tell us about the footprints, eh?
Not much. It was found under the window. Kid wasn't moving when they were made. Can't figure his stride.
What about weight?
Only a guess, Joe.
Yeah.
I'd say it came in about 140. Could be 15 pounds one way or the other.
What about the size?
7. Looks like 7 feet.
Mm-hmm. You sure about that?
Well, pretty sure.
Not much, is it?
Best we can do.
Okay.
Last place, the woman was real sore.
Don't blame her.
Not about the costume jewelry. She didn't much care about that. The prize gladiola she was raising. Kid tramped all over him. Real sore that he stepped on.
Don't blame her.
Says when she catches him, she's going to give him a good talking to. Tramping up all her clients.
Well, we'll see you, Ray.
Yeah. You haven't got much to go on, have you?
You called it. Frank and I went back to the office, and we pulled all of the reports that we had on the theft. We spent the rest of the morning going over them. The method of operation was apparent. Each Friday night for the past 2 months, between the hours of 8:30 and 11 p.m., a single thief had entered a home in a wealthy section of town and stolen as much worthless costume jewelry as he could carry out. On each occasion, the entry was made through a rear window. In those cases where the window was locked, the thief broke the glass and undid the latch. On each occasion, he left at least one footprint in the dirt around the house. The heel impression was of a type that we hadn't been able to identify. We'd gotten pictures of it out to all major shoe manufacturers, but they were unable to tell us where the shoes had been made. We'd canvassed the area where the thefts were taking place without result. Rolling stakeouts were set up on Friday nights, and they'd netted us nothing. The thief approached the home, broke into them, stole what he wanted, and then he left without being apprehended or seen. Throughout the investigation, Frank and I had been working closely with Burglary Division, but their men hadn't been able to come up with any more than we had. At 1:15 p.m., Frank and I left the office, we got something to eat, and then we started to check the playgrounds again. At each one, we'd contact a member of the park department and ask them if they'd seen anyone wearing a pair of shoes similar to the pictures that we had. Every place we got the same answer. None of them had. We stopped groups of boys on the street and asked to see their shoes. We checked malt shops, drugstores, pool halls, and bowling alleys without any result. The same operation had been going on for the past 2 weeks without bettering our chances of apprehending the suspect. 5:30 p.m., Frank and I left one of the larger bowling alleys in town and headed back to the office.
Boy, I'll sure be glad to get home tonight.
Yeah.
Hot.
Sure was.
Yeah, must have gone over 90.
Yeah.
Must have. Paper said 90, but it was hotter, I can always tell.
How can you always tell?
My feet, Joe. Always tell with my feet. Cold day, I can walk for a couple of miles, not have any trouble. Come the hot weather, and if I step off a curb, I got misery.
Yeah.
I think I'll get me another pair of shoes. Kind with the holes in them.
What?
Kind with the holes in them. You know what I mean. You see them all the time in the men's magazines, kind of cloth on the top. You know, real thin leather on the sole and cloth over the top, a lot of little holes in it. They're cool.
Mm-hmm.
See them all the time in the magazines, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see them all the time.
You know, it's got a picture of a guy wearing them with a tan suit on. Always got on the same suit, and he's got a straw hat with one of those bands made out of feathers, you know, like a kind of snake kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Guy's always in a tan suit and a hat. Well, maybe you got to have one of those before you can buy the shoes, you figure?
One of those suits?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're not talking much today.
Haven't got room to get in. You're doing it all.
Oh, hi, that's pretty funny. It's hot.
Must have been over 90.
I was just about to say it.
Slow
Must
down,
have been over 90.
Slow down there.
Yeah?
Take it easy. See that kid up there?
No.
Up there. Just coming out of the drugstore in the corner, waiting for the light there.
Oh, yeah. Tennis player, huh?
Well, he's wearing a pair of canvas shoes, looks like, from here.
Yeah. Want to check him?
You might as well. That's good here.
All right.
You want to wait?
No, I'll come with you.
Hey, fella, hold it up.
What?
Wait a minute.
You mean me?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you want?
Police officer, son. We'd like to ask a couple questions.
What for? I haven't done anything.
No, we didn't say you did. We just want to ask a couple questions.
Oh, I thought there for a minute you were after me.
My partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
Hi.
Oh, I'm Alec McCarran. What do you want to ask?
You been playing tennis?
No, just practicing. I go down to the handball courts at school and practice. Couldn't get a game this afternoon. Why?
Let's take a look at your shoes, will you?
What?
Your shoes there that you're wearing. We want to see them.
What is this, a joke?
No.
Well, sure sounds like a rib. You guys sure you're really cops?
Well, here's the ID again. You want to look? Now let us look at your shoes, will you?
Okay, no reason not to. There.
The soles we want to see.
You sure this isn't some kind of joke?
Look, son, it's no joke.
Come on, Alec. Let's see the soles.
Sure, there. Well, you satisfied now?
Yeah.
Okay for me to go now?
Straight on.
Why, say, what is this anyway? Oh, it's stopping me in the shoe thing. You looking for something special?
Not anymore. We just found it. Frank and I took the boy back to Georgia Street and checked his name through R&I. We found that there was no previous arrest record for him. 7:15 p.m. We took him into one of the interrogation rooms.
Your full name's Alec McCarran, is that right?
Yeah.
How old are you?
16.
Where do you live?
4782 Fargo Street.
Where's that, son?
Up above Silver Lake.
Mm-hmm.
You live with your family?
Yeah.
Mother and father both living?
Yeah. When are you going to tell me what this is all about?
Got a job, son?
Not now. I got one coming up.
Doing what?
Box boy in a market. Supposed to go to work next week. The kid they got now is going in the Army. They promised me his job.
You go to school?
Yeah, I'm a senior in high school. Look, it's getting late. My dad's going to start to worry. Is it okay if I call him?
We'll call him for you in a minute.
Thanks. What do I tell him when he wants to know what's happening?
We'll talk to him.
Okay.
What do you usually do nights?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, evening hours. What do you do?
I stay home mostly. Got to get my grades up for college. I usually study.
During summer vacations?
My dad helps me. I got to make up a couple of credits.
Thought you had to go to summer school for that.
I guess I'll get out of school late.
You study every night?
Just about, yeah.
But not everyone, huh?
No, I go out sometimes.
When?
Mostly the weekends, Friday.
What do you do when you go out? And where do you go?
Shows sometimes.
Anywhere else?
Bowling. Sometimes just down to the library to get a book. Mostly to the show.
Do you go with anybody?
No.
Where'd you get those tennis shoes?
My dad got them for me.
Where?
Place back east. I had them a long time.
You know the name of the place?
Not right off. Some place in Maine, I think.
Mm-hmm. You know anybody else who's got a pair like them?
I've never seen any others. I told you my father got them for me. Used to wear them when he was a kid. Sent back to Maine for them.
Mm-hmm.
You guys won't tell me what this is all about, huh?
Yeah, we will. There've been a string of burglaries in town, housebreaking. The person that's been pulling them wears a pair of shoes just like yours.
Like mine?
That's right.
You think I'm the one?
Well, it looks like it, doesn't it?
I better call my father.
All right, we'll call him for you.
Isn't the only pair of shoes in the world, you know.
Only ones we've been able to find, son.
There must be a lot more.
Well, we're willing to see them. Hello, this is Sergeant Friday, Los Angeles Police Department. Who am I speaking to, please? Yes, sir. Your son's here. Suspicion of burglary. That's right. Well, that may be so, Mr. McCarran, but that's the charge. Yes, sir. No. We'll bring him to his home. Sure you can. Just a minute. He wants to talk to you, son.
Hello, Dad? Yeah. Uh-huh. At the police station. No, it's no joke. What? Well, I'll tell you when I see you. Yeah, bye.
All right, Alex. Get your sweater.
You taking me home now?
That's right.
Guess Dad set you straight, huh? Told you it was all a mistake?
No, I'm afraid he didn't.
What do you mean? Didn't he tell you this whole thing is wrong?
Well, he tried to, yeah, that's right.
Well, then you're going to have to let me go.
No, afraid not.
But you have to if it's a mistake.
Yeah, if it's a mistake. Frank and I left the office with the boy, and we drove out to his home. It was a large two-story colonial house overlooking Silver Lake. We were admitted to the place by a maid, and we were shown into the living room. The boy's father, Henry McCarran, was waiting for us.
You're the officer?
Yes, sir, that's right. My partner, Frank Smith. My name's Friday.
How do you do? You want to tell me what this is all about now?
Well, it looks like your son's mixed up in some burglaries, Mr. McCarran.
You're aware that's a pretty serious charge?
Yes, sir, that's right.
I suppose you have some kind of proof to make that statement?
We think so.
Mind telling me what it is?
Well, while we were talking, would it be all right to look at the boy's room?
You think that's quite fair?
Necessary, Mr. McCarran.
What if I say you can't?
Well, then we'll have to come back with a warrant.
All right, this way. What do you got to say about this, Alec?
I didn't do it, Dad.
That's the truth?
Yes, sir.
Good enough for me. Through here. This is it. Go ahead.
Frank?
Yeah. Now, then, suppose you tell me what this is all about.
The shoes that your boy is wearing there, you got them for him?
That's right. Had them made to order.
Where?
Place back east in Maine.
You know if anyone else has a pair of them?
No, as far as I know, that's the only pair on the coast. Good tennis shoes. I used to wear them when I played.
Uh-huh.
What do they have to do with this?
Well, on each one of the thefts, we found a print from a shoe like that outside the window.
Well, that doesn't mean that Alec was in them at the time.
How about it, Alec? You let anybody else use the shoes?
No.
Well, there's your answer.
Still doesn't come down to proof.
What night did your boy spend out of the house, Mr. McCarran?
I don't know. I guess he's gone on Friday most of the time.
You know where he goes?
Show, library. I don't keep a chain on him, Sergeant. I have complete trust in Alec.
Burglaries have been taking place on Friday nights.
Still entirely circumstantial.
Yes, sir, but it fits, doesn't it?
What's he supposed to have stolen?
Costume jewelry.
You mean 5 and dime stuff?
Yes, sir.
All right, there you are. You tell me why.
Sir?
Why'd Alex steal that? Now, look around, Sergeant. I just spent $1,500 on this room. Had it all redone. Alex got just about everything he wants. He gets a good allowance. If he needs any more money, he only has to come to me. There's no reason for him to steal.
Yes, sir. This is a nice room and all. What you say may be true, but the fact stays the thefts are taking place.
Well, all right, then I'll put it on the line. I've got faith in my son. He's had all the things a boy could want, a good family, good home, all the things that count. Maybe there is a thief, but it isn't my son. I know that.
You got an explanation for the shoes for the Friday night?
No, I'll find one.
Maybe you can try for this, too, Mr. McCarran.
What?
Found these in the boy's closet.
Hmm?
Box of cheap costume jewelry.
With the finding of the jewelry in Alec McCarran's room, the circumstantial case against him seemed to solidify. Although he denied any knowledge of the pieces, he was taken down to Georgia Street Juvenile and booked on suspicion of violation of Section 459 PC, delinquent. His father retained a lawyer immediately. The next day, the jewelry found at his home was shown to the victims, and they gave us a positive identification on each one of the pieces. A petition was filed, and the facts were presented to the juvenile court. Detention was requested. On Thursday, July 8th, Frank and I got back from the second floor after talking to the McCarran boy. He still admitted nothing about the burglaries.
I don't know. Maybe I'm starting to believe the kid.
He sure makes you wonder, doesn't he?
Sergeant Friday?
Yes, sir. How are you, Mr. McCarran?
Fine, thank you. I've got it, Sergeant. I got it right here.
Sir?
The way to show you that my son had no part in these burglaries.
All right, sir, go ahead.
Now, you say that all the thefts have taken place on Friday night, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And your big piece of evidence is the heels on his shoes, right?
Well, that's part of it, yes, sir.
All right, then you can just turn them loose.
I beg pardon?
I remembered it last night. I couldn't get to sleep and got to thinking. I remembered.
All right, go ahead.
Alec's shoes get a lot of use. He plays a lot of tennis, wears his shoes all the time.
Yes, sir.
The soles and heels wore out. We had to send them back east and have them resold. Sent them back on May 5th. Didn't get them until May 19th. Now, there's 2 Fridays in there, Sergeant. If the shoes were gone, Alec couldn't have done the burglaries.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, I hope now that you'll admit that you've made a mistake.
Well, if we have, Mr. McCarran, we'll sure tell you.
Well, you can take my word for it. Alec had no part in any of this. He's a good boy. He's honest. He's smart. If he was going to steal anything, if it really came to that, he wouldn't risk his neck for a few cheap beads.
Doesn't seem so, does it?
Here you are, Joe.
All right.
Well, what about it? What'd you find out?
Just a minute, sir.
Well, you're going to release my son now?
No, sir.
Well, the shoes were out of state then. He couldn't have committed the thefts.
Mm-hmm.
Month of May, 2 Fridays in that month.
Yes, sir, that's right. No burglaries on either one of them.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Seemed like every attempt the father made to prove the innocence of Alec McCarran only turned up another piece of evidence against him. The date for his hearing in juvenile court was set, and Frank and I talked with Mr. Bowman of the probation department on the preparation of the case. From the evidence, it appeared that the boy would be found guilty. We questioned and re-questioned him. We went over every facet of his story, but he still stuck to it. At no time did he change any part of it. Saturday, July 10th, Frank and I checked into the office.
Boy, it's going to be another scorching.
Yeah, probably over 90 again, huh?
Yeah, over 90. More than that, Joe. I'm going over to Broadway at noon today and picked up a pair of those shoes I was telling you about.
Mm-hmm, with the tan suit.
Ones with the holes in them. Not to suit the shoes, you know. Finally decided last night I need them more than a new spinning reel. I'm going to get them.
Well, that's good.
Anything for us?
Yeah. Looks like we might be wrong about that McCarran boy.
What do you mean?
Another housebreaking last night. Footprints all over the place.
Yeah?
All of them with the same heel print. We left the office. We went over to the crime lab. Ray Pinker showed us photographs that had been made at the scene. The marks were identical with those we'd found before. The size of the shoe, the way they were worn, everything matched. The information blew the case against Alec McCarran sky high, and both Frank and I felt a little relieved. The probation department was informed what had happened, and the boy was released immediately. Frank and I drove him to his home, where he was reunited with his family. We obtained the name and address of the shoe company who had made the tennis shoes, and the radiogram was sent to the police department in that city requesting all information on similar shipments to the Los Angeles area. We got the answer the next morning. Only one other pair had been sent to the Southland. Those had been sent to a Mr. Homer Ellsworth, care of General Delivery, Ventura, California. We checked the name through records and identification, but we were unable to come up with a record for him. The name was sent to George Brereton, CII, Sacramento. At 11:15, Frank and I drove up to the beach city. We talked to the postmaster and several of the clerks. They told us that several pieces of mail had been delivered to Ellsworth. Although none of the people could tell us where the man lived, they were able to give us a good description of him. They went on to say that they'd gathered from conversations that he resided someplace in Los Angeles. We left word with them that the local police department be called in the event the man returned, and then Frank and I drove back to the city. We checked the name again, this time with a description. No mate. One of the outstanding things in the way the man was described was that the little finger from his left hand was missing. This was checked through the oddity file without result. The additional information was forwarded to Brereton. We checked with burglary detail, but they had nothing on the suspect. 8:40 p.m. We drove out to the McCarran house and talked again to his family.
I knew it all the time.
Yes, sir?
Got a boy like Alec after 16 years, you know pretty much what he will, what he won't do.
Yes, sir. A couple things we'd like to go over with you.
Sure, anything you want. Just let me know.
All right.
Caught the person who was really responsible for this?
That's what we want to talk to you about.
That's fine. Go right ahead.
Now, the description we've got of the man is that he's about 50, around 5'8", 150 pounds, dark hair, gray at the temples, wears glasses, has a mustache. Got a finger missing from the left hand.
Mm-hmm. What's his name?
Well, that we don't know, sir. That's why we're asking you.
No name at all.
Well, he's used Homer Ellsworth. We don't think that's his true name.
It isn't.
Sir?
Name's not Ellsworth. It's Fallon. Homer Fallon.
You know him?
Sure. He worked for me for 10 years. Sort of a handyman. Does odd jobs around the house.
You know where we can reach him?
Not sure about that.
What do you mean?
He quit yesterday morning.
We got Fallon's address. We left for the place right away. It was a small house in the South Hollywood area. The front yard was overgrown, and several of the pickets from the fence were missing. It was a 1938 Chevrolet truck parked in the driveway. Frank and I left our unit and walked up to the front door.
Watch your step, Joe.
What?
Ward lives there.
Oh, yeah, I see.
I think you'd have a light out here, wouldn't you?
I get it.
Don't hear anything.
Well, he must be here. Would have taken the truck, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Homer Fallon?
Who are you?
Police officers who want to talk to you.
Come on in. Sit down. Just fixing a little dinner.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Spaghetti. Want some?
No, sir.
Pretty good. That kind that's all cooked. Just drop it in the water and heat up the sauce. Pretty good. Sure you don't want none?
No, thank you.
Mm-hmm. How about you?
No, sir.
Well, wait a minute. I'll turn down the fire and we can talk.
All right, sir.
You gotta watch it pretty close. Gets too cooked and you gotta eat it with a spoon. Not good that way.
No, sir.
Oh, you've had it, have you?
You want to come in here, sir?
Yeah, I'll be right with you. Open up the sauce and I'll be right there.
Maybe better come in now.
What?
Come on in. Sit down.
Go ahead. Sit down.
You haven't got no right to tell me what to do in my own house. No right at all.
Frank, better check the place, huh?
Yeah.
Here, you got no right to go through my things.
We can come back with a warrant if that'd be easier
And
for
you
you.
go ahead and do it. You got no right.
There's something you don't want me to find?
No. I got nothing to hide.
Then you won't mind, will you?
I will, too. You guys come in here while I'm having dinner, causing a lot of trouble. You got no right to do this. I'm an old man. I can't take a lot of excitement.
And why don't you save us all a lot of time?
What?
You know why we're here. You know what we want.
I do?
Sure you do.
Why don't you tell us?
Big thing over nothing. That's all it is.
You tell us about it, will you?
All the stuff put together wasn't worth $1.50. None of it. Not even $1.50.
Well, then why'd you do it?
Wanted to get the kid in trouble. All his life, he's had what he wanted. All his life. Different from me.
Mm-hmm.
I never had nothing.
You put the things we found in his room, did you?
Yeah. I knew you'd get to him. Wanted to sew it up. Make it look good. I put him there.
Mm-hmm. And why'd you do the burglary last night?
Well, I got to feeling sorry for the kid sitting in jail.
You ever been arrested, Fallon?
Well, a long time ago.
Where?
Back east. Vag charge. I was just a kid, working my way out here.
Mm-hmm.
Took me off a freight. I sat in a can overnight, and then they let me go.
give me a floater out of town.
Mm-hmm.
I got sorry for the kid. Figured if there was another stealing while he was in jail, you'd let him go.
All right. Get your coat, will you?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Closet there.
Wait there, I'll get it.
The only one in there.
I got it. Here you go.
Thanks. You know, I was sorry right after. I didn't want to hurt the kid. He's really not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't want to cause him no trouble.
You did pretty good, didn't you?
Suppose so. Well, want to go?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot the spaghetti. Got to turn it off.
Right.
I guess it doesn't make any difference anyway.
What was that, sir?
Don't make any difference about you taking me to jail.
Is that right?
Yeah, I cooked the spaghetti too long.
Homer Lindsay Fallon was tried and convicted of burglary in the first degree, 6 counts, and received punishment as prescribed by law. Burglary in the first degree is punishable by imprisonment for a period of not less than 5 years in the state penitentiary.
Dragnet is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
I figure the loot on this deal at $2 million. There should be that much in the track offices. Money. You got a great big dollar sign there where most women have a heart. So play it smart. Stay in character and you'll have money. Plenty of it. George will have it. He'll blow it all on you.
Johnny, I'm no good for anybody else. I'm not pretty and I'm not very smart, so please don't leave me alone anymore.
So what makes you think or know that you're going to have several $100,000?
Because I do. I just can't talk about it, that's all.
Not even to me, your little share.
I shouldn't have even mentioned I was going to have it. It's not that I mind. I know I can trust you. But if these other guys
The
ever...
other guys?
I can't talk about it, Cherry.
You've been talking. Now you spilled to her.
I didn't, honest. What, do you think I'm crazy? I wouldn't...
Jerk, you clown. Come on, clown. Sing us a chorus from Pagliacci.
Where's the jerk? Where's George?
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
It's Wednesday night, so we take you now to Duffy's Tavern with our guest tonight, Mr. John J. Anthony and Mrs. Nussbaum of Allen's Alley, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Bristol Myers, makers of Ipana toothpaste and Truchet, the beforehand lotion. Two products it will pay you to remember. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Truchet for softer, lovelier hands. Ipana, Truchet.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, Duffy, did you hear me on the Fred Allen show Sunday? You did, huh? What'd you think of me performance? To high heaven, huh? Look, Duffy, with you, nothing is entertainment unless you can blow the suds off of it. By the way, I invited Mrs. Nussbaum to come down. Mrs. Nussbaum, the dame that says no? What does it mean? It's Esperanto for was machst du? Yeah. And you know who else is coming? John J. Anthony from the radio. You know, Mr. Anthony, the expert on maritime relations. Yeah, he's the guy that tells husbands and wives how their marriage can be a success. Bluebeard had the best method, huh? Duffy, you're a little too skeptical. I'll call you back. Hey, Eddie.
What is it, Mr. Archie?
Did you hear me on the Fred Allen show Sunday?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, did you think I was funny?
Yeah, funny? You know, when you told your first joke, I just rolled on the floor.
Yeah, the first joke. What about the rest of them?
I didn't hear them. See, by the time I stopped rolling, I found myself sitting in the movie.
Well, you missed something, Eddie. I was really sensational.
You was, huh?
Yeah.
See, I forgot to tell you. Just as you come on the air, a girl from that Hooper rating called up and said they was making a special survey.
Is that so? A special survey just for me, huh?
Yeah. They wanted to know what program I was switching to.
Cut it out, Eddie. But what a racket that radio is, huh? Why can't I get a job like that Fred Allen instead of working in a crummy dump like this?
Well, why don't you give your problem to Mr. Anthony when he gets you?
Him? With them nasal nostrils of his, he'd like to be Fred Allen himself. What do I need him for? Believe me, I have given just as much good advice as he has, Eddie.
Enumerate?
Well, like to me friends Harry and Ethel, or as Mr. Anthony calls them, H and E, you know. From the day they got married, they argued and fought like cats and dogs, but thanks to the advice that I gave them, today they're both very happy.
What happened?
They're divorced. And then there's the case of George and Sylvia, G and C. Two people very much in love. But there was just one thing, you see. Harry says that they couldn't get married unless Ethel stopped running around with this other guy. Who fixed it up for them? Me.
How'd you do that?
I stopped running around with Ethel. However, Eddie, I find that in most of these cases, it's the woman that's at fault.
Just a minute, Archie. You can't talk that way about us women.
Us women? What do they do, make you an honorary member of the sex?
Women are at fault. Look at poor Vera Fogarty. What happened to her shouldn't happen to a dog.
But it did. But how did it happen this time?
Well, the fella is about to get married to her, see? So the preacher says, if anyone knows why these two should not be married, let him now speak.
So what happened?
So the fella's wife has to go and open up a big mouth.
Well, some wives is just narrow-minded that way. But look, Miss Duffy, save Vera's troubles until Mr. Anthony gets here, will you?
Oh, she's been on Mr. Anthony's program, but she could hardly talk.
Why?
Oh, she kept crying and crying.
All broken up, huh?
No, she was just so happy to be on the radio. Well, anyway, she told Mr. Anthony her problem, and he said, I would like to see you after the program is over, my dear. Well, she's thrilled.
What happened then?
Nothing. All he did was give her a lot of good advice.
Well, look, Miss Duffy, why don't you stop running around with that dumb Vera? You know, a person is judged by the company he keeps.
What?
Hiya, Judge. Hiya, Finnegan.
Say, I'd like to talk to Mr. Anthony.
Wouldn't Ripley be better? About what?
About my mother and father. Last night, me old man comes home at 5 this morning.
Yeah?
And me mother is waiting up for him with a baseball bat.
Oh. Any hits?
Yeah. She drove in 4 stitches. And after watching them belting each other around, I think I should never get married. Especially to a dame.
Well, I don't know. Marriage ain't so bad, Finnegan. It happens in the best of families.
Oh, yeah? Oh, me father married me mother, and what did they get out of it?
I think you're just being self-conscious. You should try marriage sometime.
I couldn't even remember which finger the ring goes on.
Well, it's simple. It's worn on the 3rd finger from the left, which, incidentally, in your case, is also the 4th finger from the right. Look, wouldn't you like to have a wife, Finnegan?
Well, maybe if I could marry Betty Grable.
Yeah, but what about Harry James?
I'm afraid not. He ain't my type.
Look, marriage is nothing to joke about, Finnegan. You're making fun of a very sad subject. Don't forget, marriage goes back a long way, back to the Dark Ages, which should be a hop, skip, and a jump for you. Them was the days when if a caveman wanted a wife, he just went out and hit some dame over the head with his club. This was the first form of woman suffrage.
Well, I'll accept that.
Good.
You know, marriage was better in them days, Arch. You didn't have to buy a dame a lot of clothes.
Oh, them guys had their problems too, Finnegan. Even them cave maidens used to say, "Darling, I simply haven't a thing to wear. You'll have to go out and buy me a new leaf." So the husband would have to say, "Another new leaf? Woman, do you think them leaves grow on trees?" Yes, Finnegan, it was ever twas.
Well, Arch, you made me see marriage in a new light. I think I'll toss you a coin. There it is. Heads. Well, looks like I stick to bubble gum.
What was tails?
Tootsie Rolls.
Finnegan, maybe on second thought you shouldn't get married.
Why not?
It'd be tempting heredity.
Friends, listen. Here is something you should know. Here are some facts that may help you.
Dentists prefer Ipana toothpaste 2-to-1 over any other dentifrice for their own personal use.
Yes, friends, those are the facts found in a recent national survey. So why don't you two discover just what makes Ipana toothpaste so good for your teeth? See how Ipana can help your teeth, help your smile to a brightness and loveliness you never thought possible. You see, Ipana is designed not only to clean your teeth, but with gentle massage to aid in the health of your gums. And firm, healthy gums are so important to sound, brighter teeth, to that more sparkling smile. Ask your dentist, for that national survey showed that 7 out of 10 dentists recommend gum massage. So try Ipana and see the difference Ipana can make to your teeth. Ipana, for your smile of beauty.
Hey, Eddie.
What is it, Mr.
Mr. Anthony didn't get here yet, huh?
No, sir.
I wonder what's keeping him.
I don't know. But maybe he's having a fight with his wife.
Don't be silly, Eddie. A guy like Mr. Anthony don't fight with his wife.
Want to bet?
Well, Mr. Anthony. Well, sir, I'm sure glad you could drop down.
Thank you, Archie. Well, so this is Duffy's Tavern.
Yep. What do you think of the joint?
Well, how shall I say it?
Well, how would you say it if you was on the air?
On the air, they wouldn't let me say it.
Hey, hey, that's pretty good. And from listening to you, I thought you was one of them stuffed shirt professor types.
Really?
Yeah, but you look like any of the other characters that come in here.
Well, Archie, I thought you were going to be a tall, skinny jerk with big ears.
Really?
Yes?
Well, now that we've crossed the ice, tell me, have you solved any good problems lately?
No, not lately, Charlie.
How come?
Well,
call me Arch, why don't you? Let's be friendly.
Well, people don't seem to have too many problems these days. They're busy working, making money, having a good time, and...
Well, cheer up. Maybe things will get tougher. You know what the Bluebird said about Maeterlinck.
Oh, say, Archie.
Huh? Oh, what is it, Miss Duffy?
How about introducing me to Mr. Anthony?
Well, okay, but it's a miserable way to treat a guest. John, this is Miss Duffy. She lives alone and looks it. Miss Duffy, this is Mr. Anthony.
How do you do?
Likewise, I'm sure. Say, I got a problem.
And I suppose your problem is men?
Is there any other kind?
Look, will you please state your problem and blow?
Well, look, Mr. Anthony, I've been going with a fella named Breckenbridge Hartenfelder.
Well, that is a problem.
Yeah. So anyway, I say I've been going steady with him for 2 years.
Yes?
After 2 years, he went out the other day and married another girl.
Well, what's the problem?
Do you think he was just trying to make me jealous?
Miss Duffy, my advice to you is to forget about this man.
But he's so good-looking.
Doesn't matter.
But he's very rich.
That's unimportant.
I said he's very rich.
And I said that's unimportant.
Some advice.
Miss Archie.
What is it, Eddie?
That lady over there, she says she'd like to talk to you.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Anthony. I wonder who it could be.
No?
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum.
You was expecting maybe the King Cohen trio. Say, is this a tough place?
What do you mean?
As I'm walking past the free lunch counter, is making a fist to pig's knuckles.
Yeah, I guess the rigor mortis must have set in again. What can I do for you, Mrs. Nussbaum?
I am looking for my husband, Pierre. He is leaving mine bed and board.
Oh, he walked out on you, huh?
Like he was Ambassador Mazeltov.
Well, that's strange. I thought you and Pierre was very happy.
In the first connubial days, yes. Then Pierre is making himself a Don Juan, a regular Casablanca. Oh, Archie, from my slipper he is drinking seltzer water. Every day he is sending me 1 dozen Mrs. Miniver roses.
And you?
I am working on Pierre the while. Handkerchiefs I am dropping. Eyelashes I am fluttering. And from the atomizer I am squirting on myself Prince Machiavelli.
Well, tell me, when did you first notice the change in Pierre?
It was like this. One night we're going to the movies. It is crowded, so Pierre and me, we are taking separate seats. Pierre is in one row, I am in the next. All through the picture, Pierre is turning around to the seats in back for necking and kissing.
Well, that sounds sweet. What's wrong with that?
I am sitting in front from Pierre.
Oh, well, I don't blame you then. So you're through with Pierre and men, huh?
Pierre, yes. Men I am giving another chance. But this time should be romance. A knight in shining armor.
Pierre wasn't the type, huh?
By Pierre is shining only the pants. Now I am looking for my dream man. A Sir Lancelot. A Prince Charming who will carry me away to his castle.
Say, Art.
It's him, my Prince Charming. the introduction, please. It should be proper.
Oh, by all means. Clifton Finnegan, shake hands with Pansy Nussbaum.
Sure, I'm sure.
Such manners. Such a doll. A gentleman from the world.
Tell me, haven't we met someplace before?
Monte Carlo?
No.
Palm Beach?
No.
Grossinger?
No. Try Atlantic City.
Atlantic City?
No.
Look, Finnegan, leave me tell you something about this thing.
Later, later.
Finnegan, she wants to marry you.
Well, okay. What? You mean...
Exactly. The dame is out to groom you.
Mr. Finnegan.
Please,
words I am not bothering to miss.
Now, please.
Come to me, darling.
Now, take it easy. Hey, Arch, help me. Don't just stand there. Say something.
Well, what do you want me to say? Sounds logical. Now, look, Mrs. Nussbaum, you can't marry Finnegan. He has already been spoken for.
Aha. And who is mine rival?
The Smithsonian Institute.
Archie, by me, this is no competition. I am still making Finnegan Pierre Nussbaum II.
Now, wait a minute, Archie. You've got to get me out of this.
Okay, Finnegan, I'll take up the problem with Mr. Anthony.
Mr. Seymour.
Yes? Oh, yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?
Well, I have a problem.
Oh, then you want Mr. Anthony.
No, I want you. You're the expert on hand care, aren't you?
Well,
Well, I heard you mention something about Trouchet at the beginning of this program, and I need something to stop my hands from becoming so rough and dry.
Then I'm your man. And Trouchet is the hand lotion to use. Look, I'll bet one reason your hands won't stay soft and lovely is because you have to do dishes and light laundry and all those little soap and water jobs, right?
Right.
Okay, so what you need is a hand lotion that will guard your hands. Guard them even while they're in hot soapy water.
You mean Trouchet will guard my hands even while they're in dishwater?
It sure will. You see, Trouchet is the beforehand lotion. You put it on before you get to work, before you do your dishes. So Trouchet can guard your hands from the rough drying effects of hot soapy water.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. But how about after I get finished with my work, or when my hands get chapped from cold weather? Can I use Trouchet then?
Of course you can. You can use creamy, fragrant Trouchet as you use any hand lotion. But with Trouchet, you get a plus. Something none of those ordinary hand lotions give you. Beforehand protection when you need it most. So, friends, why don't you all try this new way of helping to keep your hands soft and lovely? Why don't you begin today to use Trouchet? Trushay.
Now, look, Mr. Anthony, Finnegan is trying to get away from Mrs. Nussbaum, so please advise her to go back to her husband, will you?
Okay, Archie, you can count on me.
Good. But first we'll have to have a couple of test cases to warm you up.
All right. What's the first case?
The case of the lovesick waiter. Take it, Eddie.
Now, will you state your problem, young man?
Well, I'm in love with a gal named Sonia Jones.
Yes?
But a gal named Sonia Jones ain't in love with me.
Well, I wouldn't worry about that, young man. The main thing in life is love.
What a mind. What a mind. How does a guy think of them answers? Why, you're terrific, Mr. Anthony.
Thank you, Archie. Eddie, have you talked with this young lady recently?
No.
Why don't you call her on the phone and talk to her, and then let me be the judge as to whether or not she loves you?
Okay, that's good. Hello? Is this my little honey bun? Oh, excuse me, bud. Now, I want to talk to Sonia. Hello, Sonia? Yeah, this is Dreamboat. No, not Charlie. No, not Frankie. No, not Sam. No, not Joe. It's Eddie. No. No. Eddie Green. Huh? No, little Eddie Green. How you feel, Sonia? You got a cold, huh? What you taking first? Hot lemonade? Yeah, I can hear the ice tinkling in the glass. Say, Sonia, who was that answered the phone before? Your mother? Yeah, she got a kind of a deep voice for your mother, ain't she? Oh, she got a cold, too, huh? Yeah, well, take care of yourself, honey. I'll be seeing you. Oh, Sonia, don't drink too many of them hot lemonades. You know how them bonded lemons affect you. Goodbye.
Well, you do have a problem, young man. But I've seen cases like this before. They always seem to work out somehow. I'm sure one of these days you'll find yourself married to this Sonia.
Well, I would like to marry Sonia, but I sure hate to have that guy for a mother-in-law.
And that takes care of the case of the lovesick waiter.
What is the next case, Archie?
The next case is Miss Duffy. A problem within a problem. What's your trouble this time, Miss Duffy?
Well, it's like this. Every time I meet a man with brains, he doesn't have enough money to get married. And when I meet one with money, he's got too much brains to get married. What should I do, Mr. Anthony?
Now, my child, the answer to your problem is simple. Have courage. Have patience. The right one is going to come along. Surely somewhere in this world there must be a man with no money and no brains.
Now, the next case, the case of Mrs. Pierre N.
Mrs. N., your problem, please.
Well, Mr. A, for 7 years... For 7 years, like through a looking glass, I'm waiting for my husband, Pierre. Every spring, I'm hoping he is coming back to me, like a swallow from Capistrami.
Precisely. Why did your husband leave you?
Who knows? Why did Anthony leave Cleopatra?
Madam, please, here I ask the question.
Okay, so ask me a question. What's your problem?
Madam, I'm merely trying to help you.
You're a good man, Mr. Anthony. This is my problem. Today I'm finding my dream prince, Clifton Finnegan. A find.
Well, Mrs. N., love sometimes strikes in the most unusual places. I think I'd like to speak to this Mr. Finnegan.
I have the hideous corpus right here, Mr. Anthony.
Where?
There he is, right here.
Oh, you better handle this one, Archie.
Well, okay. Mr. Finnegan, are you ready?
Yes.
Now, what's your name?
Clifton Finnegan.
Where do you live?
Third Avenue.
When was you born?
1907.
Do you drink?
Never touched this stuff.
Who's your favorite movie star?
Bugs Bunny.
When was you born?
Clifton Finnegan.
How old are you?
Third Avenue.
What's your mother's name?
1907.
Do you drink?
Bugs Bunny.
Are you married?
Never touched this stuff.
Mr. Anthony, I think you better take over. I don't think he understands the questions. He's slightly confused.
Mr. Finnegan, are you confused?
Of course not.
Do you understand the questions?
Well, naturally.
All right, then tell me, what is your name?
Bugs Bunny.
Well, Mr. Anthony, I believe that gives you a clear-cut picture of the case. Have you reached a decision?
I have. Mrs. N.
Yes, Mr. A.
My advice to you is to go back to your husband.
Back to my husband. This is the best solution available.
My dear friend, under the circumstances, it's the only thing for you to do. Find Pierre, and I know that you will again find true happiness.
Pearls of wisdom. I am seeing the light. Oh, Pierre will be so happy.
Excuse me a second. Hello? Who? Yes, she's here. Mrs. Nussbaum, it's Pierre.
Mein Pierre. Oh, I am too overcome to talk. You tell him the good news, Archie.
Okay. Hello, Pierre. Your wife Pansy is here and wants you back. Yep. And you can thank Mr. Anthony for bringing you two together again. Huh? Mr. Anthony should drop dead.
If you're suffering from a cold, listen. For here's a way to get real relief, fast relief from your cold discomforts. Just get Minute Rub, a really modern chest rub. And then rub Minute Rub on the throat, chest, and back. In a minute, Minute Rub soothing menthol vapors begin to clear that stuffed-up feeling in your nose and throat. In a minute, Minute Rub starts to bring a feeling of warmth and relief to those tight, sore, aching muscles. And listen, here at last is a chest rub that's greaseless and stainless, disappears like vanishing cream, and can't stain clothes or bed linens. So get a tube of Minute Rub and get relief from that annoying cold misery the modern way, the greaseless, stainless Minute Rub way.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you late meet eat? Oh, hello, Duffy. Yeah. Well, that's right, Duffy. Next week, Edward G. Robinson. As Mrs. Nussbaum says, Little Scissor. You know? Okay, Duffy. We'll see you next week, and so long. Good night, everybody.
It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at this same time next Wednesday when our guest will be Edward G. Robinson. Until next Wednesday, then, this is Dan Seymour reminding you that for a more sparkling smile, remember Ipana toothpaste, and for softer, lovelier hands, remember Truchet, the beforehand lotion. Bristol Myers bring you the Alan Young Show on Friday night, and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In 1947, the bird expedition to the South Pole reported a warm water oasis deep inside the icy Antarctic. This is the story of another expedition and of what might be found, what might happen today in that remote, unexplored last frontier on Earth. Unchanged since prehistoric times, the land unknown. Could man have survived in the dinosaur age of mighty monsters? Shudder at history's most ferocious killer, Tyrannosaurus Rex. The battle of the great Stegosauri. Huge carnivorous man-eating plants. The incredible water monster, Elasmosaurus.
Oh, we'll never get out of here, Alan. Never, never, never.
Stop it, do you hear me? Stop it. This doesn't sound like you. We're not lit yet.
That's how I rule them.
Where's the wreck? Talk.
You're gonna rot here.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
And again we return to Jimmy Allen's Air Adventures. Not yet ready for his first solo flight, Jimmy was sent aloft by his instructor, Shorty Mason. But acting under orders from Mike Jones, Mason had knocked out the bolt holding the left wheel on the axle. As Jimmy took off, the wheel fell away from the ship. Jimmy's buddy, Speed Robertson, arrived at that moment. With Shorty Mason flying another school ship, Speed changed to Jimmy's ship in the air. But as he did so, Mason deliberately tried to shake him from the wing. Speed landed the ship Jimmy had been flying on the remaining good wheel, but the left axle dug into the ground, causing the ship to crash. Neither Jimmy nor Speed was hurt. Speed accused Mason of sending Jimmy up on a solo flight without any landings. This Mason denied. In reply to Speed's question, Jimmy answered that he had no landings. Mason called Jimmy a liar. Incensed by this and everything else he had taken from Mason, Jimmy leaped at him. Here they are, fighting furiously near the wrecked ship out on the airport.
All right, you guys, cut it out. There's enough of that.
Look out for that wrench, Jimmy.
Drop
that wrench, Mason. Drop it, I tell you, or I'll knock you over into Clay County.
Cut it out.
You heard what I said?
Must feel that one myself, right on that scrawny beak of his.
Oh, boy. You sure knocked him for a loop, Speed.
Yeah, maybe that'll teach him to fight fair the next time.
He don't know what that means.
All right. I guess that's enough. You're never satisfied, Robertson, unless you smash somebody in the kisser. Someday you're going to take on someone your own size. And I'd pay $100 for a ringside seat when that happens.
That'll be just about enough out of you, Mike. It wouldn't take much urging to get me to rearrange that fat map of yours.
Oh, yeah? Well, you just try laying your dukes on me once and see what happens. That is, if you're able to. Here, you, Flash. Help Mason into the locker room. And get a wrecking crew out to pull in this ship.
Okay, Mike. Here, Shorty, put your arm over my shoulder. You know, someday, if you pick the right guy, maybe you'll win a fight.
Now, listen, Mike. I've got something to say to you, and I might just as well say it right now.
All right. Go ahead and shoot off that big mouth of yours. But make it snappy. I got more important work to do than to stand around gassing with some half-baked airlines pilot.
You better watch yourself, Mike. I might not be able to hold this hand back if you let out another crack like that. Jimmy?
Yes, Speed?
You go on down to the line and wait for me there. I want to have a few private words with Mr. Jones.
Okay, Speed.
Now, here's what I've got to say to you, Mike, and I will make it snappy. The less I talk to you, the better I like it.
That goes for me, too.
Unless there's a change made, the Central Flying School is going to lose a transport student.
Just what do you mean by that, Robertson?
I mean that Jimmy Allen won't continue at Central Flying School.
Oh, no? Grand National Airways has signed a contract for a complete transport course. And whether Allen continues or not, they're going to pay over that dough.
We'll see about that. After I make my report to the CAA inspectors about that wheel coming off, and about Mason sending Jimmy up on his solo flight without any landings, I don't think it's going to be very hard to break that contract. Now, Mr. Jenkins has asked me to look after Jimmy's flying instruction. He'll do anything I say.
Now, listen, Robertson,
and
you
what's
can't...
more, I'd take Jimmy out of Central Flying if there was another transport school at this airport.
All right. Take him out of Central Flying School. See how much I care. I'll tell you this much. We'll get our money if we have to go to law about it.
Fine. Go your limit. Well, I'll tell Jimmy to get his things. I'll go right over and see his mother and see if I can get her permission to send Jimmy out to California to a school that's run by an old buddy of mine.
Now, wait a minute, Robertson. I'll tell you what I'll do. If you and Jenkins will let Alan stay here, I'll assign him to a new instructor. I can see you don't like Shorty Mason.
Yeah, I'll say I don't. But no, that's no go.
Well, for crying out loud, what else can I do?
I've suddenly decided, Mike, that I don't want any instructor at Central Flying School to teach Jimmy Allen how to fly. Now, here's what you're going to do. You're going to take on another instructor.
And who might that be?
It might be a gentleman by the name of Speed Robertson.
A gentleman, did you say?
Now, watch yourself, Mike.
Your proposition is out, and that's final.
Okay, then Jimmy leaves.
Wait a minute. I think I'll take your proposition after all. You go on as an extra instructor, and your only student will be Jimmy Allen.
Oh, you changed your mind in a hurry? Okay, that's fine.
Will you have time enough with all your other work?
I'll make time. That may have to be a little bit irregular, but we'll work out a schedule that'll be satisfactory all around.
All right. You let me know when it'll be convenient for you to give Jimmy his flying lessons, and I'll see there's a ship always ready for you.
Good. Now, I'll make out a schedule later on today. Hey, Jimmy.
Right here, Speed.
I got some things I want to talk to you about. Oh, pardon me.
Oh, Speed, I want you to know Major Moto of the Manchurian Army. He's a classmate of mine here at the Central Flying School. Major, this is Speed Robertson.
It is a very great pleasure to meet famous Speed Robertson. His reputation very well known in my country.
Major Moto has only been here a short time, but he likes America very much, Speed.
Oh. Well, that's fine, Major. How long have you been here?
2 months. Yes, I like America very much.
Oh. Well, who is your instructor, Major?
Mr. Mason. And he is very good instructor indeed. 1,000 pardons. Excuse, please. I must go class. Goodbye.
Glad to have met you, Major. Goodbye.
What do you make of him, Speed?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, he seems like such a queer egg.
All these Orientals seem strange to us.
Say, that's funny.
Now what, Jimmy?
You know, you happened to ask him the same question I did, about how long he had been in this country. When I asked him, he said 2, 3, maybe 4 months. And just now, when you asked him, he answered 1, 2 months.
Well, Jimmy, I think you're making something out of nothing. It always seemed to me all Orientals were inclined to be indefinite. I don't see that it's very important anyway.
Speed, there's something I want to ask you.
Well, shoot.
Well, it's about this new jet ship they're building for the government down at the Army experimental shops.
Yeah? Well, what about it?
Well, didn't you say something about how some other nation would be eager to get hold of the plans of this plane?
Well, I might have said something like that, Jimmy. I just don't remember what it was. However, it's true that almost any foreign nation would be tickled to death to be able to duplicate it. But why this sudden interest, Jimmy?
Oh, nothing much, Speed, but it would be a pretty serious thing, wouldn't it? If, for example, some of the plans for this new plane were suddenly to disappear?
Well, I should say it would be very serious, Jimmy. But don't let that worry your head. As I told you, the factory down there is guarded like a bank. There wouldn't be a ghost of a chance if anyone's getting away with anything like that. But say, here, you're not holding out on your old buddy, are you?
Why not? What do you mean, Speed?
Well, when you get through with that copy of how old King Brady unmasked the international spy, you let me read it too, will you?
Oh, quit kidding, Speed. I'm not reading anything like that.
Now, come on, Jimmy. You can trust me. I won't snitch on you. I begin to get the drift. But don't you think it would make a better story if some officer with a long beard and an unfriendly disposition were here learning to fly instead of this Major Moto?
Well, I don't think that's so funny, Speed. Such things happened before the war, didn't they?
Oh, I suppose so, Jimmy. Maybe about once for every million times it happened in fiction.
Speed, how soon are you going to start flight testing this jet ship?
Well, I don't know, Jimmy. Pretty soon now, I guess. Captain Sweeney is supposed to call me when they're ready.
You haven't been down to the factory, have you, Speed? Since the other night?
Well, no, I haven't, Jimmy. Hey, tell me, why all the interest?
Oh, nothing much, Speed. But tell me, supposing, for example, some of the plans for a ship like that were to be missing, and they'd suspect, well, some mechanic or perhaps some pilot of taking them. Supposing he was innocent, how would he prove it?
Well, Jimmy, that's one beautiful thing about a court of law. A man is always considered to be innocent until he's proven guilty. But say, what's this all about, you young rascal? You're not figuring on becoming an author of mystery stories, are you?
Oh, no, Speed. Nothing like that.
Well, let me in on some of this then, Jimmy. What have you got up your sleeve?
Well, not a thing, Speed, honestly. I haven't got a thing up my sleeve. At least I'm not going to write any stories. But listen, will you do me a favor, Speed?
Why, of course, Jimmy. You know I will. What is it?
If you should get another call to go down to the factory, promise me that you won't go. Don't ever go down there unless you're with Captain Sweeney.
Well, now listen, Jimmy. There's something strange about your request. I know you well enough to know you wouldn't keep pegging away this way if there wasn't something back of it. Now tell me, Jimmy, why don't you want me to go down to the factory unless I'm with Captain Sweeney?
Oh, please, Speed. Don't ask me that. You see, I can't tell you. At least not now.
All right, Jimmy. If that's the way you feel about it.
Well, please, Speed, don't misunderstand me. Honestly, I'd tell you if I could. Really, I would. And I will just as soon as I can. But trust me until that time.
Okay, Jimmy. Let's forget all about it. But now you listen to me. I've got a surprise for you. I meant to tell you before, but we got on this goofy subject.
Yeah? Well, what is it, Speed?
Well, it's this. You're all through with Shorty Mason at Central Flying School. You're going to have a new instructor.
Well, gee, Speed, who is he?
Well, I think it's going to be an old bloke by the name of Speed Robertson.
Honestly? You're not kidding me now.
No. Jimmy, I was never more serious in my life.
Oh, gee, Speed. I'm the happiest boy in the world.
And maybe we're not happy, too, now that Jimmy is to have Speed Robertson as his flying instructor. But why did Mike Jones agree to this change? And what will come of Jimmy's desperate attempt to warn Speed of the danger that is threatening him? Don't miss the next thrill-packed episode of The Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Take a few thousand. I figure the loot on this deal at $2 million. There should be that much in the track offices. Great big dollar sign there where most women have a heart. So play it smart. Stay in character and you'll have money. Plenty of it. George will have it. He'll blow it all on you.
Johnny, I'm no good for anybody else. I'm not pretty and I'm not very smart, so please don't leave me alone anymore.
So what makes you think or know that you're going to have several $100,000?
Because I do. I just can't talk about it, that's all.
Not even to me, your little share.
I shouldn't have even mentioned I was going to have it. It's not that I mind. I know I can trust you. But if these other guys
The
ever...
other guy?
I can't talk about it, Cherry.
You've been talking. Now you spilled to her.
I didn't, honest. What, do you think I'm crazy? I wouldn't...
Jerk, you clown. Come on, clown. Sing us a chorus from Pagliacci.
Where's the jerk? Where's George?
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra.
If a man is judged by the company he keeps, so is he judged a little bit by the looks of the car he drives, which is as good a reason as I know for giving your car an occasional beauty treatment with Johnson's Carnew. Cleaning and polishing is not a back-breaking job anymore because Carnew does both of these jobs with one application. Carnew does a remarkable job of cleaning without injuring the finish. It leaves a satin-smooth, mirror-like polish that's easier to keep clean. In case you don't already know, Carnew is a liquid. You apply it with a soft cloth, rubbing just hard enough to loosen the dirt and grime. It dries to a white powder. And when you wipe off this powder, you'll see the finish of your car as it was when your car was new. All of which you can quickly prove to yourself by asking your dealer for Johnson's Carnew, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Things are in a bit of a hubba-hubba at 79 Wistful Vista right now. But gee whiz, if a wealthy friend of yours offered you a chance to spend the summer in a classy spot like the exclusive North Shore of Lake Dugan, I'll bet you'd be busting your buttons, too. Like Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
My goodness, Magee, imagine us spending the summer at Lake Dugan and on the North Shore.
Yeah, wait till I get hobnobbing with those big bankers. I'll put on the dog till they have to chain me up at night.
I think it was pretty wonderful of Mrs. Carstairs to loan us her houseboat for the summer.
Mm-hmm.
Incidentally, do you know how to run a big boat?
Well, Natch. Suppose, for instance, you want to sail south-southeast.
Yes.
You just turn the nose of the boat till the hand on the compass points to south-southeast, you see?
Yes.
Then you take a thumbtack, pin the hand of the compass right there, and keep her there.
Well, thank goodness I'll be with somebody who knows what he's doing.
You betcha.
I don't even know which side of the boat is port and which is muscatel.
Well, I'll show you all about it when we get aboard, kiddo. Hey, did that tailor call?
What tailor?
Guy's coming over to measure me up for a yachting costume. I'm going to get some white flannel pants and a blue coat with brass buttons and a peaked cap with anchors on it and a parsley scarf around my throat.
What kind of a scarf?
Parsley, you know, one of them fancy patterns.
That's paisley.
Oh, good. Good, I don't like parsley anyway. Always flies across the table when I cut my steak.
Steak. Oh, come, dearie, let's not live in the past. Now, let me see. I've got to sort out my clothes and see what I've got that's suitable for a houseboat cruise. Let's see now, I've got a...
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Mr. Magee. Jeepers, Beulah just told me you were going to spend the summer on Carstairs' houseboat. Isn't that super?
Yes, you must come out someday and let us take you for a little cruise, Alice.
Yes, child, pray do. Just wave your handkerchief from the dock and I'll row a show for you in the dairy.
It isn't a dairy, dearie. It's a dory.
Oh, I just love boats. I'd give everything I have to take a long boat ride. In fact, on my last one, it was so rough, I did.
I'm a pretty good sailor myself, Alice. Had me a catboat on the Illinois River once, but it blew ashore in a cyclone.
Yeah, the police called up and said it was up in a tree by the public library.
Yeah.
Remember, Magee?
Yeah.
They said, excuse us for mentioning it, Mr. Magee, but your sloop is showing.
Well, how big is the Carstairs boat?
Well, we haven't seen it yet, Alice, but you know the Carstairs is. When they go first class.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine it'll sleep about 20, eat about 30, and drink about 50.
Well, you've got to be very careful about exposure, you know. You can get terribly blistered on a boat.
Oh, we never get blistered, Alice. We stick to lemonade and root beer.
She means sunburn, Molly.
Oh, yes.
I'll take along some of that sunburn ointment I invented years ago when I studied chemistry.
Jeepers, did you invent a sunburn ointment, Mr. Magee?
Indeed he did, and it was marvelous, too. It'd be sold in every drugstore today, Alice, if himself here had ever found a backer for it.
Yeah. I did find one guy that wanted to promote it, old George Dissop. Wanted to put $40,000 into it.
Wow, why didn't you let him do it?
Well, he insisted on putting his own name on the product, Alice, and Magee wouldn't stand for that.
I should say not. Imagine trying to sell anything named Disappointment. Maybe one of these days old man Carstairs will put some dough in it. Make us both a fortune. But that's for the future. Right now, I got to...
Oh, I wonder who that is. Come in.
Mr. Magee here?
Oh, hi, Harvey. Come on in. Molly, this is Harvey Knox, the best tailor in town. Going to make me a yachting outfit. Harvey, this is my wife, Mrs. Magee.
How do you do, Mrs. Magee?
How do you do, I'm sure. Miss Darling, Mr. Knox. Mr. Knox, Miss Darling.
How do you do, you big ape?
Fine, you little twerp. How about a movie tonight?
Okay, meet you at the Bijou, 8:30.
It's contract.
See you later, folks.
Well.
You work fast, don't you, Harv?
She's my cousin.
Oh.
Well, what are you going to have him make for you, dearie?
Well, first I got to have a blue double-breasted coat with brass buttons, Harv.
You go through these samples, will you, Mrs. Magee, while I measure them up?
Certainly. Be glad to.
What's the matter? Can't I be trusted to pick out my own material?
No. You wear clothes like you'd been shot out of a laundry basket. Incidentally, who made that jacket you're wearing?
Oh, he bought that, Mr. Knox. He paid $18.50 for it, and they threw in a harmonica.
What's the matter with it?
Look at the way that collar fits. What were you wearing when you bought it, a knapsack?
Well, gee whiz, I got...
Hold still, will you?
Okay. Write down the figures, will you, Molly?
All right.
Hips, 39.
Hips, 42.
He said 39.
Well, you got to sit down sometime.
Chest, 28.
Chest, 28.
Expanded, 28 3/4.
Expanded, 28 3/4.
Right leg.
Yeah, that's my left leg.
Billy Mills and the orchestra play Love.
Waist, 41.
Waist, 41.
Only 41? My gosh, I sure have lost weight.
You didn't lose it. You just mislaid it. It's right behind you. Left sleeve, 34.
Left sleeve, 34.
Right, 32.
Right, 32. My goodness, dear, your right arm is 2 inches shorter than your left.
It's always been like that. Causes me a lot of embarrassment in restaurants, too. I never can reach the check.
Shoulders, 16.
Which one?
Both. Okay, Magee. I'll make this up, and you can have a fitting the end of the week. The coat will be $60.
Fine, that'll be the...
What? Why, you big purse snatcher, where do you get off charging that kind of dough for a yard and a half of this moth-eaten burlap?
Now, Magee.
You haven't got a tailor in your whole sweatshop that could thread a rope through a sewer pipe.
Oh, dear.
$60. Wait till the OPA hears about this, you hijacker. They'll lower your ceiling so you have to lie on your stomach to answer the phone.
Oh.
My gosh, even Schaffner and Marx have a heart.
Kidding, Harv. What's your best price?
This is a special price to you, Magee. We usually get 80 for a coat like this.
Were you under the impression that Mr. Knox was running a rummage sale, dearie?
I knew you'd feel this way about it, McGee. So I brought you a coat we made up some time ago that was never called for. Here.
Oh.
This'll fit you, and you can have it for $30.
Make it 15 and it's a deal.
25.
20.
33.
32.
Sold. Here you are.
Say, this is a pretty good-looking hunk of stuff, kid.
Mm-hmm.
How much obliged, Harv? You'll get all my trade from now on.
Threats will get you nowhere, McGee. Well, nice to have met you, Mrs. McGee. Good day.
Well, so long, Harv. Hey, why didn't the customer ever call for this coat?
He fell off a houseboat and was drowned.
Oh. Well, that's a mighty pretty piece of flannel there, McGee.
Yep. Fits me like a glove, too.
Yeah?
Wish it fitted me more like a coat. I'll still look pretty snappy lounging around the dock with all them rich millionaires.
Yes, you will. Maybe when Mrs. Carstairs offered us this houseboat of hers, she was just trying to get us into the high handshake crowd, huh?
Yeah, well, we can handle it. Anything you don't quite understand about society etiquette, you can ask me, Mommy. I know the answers.
Yeah. I remember the time we went to that Flossie dinner party and you choked on the liqueur.
I don't remember that.
You said, what is this stuff? And the host said, Napoleon brandy. And you said, no wonder he kept his hand inside of his shirt. I got heartburn already. Come in. Oh, Dr. Gamble. Come in, Doctor.
Hello, Molly. Good day, Ridge William.
Ridge William?
That's a high-grade hillbilly. Say, what's the brass button coat for, Perch Puss? You're joining the police force?
That's his yachting coat, Doctor. We're spending the summer at Dugan's Lake. On the North Shore, if you please.
Yeah. Mrs. Carstairs has offered us the loan of her houseboat for the season.
Won't you be a trifle out of your element, Dumbo, mingling with the Dugan's Lake aristocracy?
Oh, I don't know about that, Doctor. We're just as good as they are.
Oh, I didn't mean you, my dear. You are a lady by instinct.
Oh.
I was referring to little Slumgullion here. He thinks a dinner jacket is the skin off a baked potato.
I say, that's rather an amusing quip, old chap. You medical fellows are frightfully keen at that sort of thing.
Oh, stop it, you little phony. You're about as authentic as a Japanese newscast. So when do you shove off on this seagoing hitchhike, Molly?
This week, Doctor, and I'm really excited about it. I've always wanted to spend a summer on a boat and get a good coat of tan. I usually look like I'd spend July and August working as a subway guard.
Well, take it easy, my dear. Start with 15 minutes a day and work up to an hour or an hour and a half. You have a fair skin, you know.
How about me? I got a fair skin, too.
Yes, but yours is unusually thick. Well, bon voyage, kiddies. See you in October.
Have a nice summer, Doctor.
So long, Doc.
Isn't he a sweet old character?
Yeah, I do hope he comes out and takes a little cruise with us. It's time he learned to fish for something besides appendixes. Is appendixes correct? What's the plural for appendix?
There isn't any. Nobody has more than one.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I never thought of that. Well, anyway, Doctor...
Who's that, McGee?
Must be Wilcox. He telephoned and said he was bringing some girl over he wanted us to meet.
Oh, I wonder who it could be. Come in.
Hi, Junior.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, folks. I'd like to have you meet a friend of mine. Mr. and Mrs. McGee, this is Mr. Borga. Victor Borga.
Well, how do you do, I'm sure.
Madame, I'm charmed. How do you do, Mr. McGee?
Hi, Bud.
My goodness, that's the first time I ever had my hand kissed. Rather fun, isn't it?
It's an old continental custom, Molly. Victor is from Denmark.
Well, they got something with that hand-kissing stuff. Never get any lipstick on your collar that way. Hey, where's the girl you were bringing over, Junior?
Girl? What girl?
When you phoned, you said you were bringing over a good-looking dame.
Oh, I didn't say dame. I said Dane. I meant Victor Borga.
That's a very old joke. But it's very good. I like it.
Is Mr. Borga with the Johnson Wax people, Mr. Wilcox?
As of next week, yes.
What do you mean, as of next week, yes?
He means, as of this week, no.
Victor starts working for Johnson next week.
Oh.
I've been helping him brush up on our sales story, how Johnson's Wax is the finest protection money can buy for furniture, floors, and woodwork.
But what I really...
And how Johnson's Wax seals the pores of wood and leather and painted surfaces against dust and dirt and dampness.
But my work is not exactly...
And how Johnson's Wax gives your home a new beauty and cleanliness. How it has 1,000 household uses and...
Excuse me, may I interrupt?
Oh, certainly, Victor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And how Johnson's Wax...
Doggone it, Waxy. Quit manipulating the whole conversation, will you? You chatter away like a worn brake band.
Well, I think Mr. Borga was trying to say something.
Oh, excuse me. What was it, Victor?
I was saying I'm not really a salesman for Johnson's Wax.
Oh, well, what do you do for them, Mr. Borga?
I play the piano.
You play the piano?
Thank you very much.
He plays the piano on the radio for Johnson's Wax as of next Tuesday night.
Oh.
And aside from being a concert pianist, he is also a comedian.
Oh, he is, eh? A comedian for Johnson's Wax, eh? Now, just a darn minute, Waxy.
Won't you play something on the piano for us, Mr. Borga? I just love the piano.
Of course. Perhaps the minuet in G.
I like the Moonlight Sonata myself.
The minuet in G is very lovely.
How about Begin the Beguine, Victor?
Splendid composition. But not like the minuet in G. I'll play the first number that was requested. The minuet in G.
Well, who requested that?
Whoever it was, I will play it for him. The minuet in G. 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 Gee whiz.
That was wonderful, Mr. Borga, and so original.
Now, let's hear some jokes, Bud.
Oh, no. No, sir. No jokes. Not till next week. Come on, Victor. We've got to be going. Have a nice summer, folks.
You too, Mr. Wilcox. And Mr. Borga, I hope everybody likes your summer broadcast, and I'm sure they will. Good luck to you.
Thank you ever so much. And I hope everybody likes your summer vacation. Goodbye, Mr. Magee.
Well, so long, Vic, and have fun. Comedian, eh? New comedian for Johnson's Wax, eh?
Why on earth are you staring at the wall, McGee?
Trying to see if there's any handwriting on it. Oh, well, why worry one? Hey, where are you going?
I'm going upstairs and check over a couple of evening dresses. My goodness, if we're going to mix with that North Shore colony, I don't want to look like I told fortunes in vacant stores. You better start packing too, dearie.
Okay, I will. Ah, there goes a good kid. A few weeks on a private yacht and she'll be a new woman. What am I saying? I don't want a new woman. I'm satisfied with the same. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. Hey, what's the matter with you? You look like you just found a flat wheel on your roller skate.
I'm sad, mister.
Oh, cheer up, sis. Laugh and the world laughs with you. Weep and where are you going to get any Kleenex?
Please, mister, I'm in no mood for gaiety. My heart is heavy with grief. I'm a very unhappy woman.
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
What's the worm in your apple, kid?
My problem, Mr. Anthony, is this. Beulah told Mrs. Toops' cook, and she told our cook, and our cook told my mother, and my mother told me that you and Mrs. McGee are going away for the summer.
Oh, I didn't know there'd been so much gossip about it, sis, but where there's smoke, there's 6 people waiting for the butt. It's perfectly true. We're spending the summer among the Gold Garter group at Dugan's Lake. Why should that give you such a hunk of sorrow?
Well, gee, mister, I bet you if someone very close to you was going away for the whole summer and you had scraped and saved and you had $1 to buy them a going-away present and you dropped the $1 down the sidewalk grating.
Here. Jesus, control yourself. You know I can't stand to see a woman cry.
I know it.
Yeah. It was pretty darn sweet of you to think of saving up for a going-away present, too.
Oh, $1 it was. Yeah. And I dropped it down the sidewalk grating, and if I don't get a present...
Now. Cut it out, sis. Dry your eyes. You know I'm a pushover for sentiment. Why, I cry over greeting cards. Here's $1 for you.
Oh?
There. Now go buy your present and always think of me as old Bluebird for Happiness McGee.
Oh, boy. Gee, thanks, mister.
Yeah.
You're wonderful. Now I can buy that going-away present. 10 chocolate sodas.
10 chocolate sodas. Who for?
For me, I'm going away for the summer. So long, mister.
I still think that kid's a midget.
The King's Men and You Belong to My Heart.
You belong to my heart now and forever. And our love had its start so long ago. We were gathering stars while a million guitars played our love song. When I said I love you, every beat of my heart said it too. 'Twas a moment like this. Oh, do you remember? And your eyes threw a kiss when they met mine. Now we own all the stars and a million guitars are still playing. Darling, you are the song and you'll always belong to my heart. You belong to my heart now and forever. And I knew from the start that you were mine. Now we own all the stars and a million guitars still are playing. You are the song and you'll always belong to my
Sailing, sailing over the bounding lake, and if we catch a lot of fish, believe me, boy, that's Jake. Sailing, Hey, Molly,
Yes, Magee?
you see my jackknife anyplace?
No, I haven't, dearie. What'd you want it for?
I'll need it on the boat. Have to carve the daily report with it. You know, weather conditions, attitude and longitude, mutinies and all stuff like that there.
Well, can't you use a pen or a pencil? Why do you have to carve it?
Well, just a tradition is all. Got to keep everything in the ship's log. Best way to write on logs with a jackknife.
I see. Well, maybe Beulah knows where it is. Oh, Beulah! Beulah! Somebody bawl for Beulah?
Hey, you see my jackknife anyplace, Bew?
You mean the one with the mama of pearl handle? And all the little gimmicks on it, like a corkscrew and a button hook and a nail file and a screwdriver and even a couple of knife blades?
That's the one, Beulah.
No, ma'am, I ain't seen her.
Well, keep an eye out for it, will you, Beulah? Be an awful handy thing to have on a yacht.
Yeah, so. You sure is going to have plenty of time this summer to play Mumbly Pig.
Peg, Beulah, not pig.
No, ma'am, I suppose this pig would get seasick. Me too. Oh, firstly, I get internally uneasy at a fast-dripping faucet. That's why I'm awful glad I'm staying right here on good old terracotta.
Firma. Firma.
Yes, sir. Never been firm about anything in my life. Well, I sure hope you folks have a good time yachting around.
Oh, I tell you, it's going to be wonderful, Beulah. We've rubbed elbows with millionaires before, but none of it has ever come off on us. Maybe this time it'll take, huh?
No, that's right. Well, you know what to say, ma'am. There's other things in the world besides money, but you can't get them without it.
The social aspect of the situation doesn't interest me, Beulah. It's the fishing I'm looking forward to. By the end of the summer, I'll pack up my fishing tackle and drop a $5 bill over the side of the boat.
What on earth for?
That'll be the only fin left in Lake Dugan by that time.
Be the only fin left in Lake Dugan. He whipped that one in there. I love that man.
please, Beulah.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Costello? Come right here.
Thank you, Beulah. How do you do, Mrs. McGee?
Hello, Mrs. Carstairs.
Hi, Carsey. Been trying to get you on the phone all day, ever since Beulah gave us your phone message.
Oh, yes, I understood you were trying to get me, Mr. McGee.
Well, we just wanted to thank you for your generous offer, Mrs. Carstairs. It's simply wonderful of you.
Yeah, Carsey, you're a peach to do it. Just a fuzzy old peach. With a pit of gold.
Well, it seems a great deal of fuss to make over such a small thing, Mr. McGee.
Oh, but you don't know how much it means to him, Mrs. Carstairs. He loves boats and water and fishing so much.
Well, I can understand that, I'm sure. I come from a long line of seafaring men myself. My grandfather was a rear admiral, you know.
I suspected that the minute I saw you, Carsey. I saw you walking down the street one day, and I says to myself, I says, by George, I says, I'll bet there was a rear admiral in her family.
Thank you.
Can I get you a cup of tea, Mrs. Carstairs?
Oh, no, thank you, my dear.
Oh, we'll even give you some sugar in it, Carsey, in appreciation of us using your boat.
What boat, Mr. McGee?
Why, your houseboat, Mrs. Carstairs. You know, the one you're letting us have the use of this summer.
Houseboat? Oh, but there must be some mistake, my dear. I didn't... Beulah.
Yes, Miss Costello?
You took my message to Mr. and Mrs. McGee, did you not?
Yes, ma'am. I wrote it all down, too. Only nobody could read it because the pencil was broke.
Oh, my goodness, what's all this about?
You mean you didn't offer us your houseboat for the summer, Carsey?
Mr. McGee, I have no houseboat. I said we would be out of town and you would be perfectly free to use our boathouse this summer.
Boathouse? That's what she said. Boathouse. Oh, Beulah, you fool.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Have you ever stopped to think how linoleum brings the colors of the out-of-doors into your kitchen? The greens and yellows of spring and summer, the reds and blues of fall. When these colors are kept bright and cheerful, your kitchen is a pleasant place to work in, which is one good reason you protect your linoleum floors regularly with Johnson's Glow Coat. Because Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing, this is a simple job. You just apply and let dry. Glow Coat does the rest, giving you in a few minutes a gleaming floor that's protected against wear and dirt and moisture. And because Glow Coat is made by the makers of Johnson's Wax, you can be sure that the quality is uniformly high. The regular use of self-polishing Glow Coat will add greatly to the life and beauty of all your linoleum surfaces.
Ladies and gentlemen, for 11 years now, we've been thanking you annually for your wonderful loyalty and support of the Johnson Wax program, and we'd like to do it again.
We have a definite understanding with our sponsor that if you continue to like our show, they might take us on permanently. So, thanks for everything, and don't go away.
Don't forget that next Tuesday at this same time, Johnson's Wax brings you that great pianist and entertainer, Victor Borga, in his own show. You'll love it.
And we love you.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Marlowe Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to listen in again next Tuesday night when we bring you that pianist, entertainer extraordinaire, Victor Borga. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guest, the popular cinema chap Reginald Gardner. Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Jimmy Wallington, suggesting that you see your Texaco dealer soon and change to the correct Texaco lubricant for spring. Thin, worn winter lubricants can't protect your car in coming warmer weather. With the correct grade of insulated Haviland motor oil, the right Texaco gear lubricants, and Marfax chassis lubrication, your car can run better and last longer. This is Easter Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, the day the little bunny leaves his colored eggs at your door. Tonight we can't bring you the little bunny and the eggs, but we can bring you a man who will give you a few old jokes. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you, and I just bit my tongue, Jimmy. The first piece of tender meat I've had for 2 months. Well, thank you, and good. I owe myself 7 points now. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I know you had a big day today. I saw you this afternoon in the Easter parade.
Oh, yes. Did you like my outfit, my silk hat?
Oh, Jimmy, your head looked as though it was hanging out of a ship's funnel there. And those tan shoes you had on were snappy, too. Your feet looked like 2 omelets with buttons on them as you...
But how about that Easter lily I was carrying?
The Easter lily, Jimmy? Yeah. You had the pot for it, James.
Say, Fred, did you hear the people cheer as I went by?
Oh, Jimmy, when your shirt front lit up and said, "Follow me to a Texaco dealer," I was proud of you.
Oh, that was some parade today. It was a little chilly marching.
Well, I know. It was so cold, some of the girls were mixing sterno in with their liquid stockings to keep their legs warm. It's a new wrinkle they have with... It was really a lot...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, your left shoulder blade is in bloom, I see tonight. You're just in time, Portland. Jimmy and I were talking about the Easter parade.
Oh, Mama and I were in the parade.
Oh, were you really?
Uh-huh. Mama had a new hat. It's an off-the-face model.
Oh. Well, some of those off-the-face hats should be worn off the head from the look. I I saw a woman with a hat today. It looked like a pot roast relaxing on a pen wiper. And the other woman with her had one of those little fur hats, it looks like a blowout patch from a raccoon coat. Well, the woman had this little fur hat on. She looked as though a muskrat was backing out of her hair. It was quite a thing.
Mama bought me a new hat.
Really?
It's a bread crust.
A crust of bread is a hat?
Mm-hmm. I go out wearing the bread crust.
Uh-huh.
In 2 minutes, my hair is full of sparrows.
Full of sparrows, huh?
It's a pretty effect.
I'll take your word for it. You could go out with nothing on your head, and in 2 minutes you'd be wearing woodpeckers. Well, this has been a great Easter, Portland. It certainly was a big egg week. A big week for eggs, wasn't it?
Mr. Wilkie laid a big one in Wisconsin.
I know. Yes, but Mr. Wilkie took his medicine like a man. That reminds me, Portland. I think I'll see how the Republicans are doing down in Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this past week, the OPA launched a drive to curb eating places throughout the city that had increased their prices. And so our question is, have you eaten in any restaurant lately where the food price ceilings have been violated?
Shall we go?
Well, as Mrs. Cassidy said to Mr. Cassidy, let's hop along. What a fat handle our mop has. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I wonder if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat?
Yes, but you'll have to hurry. I'm working on a presidential campaign slogan for Governor Dewey.
But no one knows if Mr. Dewey is going to run.
That's my slogan.
What?
Dewey or don't he?
Very good, Senator. Tell me, are you doing anything about restaurants violating food ceilings?
Yes, all food should be conserved.
Conserved? How do you mean, Senator?
If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through, all eating places will be closed except Chinese restaurants.
Chinese restaurants? Well, what will people get to eat?
Dehydrated egg fouillon.
What is dehydrated egg fouillon?
There is no egg in it.
No.
There is no yang in it.
No.
It's all food. I think so.
Well, I hope the Senator remembers you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. Let's try next door.
Well, what is it?
I give up. I don't know. Mrs. Prawn, have you been victimized in any restaurants?
For 20 years, I've been having tea for nothing at the buttered color tea shopping.
Tea for nothing?
I bring my own tea bag. I order a pot of hot water. The hot water is free.
Well, what was the violation?
Yesterday, I went in with my tea bag.
Yes?
I ordered a pot of hot water.
Yes?
The waitress said hot water is 10 cents a pot.
And?
I refused to pay.
Well, when you refused to pay the waitress 10 cents for hot water?
She left me holding the bag.
Mrs. Prawn should report that to the OPA, the Orange Pico Association. Well, what can happen next door here?
No?
Ah, Mr. Rappaport, tell me, have you had any trouble with these food violations?
Violations, he said. Only today I'm a victim.
Well, what happened, Mr. Rappaport?
I am going into Shapiro Salami Shangri-La.
Shapiro Salami Shangri-La?
It's a delicatessen.
Oh, I see.
When ordering a jumbo tongue sandwich, it should be with pumpernickel.
I see.
The waiter is bringing the jumbo tongue sandwich, and on the check is marking 20 cents.
You suspected something?
I am lifting up the pumpernickel.
Yeah?
I am looking on the tongue.
Uh-huh.
I am saying, for this, Shapiro is charging 20 cents.
Yes?
The tongue is saying, confidentially, I am formally only 15 cents with mustard.
The tongue was a stool pigeon, hey? Well, what did you do?
I'm calling back the waiter.
You bawled the waiter out?
I am ordering a bottle of seltzer water.
You let them overcharge you for the tongue and you didn't say anything?
No. First, I am drinking the seltzer water.
And after you drank the seltzer water?
Did they hear from me?
Well, that brings us to the little mock stucco cottage at the end of the alley.
Rent the air with trumpets brassy, Falstaff come home again like lassies.
Falstaff, you're concealing something under your loincloth there. More poems?
Oh, yes. Have you heard? My dentist is dead. I have no regrets. For my false teeth clicked like two castanets.
No.
Or, he's cursing his draft board out at Fort Dix. If they waited a week, he'd have been 26.
No.
Or, my mother's beard grows longer daily. She's had 2 offers from Barnum and Bailey.
Now, wait a minute, Falstaff. You're turning this into a horror program. Why don't you pay attention here? Tonight we're discussing the OPA's campaign against restaurant violation.
Precisely why I confront you.
All right. What is your food violation poem called?
The Meatball's Lament.
The Meatball's Lament. How does it go?
A little meatball on a plate ruefully started to meditate. The meatball sobbed, for my plight today, there's no one to blame but the OPA. Cooked weeks ago, I'm still not sold. My outside is lumpy, my inside is cold. The meatball continued, its voice was tense. On the menu, I listed at 60 cents. But the OPA says 30 cents is my ceiling. That's why I'm here with my gristle congealing. Doomed for the nonce on my plate to stay until my status is checked by the OPA. The OPA head, Mr. Chester Bowles, may think that meatballs have no soul, but I'll wager him odds at 10 to 7. When a meatball dies, it goes to Hamburg heaven.
Thank you, Falstaff. Now, Falstaff, the meatballs champion, proves that he knows his onions, and at the mention of onions, Maestro Goodman brushes a furtive tear from his eye so that he may see High-Low Jack and the Dame approaching. Tonight the kids sing, Wish I May, Wish I Might.
Wish I may, wish I might, get the wishes I'm wishing tonight. A young cadet, blonde or brunette, a Romeo in search of Juliet. Wish I might, wish I may, get the wishes I'm wishing today. A lot of poise, a lot of noise, and an awful lot of boys. She wants a date who'll say I'll play, a brother rat who'll leave me flat, for great swans and orchids from New York.
A rat-a-patter will be round me,
Scans of lads will help me, and they will cheer for the balance of all of the year. So hold me close and hug me tight, for that's the wish I wish I may.
Wish you'd send a dozen roses. Wish I had the proper clothes. I could knock their little eyes out if I could get the wish I wish tonight. I wish I may.
Wish I had an old jalop job.
I wish I might.
Just a little open top job.
I wish I may.
I could take my dragon driving, and I would get the wish I wish tonight. Give a yell, give a cheer, for the balance of all of the year. So hold me close and hug me tight, 'cause that's the wish I wish I may.
Thank you, High-Low Jack and the Dame. And now, Jimmy Wallington.
Here you are, Fred, my song for tonight.
Now, wait, Jimmy. Tonight we are not singing another one of your commercial songs. We're singing one of mine.
You've written a song?
Jimmy, you are looking at the author of Little Brown Car.
Little Brown Car. Who? How can that remind drivers that spring is here, warmer weather's coming, and Texaco dealers are ready to replace those old, worn winter lubricants with the correct Texaco products to prevent excessive warm weather wear?
Just made it, didn't you? Well, look, Jimmy. Looks as though we may have to look around for a man with more wind on this program. Well, now, what you say is true, Jimmy, but in my song...
Oh, nonsense. How can it say that cars are getting older and the right spring grade of Texaco's insulated Haviland motor oil is more important than ever? And that Marfac lubrication is a pepper-upper for the 40 vital points of the chassis? How can your song say, see your Texaco dealer first to make your car last?
Well, I'll show you how my song can say it, Jimmy. Mr. Goodman, please. a car, its paint is brown. It's a pretty old car, but it's not run down. You should hear that motor sing. Texaco's got it set for spring. Texaco, you and me, little brown car, how I love thee. Heidi-ho, off we go, little brown car with Texaco. That was not very mucho, a besame mucho, played by Al. Wait, Mr. Goodman wants to laugh. Now, everybody quiet while Mr. Goodman laughs. All right. Played by Al Goodman and his serenading son-in-laws, or sons-in-law. I don't... say, Portland, what are you reading there? Is Dick Tracy in trouble again?
No, it's a program.
Oh.
Mama and I went to the racetrack opening.
Oh, that's right. Jamaica track did open yesterday. Did your mother win any money?
Well, Mama only made one bet. She lost.
Oh, her horse was slow, hey?
Mama said he ran like a Crosby horse with Sinatra riding him.
Well, that should be a new record in something, but Frankie would make a great jockey. You know, Sinatra only weighs about 80 pounds with his pivot tooth in. Tell me, did the new racing taxes bother the crowd at the track?
Oh, not the people, only the horses.
The taxes bothered the horses?
In the first race, when the winning horse came down the stretch,
Yeah?
on his back he had a jockey and 2 tax collectors.
On the one horse. 3 men on a horse. I saw the play years ago. Well, I'll buzz along, Portland. I have to do some research on my Sherlock Holmes play.
Are you an authority on Sherlock Holmes?
An authority? Why, I got Dr. Watson to join the Needleworkers Union. If I can find an... Why don't you go over in the corner and enjoy it alone? I'll just... Look, if I can find an actor with an English accent, Portland, for my mystery, I'm all set.
Well, can't you get Nigel Bruce?
No, Willie, as we call Nigel in Hollywood, Willie is tied up out there. He's making a sequel to I Walked with a Zombie. It's called The Zombie Came Back Without Me.
Isn't there another actor with an English accent you can get?
Well, I read in a gossip column in Pravda that Reginald Gardner was in town. I think I'll go over to Reggie's hotel. I'll see you later, Portland.
Yes?
Well, Reginald Gardner. Reggie, what are you doing sitting on that hot water bag?
Well, I've just finished a USO tour in the Arctic regions, Fred. I can't get thawed out.
Oh, really? And are those goose pimples on the end of your neck?
Yes, this big goose pimple that's doing the talking is my head.
Oh, I see. Well, Reggie, while you're getting defrosted now, if you're not doing anything the next few days...
Well, I'm pretty busy, old man. I'm getting ready to play some more army camp.
Oh, I see.
I was just rehearsing my imitations as you came in.
Oh, really? What do you imitate?
Oh, different things. Have you heard this one? Hi there! Hi there!
Well, what is that?
That's one end of a worm greeting his other end.
Is that all there is to it?
Yes, for reasons known only to itself, the other end of the worm never replies to the greeting.
Oh, I see. It's blunt with the first end. Well,
And now here's another one of my impersonations. Wiggle, wiggle, brrr. Wiggle, wiggle, brrr.
Wiggle, wiggle, brrr. What is that?
That is a snake crawling over an ice cream cone.
Well, in your imitations, it seems, everything talks.
Yes. Have you ever heard a little windshield wiper on a cheap car?
The windshield wiper talks?
Of course it does. It says, it isn't true, it isn't true, it isn't true, it isn't true.
Well, that's swell.
And then there's the windshield wiper on the big car or a truck.
Well, what does that say?
Beef tea, beef tea, beef tea.
You know, I do imitations too, Reggie.
Really?
Oh, yes. Would you like to hear one?
I'd love to hear one, friend.
Bob White, you all. Bob White, you all.
Bob White, you all.
It's a southern Bob White. But, Reggie, I didn't come over here to bandy impersonations. I want you to appear in a new mystery play I've written.
Oh, no, but I'm no dramatic actor, Fred. I'm a comedian.
Well, you can play this part.
No, I'd probably get a lot of laughs and crumb it up.
Did you say crumb, Reggie? Where did you, an Oxford man, pick up a word like crumb?
Lend-lease, old boy.
Well, look, Reggie, if you'll do my play, we can make a picture out of it.
I've just finished making a picture, Fred.
Oh, a mystery?
No, it's a comedy. It's the new Jack Benny picture.
Well, if there's any comedy in a Benny picture, it's a mystery, Reggie.
Oh, no, really, Jack's swell in this picture, Fred. It's called The Horn Blows at Midnight.
Look, they have to blow a horn in all of the Benny pictures to keep the audience awake. They have a man named Hornblow there who just works on Benny pictures. When Benny's pictures play in New York, they even let civilians in for 28 cents. Look, Reggie, everyone knows you can do comedy. You should try a dramatic role. Now, you might be another Basil Rathbone.
Fred, do you think the world is ready for another Basil Rathbone?
I think some post-war plan about Rathbone should be brought up. You know, you can get your eyes pulled out a little and your hips lowered and be another Peter Lorre.
Well, what's this play of yours about?
It's a murder mystery solved by a man the world has never heard about until tonight. Sherlock Holmes' brother-in-law, Fetlock Bones. This case is called The Pekingese of the Baskerville. As the play starts, we hear a crescendo of dramatic music.
In the annals of crime detection, no figure looms larger than Sherlock Holmes' brother-in-law, Fetlock Bones. As our story opens, it is a foggy night in London. Fetlock and his friend, Dr. Potson, are at home in their little flat on Baker Street. Dr. Potson is deep in the study of anatomy. An Esquire lies open in front of him. Fetlock Bones is pacing the floor, playing his violin.
I say, Bones.
Yes, Potson?
That tune you're playing, what is it?
It's a new American tune called Mersey Dotes and Does Do Likewise, and little Lamsies are up to something.
Extraordinary.
I see, the telephone. I shall take it, Potson. Are you there?
Are you there?
Yes, are you there?
No, I'm here.
Well, you must be there. I'm here.
Can you come here?
Where is here?
Not far from there.
Well, I shall be there.
Well, I shall be here.
Righto.
Righto.
Cheerio.
Cheerio.
Potson, quick. Me Rayon Burberry, me peaked cap, me needle, me Spike Jones records. I'm off.
Where?
There's been dirty doing. I'm off to Baskerville Mansion.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you. I am Fetlock Bones.
And I am...
I know. You are Mr. Baskerville's butler, Rancid. You were born near Surrey with a fringe on top. You have no shin in your right leg. Your father raises aspidistras, and you have a cousin Cecil who has a punctured eardrum.
Amazing, Mr. Bones. How did you know?
I'm on your draft board. What is the to-do here?
The two of Mr. Baskerville's guests have disappeared. This house is cursed, Mr. Bones.
Isn't there some legend about Baskerville Mansion?
Yes, sir. Whenever the Pekingese is heard barking, someone dies.
That's it, the Pekingese of the Baskerville.
I don't like it, sir. The Pekingese barked twice tonight.
Where is your master, Barclay Baskerville?
He's in the trophy room. I shall announce you. Announce him, Mr. Fetlock Bones.
I'm Barclay Baskerville. Come in, Mr. Bones.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I say, what magnificent trophies you have here on the wall. That lion's head is a ripper, old boy.
Yes, potted the beggar with my second shot.
And the first shot?
Potted my guide.
This is the guide's head mounted on the other wall, with the cowlick and the dimple.
Yes. Fortunately, he was smiling at the time. Brightens up the room, don't you think?
Rather. Who does your taxidermy?
Moxton, the bird stuffer on Fleet Street. You can't miss Moxton. He has a weasel throttling a young rabbit in the window.
Oh, I see. What are these trousers you have mounted over here?
I fired at a panther. The panther got away, but he lost his pants.
Lost his pants? Lost his pants. That's a rouser, Baskerville.
It is a bit of the old rowdy dow, what?
Right you are. But let's get down to business. I hear you've had unpleasantness here tonight.
Unpleasantness?
A bit of it, yes. 2 house guests done in. A bit of the old Erie or Delaware Lackawanna or something.
Oh, that? Oh, well, there's nothing you can do about that, old boy. You know the curse of Baskerville Mansion.
You mean the Pekingese of the Baskerville?
It's been going on for centuries. Whenever the Pekingese barks, someone dies.
I understand the Pekingese has had a go at the acoustics tonight, old boy.
Twice, old man. My party is going to the dogs.
Party is going to the dogs? Who are your guests, old fruit?
We're holding a class reunion.
What school? Oxford, Cambridge?
No, Chisholm on the Uppage.
Oh, Chisholm, Top Hole Academy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where are you holding the reunion?
In the turmoil room. Through this door. I believe my mates are singing.
Here's to thee, our alma mater, to our classmates, young and old. Here's to Chisholm on the Uppage, your traditions we e'er uphold. Wrong, wrong, wrong! We know what from which. Chisel, but definitely. Oh, jolly.
Classmates of Chisholm on the Uppage, may I present Fetlock Bones? Bones, this is Pippi Hollister.
How do you do? You do.
Marmaduke Smith-Smythe.
You do. You do.
Pennington Fumfit.
You do. You do.
And H.H. Buddle, recently returned from America.
How do you do, sir?
I beg your pardon?
I said, how do you do?
Terribly sorry, you're jogging. I can't understand you.
How do you do?
What is this blighter trying to say?
He means jadoo.
Oh, jadoo.
Buddle is seen in America.
Frightful how the colonies poop about with the mother tongue.
Too true, old Muffin.
But what about those chaps who disappeared?
It's filthy, Mr. Burns. We were playing bridge.
The lights went out, a dog barked, a shot rang out.
The lights came on and they were gone.
Constantly first, then Leffingwell. They both sat in the same chair.
Show me exactly what happened.
Righto. Let's play another hand of bridge, mates. Will you sit in, Bones?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Marmaduke, will you sit in that vacant chair?
Right, sir.
We're ready, Baskerville.
Let me see. I bid 1 heart.
2 spades.
I knock with 3.
I'm Schneider. I say the lights are off.
The Pekingese of the basket.
Lights! Oh, they're on again.
I say, Marmaduke's gone.
That blasted dog barked again.
The Pekingese of the Basketville.
Oh, Bones, do something. 3 Chisholm men have been done away with today. Yes, and each sat in the same chair.
I shall take the fingerprint.
Nobody touched the chair, Bones. They just sat in it.
Sorry, I'm not equipped for prints that large, old boy. There's only one thing to do. We shall reenact the crime. You, Buddle, sit in that chair.
Not that chair.
It's for Chiselich, Buddle.
For Chiselich. Righto, Bones.
And now, Baskerville, we'll play another hand of bridge. Who's bid?
The lights, they're off again.
The Pekingese of the Basketville.
Let go of my hand. Who's holding my hand?
Not so fast, matey. The lights, Buddle. Quickly, the lights.
They're on, Bones.
The mystery is solved, Buddle. Here sits the murderer. The cove who has done in your 3 Chiselich classmates.
Barkley Baskerville?
Righto.
This is preposterous, Bones. You can't prove anything.
Oh, no? Then how do you account for this revolver strapped under the bridge table?
Purely a coincidence.
And this push button under the table. When you push it, see? A trap door. Sweeney Todd fashion under the chair gives way.
Just a place for old razor blades.
But, how do you explain the Pekingese barking?
The dog is concealed in the basement. This other button sends a spark down and gives the Pekingese a hot paw. I suggest you confess, Baskerville.
Yes, Bones, you've got me with my confession down.
You murdered your Chiselich classmate.
I had to, the foul blighters.
Foul blighters, Barkley. The purpose of our class reunion was to present you with a purse of £1 million sterling.
I knew, Buddle. That's why I had to murder the entire class.
You had to kill them because they were going to give you all this money?
The gift tax on £1 million today is £1.5 million.
I see. If you had accepted the gift...
I would have been ruined. The class would have wiped me out.
So instead...
I wiped out the class.
This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you that gasoline powers the attack, and don't waste a drop. Thank you, and good night. Thank you.
This is CBS, Columbia Broadcasting System.
Orson Welles speaking. I just saw the impossible happen before my astounded eyes. I saw a man grow smaller and smaller day by day. I saw the loneliest and most frightened creature on earth living a nightmare in a world of giants. The incredible shrinking man.
The incredible shrinking man.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
When the Civil War began in 1861, there was no special services, and the chaplain's corps was in its infancy. The serviceman, sick or well, in the field or in the hospital, was left to his own devices during his free time. Then, the YMCA's United States Christian Commission was organized, with the approval and support of President Lincoln. Some 5,000 volunteers, men and women, gave spiritual, moral, and medical relief to soldiers and sailors of both sides, as well as prisoners of war. $6 million were raised to furnish supplies and do the work. They saved the lives of hundreds of fighting men and gave themselves untiringly. Today, along with the Civil War's 100th observance, the Armed Services Department of the YMCA is observing its centennial. Through the years, it has continued to serve our armed forces in this country and overseas. We salute the YMCA on the 100th anniversary of this work and for its services to young people of all races and creeds around the world.
I don't think I like Dodge too much, Andy. It kind of scares me.
Oh, it ain't a bad town, Millie. Besides, we'll only be here long enough to get the old wagon sold.
Well, that's the livery stable, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, there. Oh. This shouldn't take very long. Hello.
Hello, stranger.
You run this stable?
I own it. Moss Grimmick.
Well, I'm Andy Coe. I had in mind to sell my wagon.
Oh?
I was told you might buy it. It's a good wagon. A little old, maybe.
You must be kind of broke.
We just moved into a shack down by the Arkansas, and we're looking to get a start somehow, but we need a little eating money till I find a job. I'll sell the wagon cheap, Mr. Grimmick.
Well, maybe I can help you out. Let's have a look.
What's that? Well, something spooked that team.
They're running wild.
Pull it! Pull back! Pull out of it! Pull out!
Millie, are you hurt?
I'm all right.
Are you sure? Let me help you down.
I'm too scared. I can't. Shaken up so much. I should have jumped.
Who was that man driving the team?
Ed Fallon. He runs a freight line here.
Now, Andy, don't start trouble.
The woman's all right, isn't she?
Can't you handle them mules, mister?
Now, Andy.
You do that on purpose?
Of course I didn't do it on purpose. Some drunk come out of the saloon and spooked him. I feel terrible about this.
Well,
man.
you ought to feel terrible. You nearly killed her, you darn fool.
Andy!
You got a bad temper, ain't you?
You just bet I have.
Well, so have I when I get riled.
I'll fix you good for this.
I'm waiting.
Andy, stop it.
Next time, you better be wearing a gun, mister.
Oh, now you're threatening me with a gun.
No, he isn't. And you're not going to start wearing one either, Andy.
Well, we'll see about that.
What's the trouble here?
Hello, Marshal.
Chester, it's a good thing you've come.
Now, this man's threatening to come after me with a gun, Marshal.
He smashed into my wife with his wagon.
He didn't do it on purpose.
No wonder he didn't kill you.
He didn't kill me, though. I'm not even hurt. There's no cause for all this trouble.
He shouldn't be driving mules if he can't handle them.
What happened, Fallon?
Cowboys spooked my team and they run off. I couldn't help it.
Well, you sure ain't done their wagon much good.
We were going to sell it, too.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll pay for it. What's it worth?
Never mind about that.
Would $20 cover
I
it?
ain't asking for money.
I'll take it. We need that money.
Why, sure. Sure. Here you are, man.
Thank you.
You're pretty broke, are you?
We're broke, all right.
Well, maybe I can help you out. I'll give your husband a job, starting tomorrow.
Andy, you here?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear and I don't like it. Why should he offer me a job? It don't make sense.
My gracious, Mr. Fallon's just trying to be nice to you.
Looks to me like you could use a job, son.
He's right, Andy.
All right. All right, I'll try your job, Mr. Fallon, but probably not for long.
You sure don't make it easy. Anyway, my office is right over there. I'll see you in the morning. And, good day, ma'am.
Good day, Mr. Fallon. Why, you see? It worked out fine, Andy. I sold the wagon and you got a job.
Yeah. But I don't like that man, Millie.
You got quite a temper, son. Why don't you just relax and take your wife on home? Huh?
Yeah, sure. Come on.
Goodness me, he sure is a hothead, ain't he?
Yeah, and a temper like that can cause a lot of trouble. Especially with a wife that pretty.
Oh. Mr. Fallon.
Mrs. Cole, I had to ride out in the country today and just stop by your place to see how things were going.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Well, you look like you thought maybe it was some bandit riding up.
I didn't know.
No, I just wanted to be sure Andy wasn't home playing hooky while I was gone.
Andy wouldn't do a thing like that.
No, I was just joking. He's there on the job, all right, I'm sure of that. He's got 3 freight wagons to get loaded by noon.
Andy's a hard worker. You're going to be real pleased you hired him, Mr. Fallon.
Here now. You just call me Ed. We're friends, ain't we?
Why, yes, of course.
And how about inviting me in for a cup of coffee?
Well, I'm not sure that would be proper.
Oh, it ain't nobody around. Ain't nobody to even know.
Well,
Millie, that job I give Andy, I'm paying him $1 a day more than it's worth.
I know.
Well, I ain't sure I could use a cup of coffee.
All right, Mr. Fallon. I'll make you a cup of coffee.
Now, that's right neighborly, you, Millie. I like that just fine.
Hello, Millie.
Oh, Andy. I didn't hear you ride up.
No?
What are you looking for?
There's been somebody here.
What?
I thought maybe he was still around.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I seen tracks outside, boot marks.
Well, they're yours.
No, they ain't mine. I don't wear Spanish heels. Now, who was here, Millie?
Nobody was here. What's got into you anyway?
Now, don't you lie to me. You never lied to me.
And I'm not lying now. Andy, you been drinking.
I never drink, and you know it. Who was here today, Millie?
Nobody. Nobody was here. Now, I won't stand for this, Andy.
Well, I won't stand for it either.
Where are you going? Andy. Andy, put that gun back. Put it back, you hear?
You're covering up something, Millie. I'll find out who it is, and then I'll put the gun back. Not before.
There you are, Matt.
Thanks, Kitty.
You know, that's better beer than we've been getting lately.
Yeah, I think it is.
Maybe I ought to start charging more for it.
On second thought, kind of flat, isn't it?
You're a hard man, Matthew. Say, how's Andy Cole getting along in his job with Fallon?
I don't know, Kitty. I saw Andy today. He was wearing a gun.
Well, that doesn't exactly make him stand out around here, does it?
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen him wear one since he arrived in town.
Oh?
Yeah, I asked him about it. He told me some man was visiting his wife yesterday. She wouldn't tell him who it was. I tried to talk to him, but it didn't do any good.
No. Never does in a case like that.
Evening, Mac. Kitty?
Hello, Doc.
Sit down, Doc.
Oh.
How about a beer?
Oh, now I'd like that.
Sam, bring Doc a beer, will you?
Yes, Miss Kitty. You two look mighty glum. Something wrong?
Hey, we're just talking about Andy Cole.
Andy Cole? I met his wife today. Nice girl.
Oh? Where'd you meet her? Here in town?
No, I was driving by their shack by the river there, so I stopped and said hello.
So you're the one?
What?
Nothing.
Well, what were you saying about Andy?
Well, Matt's worried about him.
Andy's wearing a gun today for the first time.
What for?
He suspects somebody's been visiting his wife.
Maybe he's after me, then.
This isn't a joke, Doc.
Well, no, I guess it is.
Andy's a good boy, but he's awful hot-headed.
You know, this morning I made Millie Coe a promise. But I think maybe I should break it.
What are you talking about?
She gave me a note to deliver. Asked me not to tell anyone about it. It was for Ed Fallon.
Fallon?
Did you give it to him?
Yeah. Just now when I came in. He's standing right down there at the end of the bar.
Oh, yeah. You know what was in the note?
No, she didn't say. Just that it had something to do with business.
That's what she told you, huh?
Yeah. Why, you think it was something more?
I don't know, Doc. But if Millie wrote a note to Fallon, could be he's the one. Yeah, I'll be back. Fallon?
Yeah. Hello, Marshal. What's on your mind?
I want to talk to you about Millie Coe.
What?
Have you been seeing her?
What business of yours would I do, Marshal?
I'm trying to stop a killing, Fallon. I thought you might want to help.
I believe in law and order. You know that.
Then keep away from Millie Coe.
Now, look, Marshal.
Andy's wearing a gun, Fallon. You saw him. If you have been seeing his wife and he finds out, he'll kill you.
You seem to know a lot about this, Marshal.
Enough to know that you got a note from her today.
That note had to do with business.
Whatever it was, I'm just warning you. Stay away from her.
Well, what'd you find out, Matt?
I can't pin him down.
You tell him about the note?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you'd never own up to it anyway.
Well, I gotta make sure before Andy finds out.
Why are you going to do that?
Go out tomorrow and talk to Millie Coe. Face her with it. Hope she tells the truth.
going to jump double Dutch today. It's fun.
What, Susan, is double Dutch?
That's jumping with 2 ropes at a time. Anyone knows that.
Uh-huh. Thank you. Susan is one of the lucky ones, one of the healthy, normal children we all give thanks for. She can run and skate and even jump double Dutch. But there are over 250,000 other children in the United States who can't. They have cerebral palsy. They will never take part in active sports, maybe not even walk, but they can be helped. Through therapy and through special training, many cerebral palsied learn to live satisfactory and useful lives. There are 344 local affiliates of United Cerebral Palsy who support the hundreds of programs in hospitals, clinics, and special schools that are so needed. United Cerebral Palsy asks you to help. Contribute to the 53-minute march on cerebral palsy. Do it today.
More coffee?
No, thanks, Millie.
Marshal, I don't know what makes you think Mr. Fallon has been visiting me.
Andy's wearing a gun, Millie, and he means to use it.
I know.
Was it Fallon?
Nobody's been out here except you and Doc Adams.
Andy doesn't believe that.
Do you?
No.
Marshal, it's true. What's the matter with you men? Did you take a woman's word for anything? Andy.
Oh. Marshal Dillon. You're about the last man I would have suspected, Marshal.
Andy, wait.
You stay out of this, Millie. You just keep your hands where they are, Marshal.
You're making a mistake, Andy.
You've already made yours, and it was a bad one, a real bad one.
Now, you listen to me.
I'll kill you, Marshal. I swear I will.
Andy, it wasn't the Marshal.
No?
Andy, I think it was Fallon.
Fallon?
I came out here to prove it if I could.
How are you going to do that?
By facing Millie with it, she's a poor liar, Andy.
Was it Fallon, Millie?
There wasn't anybody out here, Andy.
You're lying. It was Fallon. Who else would it be? Sure, the whole thing figures out easy.
Now, wait a minute, Andy.
I know you're trying to stop a shooting, Marshal, but it won't do no good. I'll kill Fallon on sight.
Not while I'm around, you won't. You're going to go back to Dodge with me, Andy, and we'll have this out there and without gunplay. Now, let's go. Don't worry, Millie. It's going to be all right.
Andy. Oh, Andy. Andy. You.
It's me, all right. You surprised?
We're both here. Andy and the Marshal.
Yeah, I seen them. I've been waiting for them to leave.
How long you been here?
Long enough to see Andy ride up.
He knows it was you. He knows you've been visiting me. The Marshal told him.
The Marshal told him. What kind of a lie is that?
It's true.
You told him, Millie. Nobody else could have. You got me in a fine mess now, hadn't you?
I wish I had told him. I wish I had.
You're no better than the rest of them. Prettier, that's all.
You get out of here.
Not quite yet. First, I'm going to teach you a lesson. I'm going to teach you to keep your mouth shut.
Get out of here.
Like I said, not quite yet.
I ain't saw Fallon around town all day, Mr. Dillon.
He may be here at his office.
He better be. Well, Andy, where you been? I looked everywhere for you. Where's Fallon, Jenkins?
I don't know.
Take a look out back, Chester.
Yes, sir. Maybe you wouldn't mind telling me what's going on here, Marshal.
Like Andy said, we're looking for Fallon.
Well, Fallon's going to be looking for him. He finds out Andy's been loafing on the job. Fallon's paying Andy too much money as it is.
Not for long, he ain't.
You're getting $1 a day more than you're worth, Andy.
Whose idea was that, Jenkins, to pay him that money?
It wasn't mine. I'm only the clerk here. Besides, I don't have no reason for it, do I?
But Fallon does, huh?
Ain't nobody back there, Mr. Dillon.
All right, where is he, Jenkins?
You sure you want me to tell you, Marshal?
Did he go out to Andy's place?
He was looking kind of worried after talking to you last night.
Then he is out there.
He sure is, and you're looking mighty stupid, son. Running all over the country while Fallon's out there courting your wife, having himself a fine time.
Why, you...
Come on, Andy, don't waste your time. Let's go.
See no horse. He's sure he must have come afoot.
I just got a feeling that there's something wrong.
Andy.
Millie. Millie, what happened to you?
Andy.
Well, what happened? Are you hurt?
I'm all right.
Fallon. Where's Fallon? He's here. I know it. Now, where is he, Millie?
In there. In the house.
Fallon.
He got shot. Who did it, Fallon? Who shot you?
Millie.
Millie?
I tried to beat her. She shot me. I ain't doing so good.
You better go on out to Millie.
Millie? Millie, I was wrong not trusting you. Why didn't you tell me that first day?
I didn't want any trouble, Andy. But I was wrong, too. I'm not telling you.
Well, the trouble's all over now.
I was going to the river to wash when I heard you ride up.
Come on. I'll go with you.
Hi, this is Dennis James to make a point about reliable, effective Kellogg's All Brand. Repeat after me, please. What do you want when you need brand?
What do you want when you need brand?
Reliability.
Reliability.
Now, what do you get in Kellogg's All Brand?
What do you get in Kellogg's All Brand? Reliability.
Right. There's nothing like the reliable Kellogg way to get the effectiveness you want from brand. Kellogg's All Brand is the real Battle Creek formula with more of the vital brand bulk to help you keep regular. Low in calories and mighty appetizing. That's Kellogg's All Brand. And take advantage of the special rosebush offer now on the package. Famous Queen of the Garden rose bushes, 6 formally patented varieties, every one a beauty, at just a fraction of their usual cost. Yours for only 50 cents a bush when you include a box top from reliable, effective Kellogg's All Brand. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston and adapted for radio by Mr. Macdonald. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Have a Happy Habit, Monday through Friday, with Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney on the CBS Radio Network. Radio Network. Radio Network. Radio Network. Radio Network. Radio Network.
Someone is trying to frame me. You've got to help me.
But you're just too hot, Farmer.
Follow Harry Palmer. What happens to him concerns you. Yes, you. And you.
Forget all about the Ipcress file. You have forgotten your name.
In truth, his name is Michael K. And no one will forget his name. Michael K. He walks straight into sensational stardom in the Ipcress file as he gets right under the skin of the brash, cocky, wry-humored Harry Palmer. The soldier seconded from the army for security duties, who's never far away from a girl, and always closer than close to trouble.
Now get this. I'm going to tell you until I know you're clean. And if you're not clean, I'm going to kill you.
Both these men cover the British security network, but each keeps his own counsel and his own secrets. The one on the left is Dolby of the Home Office, a passed-over major, but nothing passes him by now.
A word in your shell-like ear. If there's anything to be reported to Ross, I report it. Understand?
Yes, sir. This is Colonel Ross of the War Office.
I want you to do a job for me. Any choice? Frankly, no.
She's Jean Corte, one of the agents Harry works alongside. But whose side is she on?
You're working for Ross. He sent you here.
Don't be silly. I'm working for Dolby.
Between the kisses and the double crosses, they are all working for somebody, whilst you get the closest workover of them all as you actively share the stark, dangerous secrets of the Ipcress file. Move over for today's most sensational hypnotic meeting with suspense.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Wyoming, Why Do You Begin with W? When it comes to gay, colorful beauty, ladies and gentlemen, the flowers that bloom in the spring certainly have a real rival in Jell-O. Jell-O is one of the most attractive, most inviting desserts you can possibly serve. It fairly glistens with goodness, shining and shimmering with a rich, lustrous look all its own. And Jell-O's bright, glowing colors are a joy just to behold. As for flavor, well, Jell-O's flavor is simply irresistible, as delightful and refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. And Jell-O is pleasantly inexpensive, pleasantly easy to make. So enjoy this swell treat real soon in all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Be especially sure to try strawberry, raspberry, and cherry Jell-O. because each has a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And that means a new distinctive goodness, something really fine. Make up a luscious mold of rich, radiant Jell-O tomorrow. That was Wyoming, Why Do You Begin with W, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, once again I bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who last Sunday night refereed that famous battle of wits between the Quiz Kids of Chicago and the Jell-O
Hold
Kid.
it, Don, hold it. Mary just called up and said that Jackson won't be here tonight.
Well, why not?
Well, he's worried to death about his appearance on that Quiz Kid show next Wednesday night. He's home studying so he'll be as smart as they are.
He should live so long.
You said it, Dennis. You know, them kids is mental giants. Why, even I'd be afraid to go on their program. No kidding.
Well, Jack is taking this pretty seriously. I understand he even had Mary over to his house all day yesterday asking him questions. That's all that's on his mind. The Quiz Kids. Questions, answers, questions, answers. I think it's
What a mess. I can't get over it. If my father told me once, he told me 1,000 times. Go to college, learn something. But no, I had to get into vaudeville.
Jack, concentrate. Have you got the answer to this question yet?
I can name you every vaudeville theater in the country. I even know the first name of every one of Fink's mules. From Bessie to Jerome. But will they ask me that next Wednesday? No.
Oh, quit beefing. Do you know the answer to this question or not?
No, what is it?
1492.
Holy smoke, was it that long ago? All right, Mary, ask me another one.
Okay, here's an easy one. What's the Taj Mahal?
An auto court on Ventura Boulevard.
Oh, for heaven's sake, the Taj Mahal is in India, and it's one of the 7 wonders of the world.
Oh. Gee, I'm dumb. I guess I don't know anything, do I?
Well, let's keep on anyway. Here's another question. Name the President of the United States whose likeness appears on a $20 bill.
A $20 bill? I don't know.
Well, go up and look in your mattress.
Oh, stop, will you? Say, I wonder if the Quiz Kids know anything about the Taj Mahal. I'll have to ask them after dinner.
After dinner?
Yeah, didn't I tell you, Mary? You know, I'm so nuts about those kids, I invited 3 of them to stay here at my house. I just couldn't let them go to a hotel. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Where are the Quiz Kids?
Well, Richard and Gerard are in the backyard discussing anthropology.
Anthropology, eh? Well, did you hide in the bushes and make notes of what they said, like I told you to?
Yes, sir. And say, boss.
What?
Did you know I'm not a Caucasian?
No, but if they say so, it's right. Now, where's the other boy, Claude?
He's in the library reading Shakespeare.
Shakespeare? I'm going to have a tough enough Wednesday night without him pulling that on me. Go in the library and see if you can mix him up.
Mix him up?
Yes.
I tried to, and he said, Othello, don't mess around.
Gazooks, I'm cooked. Well, at least find out what he's reading, and I'll read the same thing. See you later.
Okay, boss. Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Get out of here.
Say, Jack, here's a question in American history they might ask you.
A lot of good that'll do. All I know is show business and vaudeville theaters. Go ahead anyway.
What city is on an island that was purchased from the Indians for $24?
What city is on an island that was... Let's see.
I'll give you a clue. Where's the Roxy Theater?
New York. New York is the answer. I got that one right. You know, Mary, I might do pretty well against those Quiz Kids Wednesday night.
Oh, sure.
All I need is a little hint now and then.
A big hint would throw you.
No, I don't know about that. Well, that's enough for now, Mary. I'm going into the library and talk to Claude. See See you later. Now, let's see. The Taj Mahal is in New York, and it was built in 1492. I must remember that. And then, whoops! Rochester, what are you doing at that keyhole?
Bend down here, boss, and take a look at Claude.
Now, what's he doing?
That boy's got Shakespeare in one hand, H.G. Wells in the other, and his forehead ain't even wrinkled.
Well, I'm going in there and talk to him. Meanwhile, Rochester, why don't you get Richard and Gerard and take them down in the basement to see Carmichael?
I better not, boss. That bear's been in a mean mood ever since he came out of hibernation last week.
Oh, nonsense. Carmichael's as gentle as a lamb.
Then what happened to the gas man?
Will you stop worrying about the gas man? He probably went downstairs, read the meter, and walked out the basement door.
Well, we know he went downstairs, and we know he read the meter.
Uh-huh.
But walking out that basement door ought to pay fantastic odds.
Oh, don't be so pessimistic. Now, take Richard and Gerard down to see Carmichael. I'm going in and talk to Claude. Well, how's my little man this evening?
Fine, thank you, Mr. Benny.
Good, good. I see you're studying up on the immortal bard. That's Shakespeare, you know. How are you coming along?
Very well. I'm memorizing Hamlet.
Memorizing it? Well, look, Claude, I want to ask a little favor of you. It's nothing much, but it might help me out.
What is it, Mr. Benny?
Well, when I appear on your program, I wish you and the rest of the kids would kind of take it easy and miss on a few questions.
Miss?
Yes. Now, I wouldn't ask you any favors, Claude, but you see, when I was a child back in Waukegan, I was kind of a poor kid, and I didn't have any books or much of an opportunity to learn anything.
Well, didn't they have a library in Waukegan?
Yes, Claude, but you had to walk up 3 flights of steps to get there. I was such a weak, sickly child, I didn't have the strength to climb those steps.
Well, didn't you have any friends who could go to the library and get a book for you?
No, Claude. Everybody hated me. They used to call me Mouse Face. So you see, Claudie boy, if you'll just give your Uncle Jackie a break Wednesday night, you'll be doing me a great favor.
Well, I'd like to, Mr. Benny, but I'm afraid that wouldn't be ethical.
Oh.
We must answer the questions if we know them.
All right, kid. If it's a battle you want, let's go. What's the Taj Mahal?
The Taj Mahal is a white marble mausoleum which was built at Agra, India, by the Shah Jahan as a monument for his favorite wife, Mumtaz Mahal.
Oh, yes, Mumtaz.
It took 20,000 men 22 years to construct
That's
this
enough,
temple.
Claude. You know it all right. Now, let me tell you something. As long as you're so ethical, I'm going back and study my books, too.
But, Mr. Benny, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
You didn't, eh? Well, before I go, kid, here's one that'll stump you. Answer this. Who was the manager of the Penn Theater in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania? Come on. What's his name?
I'm sure I don't know.
Johnny Galvin, that's who. Think it over, kid. That burns me up. Invite him to the house, he can't do me one little favor. Has to be ethical. What kills me at dinner tonight, that kid'll probably have 4 helpings of mashed potatoes. He eats like a horse.
Who eats like a horse?
Claude. He won't even cooperate with me.
Did you pull Mouse Face on him?
Not only that, I had tears in my eyes. Oh, well, ask me some more questions, Mary.
Okay.
I got him on that Johnny Galvin, though. You should have seen his face, Mary.
I'll bet. Here's a good one, Jack. Name the states that border the Mississippi River.
The Mississippi? Let's see. There's Missouri, Tennessee, Louisiana, and then there's Idaho. No, that's wrong. No, I know, Alabama. You know, Mary, one time I played Mobile, Alabama. See, and then there's Kentucky. I guess that's about all. Ask me another question.
Okay, here's one in spelling. How do you spell physiotherapy?
What?
Physiotherapy.
Physiotherapy? Let's see. Capital F. I-Z.
Never mind, spell cat.
Wait a minute, I'm not through with physiotherapy yet.
I am, and I'm sick of you, too.
It's a fine attitude. Well, I've got a headache again. Come on, Mary, let's go out in the yard and see what Richard and Gerard are doing.
Okay.
Burns me up. Why'd I ever accept that invitation to go on their program? I wouldn't mind being stupid, but I've got gray hair. Oh, well, this is only Saturday. I still got 4 days to study.
Yeah, why worry? You might get run over before Wednesday.
With my luck, they'd broadcast from the hospital. Where are you going, Rochester?
I'm going out in the kitchen and fix dinner.
Well, did you take the children downstairs to see Carmichael?
Boss, I don't think I ought to take those kids near that polar bear.
Now, listen, Rochester, if you're so worried about what happened to the gas man, for goodness sake, call up the gas company.
I did call the gas company.
What did they say?
Where's the man?
Oh, you're as crazy as Mr. Billingsley. Now, call us as soon as dinner is ready. I'll be with Gerard and Richard. Physiotherapy. I hope I can... Oh, there they are.
Gee, those kids are cute.
Yeah. Let's sneak over and hear what they're talking about. Every little bit helps.
Say, Richard, hasn't Mr. Benny got a nice house? He certainly has. But you know, Gerard, I think we're paying as much here as we would at a hotel.
Why, Jack Benny. So that's why you put that sign out front, Beverly Hills Tourist Haven.
I just did that for a gag. Well, hello, Gerard. Richard?
Hello, Mr. Benny. Are you still worrying about next Wednesday night?
No. I've been studying like a little demon, and I expect to be very good on your program.
I hope so, Mr. Benny. We like you. We sure do.
Well, that's good. You know, kids, I didn't intend to bring this up, but when I was a child, your age... Mary. I had a stand on the street corner selling newspapers when I should have been in school. I mean, what chance did I have to study?
Well, why didn't you read the newspapers?
My eyes were bad. I tell you, kids, I used to stand there on the street corner barefooted. Get your paper here, I'd say. Extra.
Dewey takes vanilla.
Oh, stop. Anyway, kids, if I miss on some of the questions Wednesday night, you miss some of them too, will you?
But, Mr. Benny, we don't know what the questions are until they ask us.
I know, but, Richard, whatever they do ask you, miss a few, just as a favor to me.
That wouldn't be ethical.
Ethical, schmethical, that's all I hear. How would you kids like it if I raised your rent? Now, look, fellas, I don't like to get tough. But
Hey, Jack, look who's coming.
Oh, yeah. Pardon me, kid. Good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Playing with the kiddies, I see.
Yes, we're having a lot of fun. They're adorable little rascals. Very brilliant, too.
Yes, I know. I asked one of them to look at my watch this morning, and he told me the exact time.
Your watch? Well, what's so difficult about that?
The hands have mittens on them.
Oh, I see. Well, look, Mr. Billingsley, if the hands are covered, how do you tell time?
Oh, I always go by the stars. You can't miss that way.
The stars? Well, that's a good system at night, but what do you do during the day?
I'm a busboy at the Brown Derby.
Well, I can see we're not getting any place, so let's discuss this later. Shall we, Mr. Billingsley?
Yes. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
Oh, I wouldn't dare.
I can't understand that guy. Now, kids, getting back to the...
Hey, boss, dinner's ready.
Okay, Rochester, go get Claude. Come on, Mary. Come on, Richard, Gerard.
Oh, boy, food. Gee, I'm hungry.
Well, we've got a nice dinner prepared for you. Roast duck and everything. You know, kids, there was one thing I forgot to tell you about my childhood. You know, there was a public library in my hometown, but you had to climb 3 flights of steps to get there. And I was so weak and frail that as much as I wanted an education... Gee, I'm full. Well, kids, didn't Uncle Jackie give you a nice dinner tonight?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
I'm glad you liked it.
I certainly enjoyed that Marilla Colares.
Oh, it was I beg your pardon? Marilla Colares. What's that, Gerard?
That's the Latin word for duck.
Oh, the roast duck. The Latin word. Yes, it was delicious.
I thought the mashed potatoes were a little too lumpy.
Mary, don't be funny. Well, kids, Uncle Jackie's pretty tired from studying all day, so if you don't mind, I think I'll go up to bed. See you in the morning, everybody.
Oh, Mr. Benny, do you want me to tell you a story again tonight?
No. No, thank you, Richard, thank you. I'll fall asleep all right. Well, good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night, Mary.
Good night, Jack, and for heaven's sake, stop worrying.
I'm not worried. Say, Rochester, go upstairs and turn down my bed, will you?
Okay, boss.
I'll answer the door. Marilla Colares. Amazing how that little child knew that, huh? Good evening.
Good evening.
Say, mister, my wife and I'd like to rent a room.
A room?
Yes, we were driving by and saw your sign. We're on our honeymoon.
Oh, that sign, Beverly Hills Tourist Haven. Well, I just put that up for a gag. I really have no rooms for rent.
Show him the license, Homer.
No. No, I really haven't any vacancies. I'm sorry.
Okay, come on, Sam.
Sam, that must be short for Blanche. Well, I might as well hit the hay. Now, let's see. Physiotherapy is the Latin word for duck. No, that's not it. Oh, well, I'll probably think of it in the morning. Well, good night, Rochester. Tomorrow's Sunday, and it's my busy day, so wake me up early, will you?
Yes, sir.
Boy, am I tired. Been a tough day for me, all right. Gee, this bed feels good. Wonder if I ought to look now and see whose picture is on a $20 bill. No, I'll wait till morning.
You better take your clothes off, boss. You're liable to fall asleep that way.
I'll just rest for a few minutes and take them off later. Good night, Rochester.
Good night, boss. I left your chin strap on the dresser.
Thanks. Oh, boy, am I all in. Questions, answers. I don't know why I ever got into this mess. Taj Mahal. Imagine it took 22 men, 20,000 years to build it. No, that can't be it. Must have been 20,000 men. Can't get over that little kid knowing all about it. Physiotherapy. I never saw kids with so much.
Here they are, the Quiz Kids, presented every Wednesday night by the makers of Alka-Seltzer.
Gee, look at all those people. Well, I just have to do the best I can.
I will now call the roll. Jackie?
I am Jackie Benny. I am 9 years old, and I attend the Taj Mahal School in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. I'm ready, sir.
William? I am William Shakespeare. I am 7 years old, and I go to the King Lear School in Hamlet, Indiana.
Shakespeare? Gee, he ought to know all about Shakespeare. What chance have I got?
Isaac? I am Sir Isaac Newton. I am 4 years old, and I discovered the law of gravy.
That's gravity. Hey, mister, Phil got that wrong. I mean, Sir Isaac. Gee, he looks like Phil.
And now, lady?
I am Lady Godiva.
Lady Godiva.
I am 12 years old, and I'm riding at Bay Meadows.
Oh, boy. I pity the horse. Well, let's get going with the question. Did Uncle Jackie give you a nice dinner tonight?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Benny. Yes, Mr. Benny. The score is now Quiz Kids 1492, Benny nothing.
Gee, I better get going here.
Now, William Shakespeare. Yes, sir. Finish the quotation, to be or not to be.
Hey, I know that one, but I haven't any vacant room.
Show him the license, Homer.
To be or not to be?
To be or not to be, that is the question. And the answer is Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert.
That's Don Wilson.
It is not only economical and easy to make, but comes in 6 delicious flavors.
I know it's Don.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and Marilla Calaris.
Gee, that must be the Latin word for lime.
So look for the big red letters on the duck.
Darn it. That's another question I missed. Hey, mister, ask me something. I know lots of answers.
All right, Jack Benny. Here's a question for you.
Gee.
If you had a farm of 22,000 acres, and on this farm you planted library steps.
Library steps?
Yes. And each of these farmers had 3 sons, but the 5th son could only work every 8th day. And the 7th...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Now, here's the question. How wide is the river?
What? What river?
The Taj Mahal.
The Taj Mahal? What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Who are you?
I am the gas man. I am 32 years old, and I'm wearing a white fur coat.
Oh, my goodness, he's inside a Carmichael.
Correct. 1 point for Rochester Van Jones.
You keep out of this.
Come on, Jackie, are you going to answer the question or not? How wide is the river?
Let's see. 22,000 acres of library steps. I gotta find the prime factor and the least common multiple. Well...
Do you know the answer or not?
Give me a chance, will you?
Let him have it, Chief. We'll beat it out of him.
I'll get it.
You better get it or you'll get the electric chair.
The electric chair? No, I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
The electric chair?
Mary, what are you laughing at?
Who discovered electricity?
Benjamin Franklin, but I'm sorry. Hey, mister, I've got the answer. The river is... Take it easy, Sam. I know the width of that river. The river is...
He doesn't know.
I know it. Please, fellas, give me a chance.
Strap him down, men.
Off with his head.
Let me out of here. Let me out of this chair. I know the answer. The river is...
Boss, wake up.
The river is 300 and...
Boss, what's the matter with you? Wake up.
Rochester, get away from me. I've got the answer.
Boss, wake up. You've been dreaming.
The river is... What?
You've had a nightmare, boss. Wake up.
A nightmare? Oh. Well, gee whiz. Wow, what I've just been through. You know, Rochester, I just dreamt I was in the Quiz Kids program, and I didn't know the answers.
Did you have to dream that?
Thank heaven it was only a dream. Hand me that chin strap, Rochester. I want to look nice for my new picture.
Here you are. Good night, boss.
Good night, Rochester.
Friends, when you receive your copy of General Foods' new dessert recipe book, I bet the very first thing you'll say is, what a beauty. Because it certainly is one of the most attractive books you ever saw. Just take the cover itself. Front and back, it's one big, beautiful picture, showing almost 24 different luscious desserts in a vivid pattern of reds, blues, yellow, pinks, and every other color you can think of. And when you look inside this lovely book, you'll be practically dazzled by the sight of so many rich, glowing color, photographs, and paintings. And then you'll see that the whole book is crowded with what strikes you as the world's cleverest and most enticing recipes. Recipes for every dessert under the sun. Pies, cakes, cookies, Bavarians, ice creams, and, well, just simply everything. 365 different dessert recipes and suggestions of all kinds. A brand new dessert for every day in the year. So, friends, be sure to write for your copy. All you have to do is mail 10 cents in coin or stamps to Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. That's all, just 10 cents. And remember the address, Don Wilson, care of General Foods, Battle Creek, Michigan. Send for your copy today.
Hurry, 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 hurry.
Hey,
hurry,
say,
hurry.
wait a minute, Frank.
Hurry.
Frank Bingham, what's all this hurry about? Is there a circus in town?
Well, it is circus time, Don. But what I'm telling the folks to hurry about is to hurry and try Jell-O puddings, those new creamy, ready-prepared puddings that bear the Jell-O name. Like Jell-O, Jell-O puddings are tops for quality and unsurpassed for rich, delightful flavor. And like Jell-O, Jell-O puddings are easy to make. To prepare them, you simply add milk, cook until thickened, and then cool. And what a grand, mellow flavor. Jell-O puddings sell for the same low cost as Jell-O, too. And you can have your choice of 3 flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Start in tomorrow to enjoy the tempting goodness of smooth, creamy Jell-O puddings. Remember, when you go to your grocer's for Jell-O, be sure to get Jell-O puddings. Hurry, 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 hurry.
This is the last number of the 28th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Now, I want to take this opportunity of thanking the makers of Alka-Seltzer, Louis Cowan, and the Quiz Kids for their splendid cooperation on tonight's program. And, folks, if you think I had a nightmare tonight, listen in Wednesday. Those kids will...
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Get the Pentagon. Class A emergency. The Joint Chiefs of Staffs are expecting the call. The rocket has just been entered by a robot.
It lives. Life? Consciousness? A machine?
It intends to put itself section by section into orbit around the Earth. And from that day, forever forward, Earth will be its slave.
A boy made invisible by mysterious scientific force. Held in the sinister power of the Berserk electronic brain machine developed by the boy's father, famous scientist Dr. Tom Marino.
You have 58 hours. If at the end of that time you have failed to supply the required information, the boy will be destroyed.
Top scientists and brass from the armed forces confer on the emergency. One by one, they are trapped and microscopic transistors implanted in their brains.
Each one of us must submit to a physical examination by Dr. Bannerman.
May one ask why?
Because at least 2 of us here, and maybe more, have one of these surgically embedded in their skulls. Which means they're completely under non-human control.
Dr. Marino, you have been informed of the situation. My robot is already in space, and your son is completely in his hands. Marino, I direct your attention toward the television screen. You and your wife will remain here, and you will be obliged to look and listen. Are you ready, robot?
Ready, Master.
Good. You may begin with his eyes.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Disputed Passage, starring Alan Ladd, Akeem Tamirov, and Ann Richards. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Brian Ahern.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. One of the world's outstanding men of medicine, Sir William Osler, said at the peak of his career, "Nothing in life is more wonderful than fate. It is the one great moving force which we can neither weigh in the balance nor test in the crucible." Sir William was a man of fact and research, a tireless seeker after scientific truth. Yet he never ceased to admit the existence of forces greater than his scalpel could reveal. Tonight's Lux Radio Theater play disputes this passage, or rather puts it to the test in one of the screen's most moving stories. From Lloyd Douglas' great book, Disputed Passage. It comes to us from Paramount Studios, producers of the current Technicolor hit Bring on the Girls. Among our stars tonight is Alan Ladd, who recently finished the Paramount picture Salty O'Rourke, in which he goes back to the type of role that made him famous, the gun-toting, swashbuckling man of action. Co-starred with Alan tonight is the versatile character actor, Akim Tamirov. Also a newcomer to this stage, but for many years Australia's top film favorite, Miss Anne Richards. Disputed Passage takes its title from lines by a favorite American poet, Walt Whitman, who argued that wisdom could best be acquired through challenge and dispute instead of blind agreement or acceptance. And I think that goes for little things as well as big. Certainly we would rather you put Lux Flakes to the test yourself than blindly accept whatever we may say about them. And I think it's because so many people have put Lux Flakes to the test that today they are serving in so many homes, lightening household chores and helping families to take better care of the things they wear, so that they'll last longer and look better, too. And now, here's the first act of Disputed Passage, starring Alan Ladd as John Bevan, Akim Tamirov as Dr. Forster, and Anne Richards as Audrey. Some 15 years ago, at one of our larger medical colleges, a group of new young students, nervously excited, file into their first class in surgery. They know the significance of the moment. It marks more than the start of their careers. It is their introduction to the almost legendary figure who will rule their lives for the next 4 years. Their teacher, Dr. Mac Forster.
Well, what's the idea of keeping us waiting like this?
Don't worry. You'll see so much of Forster, you'll hate the sight of him.
Now, who says so?
Every guy who's ever studied under him. He's a sarcastic, egotistical heel, and I'm ducking the eminent Dr. Forster every chance I get.
He's still the greatest surgeon in the world.
Oh, you'll find out, Bevan. You'll find out.
Pipe down. Here he comes.
Sit down. Sit down. This is a classroom, not a ballpark. Well, for reasons known only to yourselves, you have elected to study the science of medicine. All right? But get this through your heads. You are no different than any other class of beginners in any other medical school. Your own opinions to the contrary? At least 60% of you will prove so completely stupid that you will have to leave for the protection of the general public. Only in 10% of you will there be a meager evidence of superiority. It is to that 10% I now speak. From this small group will come the pure scientists, in whose life there's room for nothing but science. Someone, someday, will tell us what we want to know about cancer. Someone will give us the cure for infantile paralysis. If I may venture a prediction, the men who are to achieve these feats are already born. Perhaps they are experienced scientists on the eve of their discoveries. But it also may be that they are students in some medical school. These men may be here, in this room. All right, now? As I call your names, you will rise. Ralph Anderson?
Yes, sir.
Well, well. Gentlemen, Mr. Anderson obviously will specialize in surgery.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Since nature has seen fit to give him hands suitable only for stump pulling, he will no doubt pursue a career requiring to greatest delicacy and skill. You may sit down, Mr. Anderson. W. Bain?
Yes, sir.
Oh, ladies. And so you have decided to overcome the handicap of your sex and go out to do a man's work. Very well. No doubt you see yourself as some ministering angel, restoring health to those fortunate enough to feel your cool hands upon their fevered brows.
I see no reason why I can't be a good doctor just because I'm a woman.
Oh, you don't? Oh, perhaps you suffer from faulty vision, Miss Blaine. Sit down. John Wesley Bevan. Stand up, John Wesley. Let the congregation see you.
Yes, sir.
The records indicate that you came from a righteous little college engaged in the manufacture of preachers.
That's right, sir.
Well, you will be interested to know we have a standing reward here for any dissection that proves the existence of a soul.
How much is the prize, sir?
I shall be glad to sign the check, Brother Bevan, and let you fill in the figures. As a son of faith, you doubtless believe in the hereafter.
Well, it's a theory, sir, that science hasn't yet disproved.
Science concerns itself with facts, not metaphysics. And you will find no interest here in a churchman's views on anatomy or pathology.
I can quite understand that, sir. Any more than a scientist's viewpoint would be of any interest on religion.
I trust, Brother Bevan, you will not be long in learning that rhetoric belongs in a pulpit, not the laboratory.
I'd always supposed that, sir. Until now.
Quiet! If there's any more of this moronic laughter, I'll dismiss the class. All right, sit down. Alexander Claxton. Alexander Claxton!
For Pete's sake, Johnny, get your nose out of that microscope.
Oh. Hi, Andy.
I've been looking all over for you.
I told you I'd be in the lab.
In case you haven't heard, Christmas vacation started today.
Yeah.
And you said you'd come home with me?
Andy, I just can't go.
No, come on. I'll help you pack.
I can't leave. I've been waiting 5 days to find out how a piece of live tissue reacts to this dose of X-ray.
You have, I'll show you how live tissue reacts to roast turkey.
I'll take a rain check on that.
What are you trying to do? Please, Forster? You couldn't impress that egomaniac with a Nobel Prize.
He's still the greatest surgeon in the world.
How can you say that after the beating you've taken? He's been riding you all term.
Go on, you'll miss your train.
Okay, Johnny. Sorry. I hope you and Forster have a dandy time together.
Where's Johnny?
Inside the microscope.
Oh, stick around. You might like to find out what happens when a person blows up spontaneously.
Forster, huh? You too. Well.
Oh, I'm so mad.
Talk to the research man. So long.
What's the matter, not going home?
Of course not. Dr. Forster doesn't believe in holidays. He just slapped 4 of my anatomy drawings back in my face.
Well, what of it? If they're not right.
Look, Bob, I'm 23 years old. Maybe not good looking, but not too bad. And I haven't had a date or put on an evening dress or even danced in 4 months. Nothing that I could remotely enjoy. And now, well, why couldn't he wait till after the holidays for his stupid old drawings?
Hey, now wait a second. You don't have to cry about it.
Who's crying? Why, he couldn't make me cry. Oh, it's no use. Got a spare shoulder I could borrow.
Sure. Now, look, Winnie, it's just that...
Well. Your unselfish devotion to scientific labors, both of you, is most commendable. May I suggest that a bench in the park might offer better facilities for your present type of research? Get out of here.
Okay, I'll get out. You bet your boots I'll get out.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, you've got eyes, Brother Bevan. So far as I'm concerned, Lincoln just signed that proclamation. This slave's going out and celebrate her freedom. Come on, let you and I get stiff.
Well, Winnie, but I can't go.
You don't want to go?
You don't know how I want to go. But these experiments cost money, and in just about 42 minutes, something's going to happen in that test tube that I've been waiting a good many days to see.
I get it. Or do I? Well, how about a date for next Christmas?
Well.
Oh, do you realize there are 3 more Christmases before we get out of this reform school?
Yeah, that's the trouble. There's not enough time in 4 years. How can you learn what it's taken?
You're talking like he talks. Like Foster.
Am I? I didn't mean to. I'm just scared, Winnie. Scared that they'll hand me that diploma and I won't be ready to take it. It'll be here before we know it. Before we know it.
Following midterm examinations, the second-year medical students listed below have been placed on the honor roll. Alberto Fioretti, chemistry. Watson Shelby, materia medica. John Wesley Bevan, surgery and medicine. Joseph Morgenstern.
From Dr. Max Forster to all third-year medical students, from January 4th to 17th, all laboratory sessions will be in charge of John Wesley Bevan. Anyone failing to attend these sessions will be held accountable to the dean of the university. Well, how do you like that? Bevan.
Well, why not? He's top man in the class. Forster had to choose him.
Yeah, and Bevan's no different than Forster. He had a heart when he came here 3 years ago. It's gone now.
All work and no feelings. Forster's made a convert, all right. The pure scientist.
Commencement exercises, College of Surgery and Medicine, will be held June 3rd on Hadley campus. Principal speaker, Dr. William Cunningham, Carlisle Hospital, Shanghai. Gabriel Award for Best Scholastic Record, John Wesley Bevan. Valedictorian, Thomas Latham.
Yes, gentlemen. 35 years ago, when doctors received their diplomas, they didn't have to know so much. Still, the job we've done hasn't been too bad. I think that's been due to a power greater than our own. You'll learn something of that power sooner or later. It has nothing to do with science. It has everything to do with humanity. In your years here, you've worshipped at one shrine, science. That is as it should be.
Well, how do you feel, Dr. Anderson?
Never felt better, Dr. Bevan. How do you feel?
Fine, Doctor.
Then pipe down. I want to hear Cunningham.
Oh, why, he's not a doctor. He's a missionary. And a pretty dull one at that.
But I charge you, you cannot cure the ills of a body and leave the soul in torment. And that's all that 35 years have taught me. And for what it's worth, I pass it on to you. Thank you, gentlemen, and good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Cunningham. Now there remains the awarding of one special award. Dr. Max Foster.
I am sure you will realize that the warm atmosphere of brotherly love engendered by Dr. Cunningham has nothing to do with the appointment I'm about to make. I'm asking John Wesley Bevan to hold forth in my laboratory for the coming year as my assistant. Do you accept, Dr. Bevan?
Yes, sir. Like you, I recognize the ship is more important than the crew. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Johnny.
Oh, hello, Andy. Well, leaving for home today?
Yeah. What's your hurry?
Oh, got to see Foster. I've started already teaching summer classes.
I wanted to talk to you about that, Johnny.
Hmm?
Those kids, they're squawking. They'll take it from Forster because he's Forster, but they won't take it from you. You're too rough on them.
What do they want me to do? Hold their hands and tell them how wonderful they are? Nobody ever held mine.
Look, Johnny, these kids are human beings. They've come here to study, and
Now let them study and stop the grousing. There isn't time for both.
Okay, I'll drop you a line, Johnny.
What's that? It's in Forster's office.
Come on, Andy. Sounds to me like somebody's getting murdered.
Well, how do you feel now? You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right. Where's Anderson?
Taking your sparring partner to his car. I must have hit Carpenter harder than I meant to. All right, what happened?
You know him? Carpenter?
Sure, you bounced him out of school last year, didn't you?
Certainly, I threw him out. What good was he? A football player who brewed a year about his failure and then comes back to beat me up.
Didn't do a bad job, did he?
I don't like your jokes, Bevan.
Going to press charges?
No. Maybe I should to protect society. But I kept Carpenter from being a doctor. That was one crime against society I was able to prevent. No, I want this thing kept quiet, Bevan.
Yes, it might give other students some ideas. Nauseated?
Yes, a little.
Want to throw up or lie down?
I'll just sit down.
You know, you've had a good licking coming to you for a long time, if you don't mind my saying so.
Then why did you stop Carpenter?
It so happens there are a lot of things you know that I don't. I got to get them out of you.
That's the most cold-blooded remark I've ever heard.
Knowing how you despise sentimentality, I'm flattered.
Yes, of course. Fortunately, I now have a use for you also. There's a case coming in here tomorrow. Some patient of Brother Cunningham's came from China with him.
What sort of a case?
A bullet wound in the right arm. Penetrated the medial aspect with seemingly no impairment of function. Understand?
Medial nerve?
Yes. A few months ago, a pain developed in the hand, not in the arm. An operation was performed, but no relief.
What happened? Adhesions liberated without uniting the nerve?
Yes, probably. Anyway, another operation is necessary.
Sounds as if the nerve fibers have grown out, producing an aroma.
Good. Good. Very good, Bevan. You'll operate at 10 o'clock.
Me?
Why not? Afraid you cannot do it?
No, I was only surprised you'd be willing to step aside.
Well, my fingers, look, when I fell.
Oh, I see. Why didn't you say something?
Well, just a sprain, but I can't operate.
Here, I'll tape it up. Better have an x-ray.
No, I said it was just a sprain. And as for Cunningham's patient, Bevan, get it through that thick skull of yours that I'm interested in only one thing, good surgery. Who performs, it doesn't matter. Now tape up these fingers.
The patient's inside, Dr. Bevan.
Oh, thanks. Good morning. I just wanted to,
Good morning.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I wasn't expecting to see a girl.
Where is Dr. Foster? Dr. Cunningham told me he was to operate.
Well, he hurt his fingers yesterday, and I'm afraid that he...
Oh, I see. It is you who will operate?
With your permission, of course. Dr. Forster didn't tell me that. I mean, a bullet wound, I thought
using the anesthetic, doctor, there's no need to talk your patient into unconsciousness. You are in good hands, Miss Hilton. I have explained to Dr. Cunningham about my automobile accident.
Oh, please do not think me difficult. It is quite all right.
Then we'll proceed. Nurse, call surgery. Dr. Bevan will operate at 10 o'clock.
Your supper will be right in, Miss Hilton. Well, how's the arm?
The hand, it is much better. The arm, it is still very painful, Doctor.
Well, it's fine.
I'm glad it pleases you. I myself am not delighted. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks, but I'm afraid I haven't time to visit.
But the pain, you have not told me why.
Well, your arm hurts simply because of the operation, but the hand is better because we removed the tumor from the nerve.
Oh, I see.
The bullet almost severed the nerve. You must have suffered terribly.
These days, there are many Chinese who suffer.
Chinese?
I am Chinese. Did you not know?
Oh, but your name, Audrey Hilton, your face. Are you joking?
On the contrary, Doctor. It is inside that the person is what he is. I was born in China, educated in China, and I did not leave there until a few months ago. Yes, I am Chinese.
But your parents?
Americans. They were killed when I was so young. My foster parents were Chinese. They are the only family I have ever known.
I hope I said nothing to offend you.
Oh, please, do not think of that.
You're doing fine, Miss Hilton. Another week like the past one, and you'll be playing tennis.
An American sport I have not yet acquired. But already I have succumbed to fishing. Dr. Cunningham taught me.
I'll have you know I was once the best hook and worm fisherman in the whole state of Wisconsin.
How long has that been?
Years ago.
You know, when you talk like that, you are a different person. For a little moment, you are not the stern Dr. Bevan. I think it will be a great relief to you when I can leave here. You regret even those few minutes that keep you from your work.
This is my work, part of it. Besides, I enjoy talking with you.
Excuse me, Dr. Bevan.
Yes?
Dr. Forster just called. There's an emergency at Centerville General Hospital. He wants to know if you can leave tonight.
Tonight? Yes. Tell him I'll go. I'll see him in a few minutes.
Yes, sir. Centerville? That is not far from the Cunningham's place.
You'll be staying with them when you leave here?
Yes. I knew them many years in China. They're so kind to me. They have a wonderful place in the mountains. There is good fishing there, Doctor.
Yes, I guess there is. Well, I'll see you when I get back from Centerville. Goodbye, Miss Hilton.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Centerville General Hospital. One moment, please. Dr. Spencer? Hold the wire, please. Centerville General Hospital. Oh, Dr. Bevan.
Yes?
Dr. Forster's been calling you, sir. Shall I try to get him?
Oh, please. Can I take it here in the lobby?
Yes, Doctor.
Hello, Bevan. I heard you were here.
Dr. Cunningham.
Leaving?
Oh, just about emergency here last night for Dr. Forster.
Lucky I caught you. I can't tell you how grateful I am. That was a wonderful job you did on Audrey's arm.
Oh, have you seen her?
I was down there yesterday.
I'm sorry I missed you.
I stopped by here to see if you couldn't come up to the lake.
Well, thanks a lot.
Bass are biting now, and I hear you rather fancy yourself a fisherman.
I sure do, but I've got to get right back. There are quite a few cases, and then I've got my classes. Sorry, Doctor.
I'm sorry, too. Audrey will be very disappointed. She hoped to see you at the lake.
Oh, but she's still in the hospital.
Oh, no. Forster sent her home yesterday. That's why I went down there.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yes, he seemed to think she might have left before this.
Well, that's very interesting. What do you use for bait up at the lake, Doctor?
Well, to tell you the truth...
Dr. Bevan.
Yes?
I have Dr. Forster on the phone.
Yeah, and you can have him.
What did you say, sir?
Tell Dr. Forster you're very sorry, but I just left town.
You left town?
Yeah, I've gone fishing.
Act 2 of Disputed Passage will continue in a moment. Now, here's Libby Collins.
One of my friends said the other day, Libby, what makes a man fall in love with a woman and then stay in love? Well, a lot of girls are asking that question these days. The answer isn't easy, because love is made up of a lot of little things. But of one thing I'm sure. One great, compelling quality is daintiness. Think about that for a minute. Isn't it true that girls you know who are always dainty are usually the ones who have good times? Daintiness attracts a man and holds him. Daintiness is such an easy thing to acquire, too, and easy to keep. Lux Flakes do a wonderful job of whisking away the day's perspiration from under things, leave them sweet and fresh. And Lux is so safe for your pretty things. It's mild and gentle, won't harm the nicest colors of fabric. Just as safe as water alone. Why, do you know a famous laboratory made actual color measurements? They found that undies washed the Lux way stayed color fresh 3 times longer. Those washed with a strong soap, too hot water, and handled roughly look drab and old very soon. You wouldn't think girls would abuse undies that way these days, would you? If you want to keep your undies lovely longer, start Luxing them tonight and do it every night. Then you'll know they'll always be fresh and dainty and keep their lovely new look longer.
Now, Brian Ahern returns to the microphone. Act 2 of Disputed Petty, starring Alan Ladd as John, Kim Tamiroff as Dr. Forster, and Ann Richards as Audrey. For almost a week, John Bevan has lost himself in another world. A lazy world of freedom and quiet beauty and good fishing. As he walks with Dr. Cunningham back to the lodge, the conversation drifts around to the old doctor's other guest, Audrey Hilton.
By the way, how did she get that bullet in her arm in the first place?
Audrey hasn't told you?
No.
Her home was in the interior of China. When the Japs came through, well, I guess Audrey was lucky at that. She's alive. She told you nothing of her background?
You mean about China?
Yeah.
She's no more Chinese than my Aunt Minnie.
Audrey thinks of herself as Chinese. Well, that makes her Chinese.
She's an American. You've known her long?
Well, since she was a child. Every year or so, I'd visit her home, her foster parents' home. But they're all gone now, the old people and their children, massacred. Can't blame her for wanting to return. She wants to help.
Return?
Yeah. She didn't come to the States just for an operation. She's raising funds for China.
Oh, I see.
Well, here we are. Let me have those fish of yours. My turn to clean.
But I've been away from this sort of thing so long, Audrey. It's hard for me to realize it exists beyond hardware store calendars.
What exists?
Oh, things like this. A lake in the moonlight, great tall pines, bass jumping. The works.
John, that telegram. What did Dr. Forster want?
Me? Well, I'll leave Sunday night. You know, I haven't thanked you for getting Dr. Cunningham to ask me here.
I was surprised. I did not think you would come.
You think I'm just a machine, don't you?
I think you may become one.
If there's a wall around me, it's because I deliberately built it.
You or Dr. Forster?
He started it that first day when I came to his class. And later when I saw him work, and I thought I had never seen anything so beautiful in my life.
So you decided to be just like him?
I hated Foster as a person. In some ways, I still do, but what he stands for, that's different. Well, I swore that nothing would interfere ever with what he taught me to go after.
That explains so much.
How do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, but I do. That's why we were drawn together. I too have a ward, but not of my own choosing. That is why we can be friends.
Audrey.
Yes?
What you said just now about our being drawn together.
I should not have said that.
I'm glad you did. I want to ask you something.
You may ask me anything.
I want to kiss you. You wouldn't mind?
No.
My technique, it's pretty amateurish, isn't it? Audrey, what's wrong?
Nothing.
Well, of course there is. I acted like a kid.
No. But you will soon forget because you are seeking to avoid life. I shall remember because I am lonely and seeking to enter into it.
Do you think that by accepting the unworthy friendship of a miserable doctor, you might feel less lonely?
I am sure of it. Provided the honorable friend of Lan Ying would not find her a nuisance.
Lan Ying?
My Chinese name. Sometimes I get so hungry to hear the sound of it.
Lan Ying?
Please. You will go back to your world and I to mine. But we shall be friends forever. Is it not so?
I hope so, Audrey.
What time is it?
What? Time? Oh, it's a little after 9. Why?
Because we must go back now. I am leaving tonight.
What are you talking about?
I am going to New York and to Washington.
Oh, every now and then I think I understand you, and then up comes something like this. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving?
Please. I also have my work to do. In my little way, I do what I can for the Chinese people.
Oh, I see.
Let us walk back now.
Yes, I'm Sorry I'm late. I stopped in town to call Forster.
Audrey get off all right?
Mm-hmm.
Ma's gone to bed. Thought I'd have a last pipe out here on the porch. Sit down.
Thanks. I'll be going back myself in the morning, Doctor.
Not very flattering. The minute Audrey's gone, you...
Well, I can't say that I won't miss her.
It's Forster, huh?
Yes, I'm afraid I let him down running off here like I did.
That's nonsense. You should have known Max when he was young. We lived together in Vienna. We had a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Fun?
Yeah.
Him?
He was the happy-go-luckiest fellow you ever met until she died. Elsa.
Elsa?
They were engaged. He went completely to pieces when she died. Nothing but a bad appendix, but doctors didn't know then what they know today. She was dead in 2 days. That's why Max came to America.
Forster in love. I didn't think he could be so human.
You don't suppose people are born that way, do you? Max has never changed. No, I'm afraid he never will. Never.
Well, Brother Bevan, I hope you enjoyed your fishing trip.
Very much, thanks.
I'm surprised that a great humanitarian like Cunningham would indulge in such a cruel pastime as fishing. Or does he draw the line at the soul of a pickerel?
I don't know, sir. We were fishing for bass.
Now that you've had your little outing, you might get around to reporting on that case at Centerville. Successful?
Yes, except the man will never walk again.
That was to be expected.
I spoke to the superintendent about finding him a job in the hospital.
Why? What business is that of yours?
None. I just felt like doing it.
You mean that Cunningham impressed upon your mushy mind the notion that social uplift is more important than surgery,
As a matter of fact, we did talk about the case.
Mm-hmm. Well, it may interest you to know that we're to have his noble influence here, too. Yes, he's been asked to lecture for the next term.
Oh, that's fine. Now, if you don't mind, I have a class of new pupils.
Go ahead. Feed them on milk and water. Tell them what noble little knights they are. Yes, tossen them up for Cunningham. Tell them to be doers of good deeds and inferior doctors.
You'll find my classes conducted as they should be. When they're not, you can always have me fired. Hello?
Your call to Washington is ready, sir.
Thanks. Hello, Audrey?
John, what is it? There is something wrong?
Oh, no, nothing, except I want to see you. I've been trying to reach you all week, Audrey. Dr. Cunningham says you're leaving for China.
Yes, John, soon. I have been thinking that I must go.
Well, I've been thinking too, Audrey, and I have to talk to you.
You cannot come to Washington?
Well, the hospital's pretty full. I don't know when I could, but...
Oh, would you like me to come to you? I could stop off if that would be agreeable.
Oh, nothing would be more agreeable.
It will be several days yet. I will send you a telegram.
Oh, that's wonderful, Audrey. I'll be waiting. I realize what an imposition this is, Abbott. Now, if you feel at all uncomfortable...
Please, Professor, it is a great honor for your humble student to cook the dinner.
Well, what about the dinner? Is it going to be okay?
Oh, the dinner will be excellent if the professor's nose will permit him to eat it.
Pretty smart, aren't you, Abbott?
Oh, someday, perhaps. Not now.
Look, where the Chinese like you get the name of Andrew Abbott?
In your classes, the students are seated alphabetically, sir. The A's nearest the professor. The Chinese like to be close to the fountain of wisdom. Also,
yes?
Being close, the tendency is to be called on first for answers. I have observed that if the first student answers incorrectly, the professor is not as furious as when the third person fails. That is why I am Andrew Abbott, sir. Now, if I may retire to your kitchen, sir, I suggest you welcome your guests.
But you should not have served the Chinese dinner, John. You see, now I am homesick.
Do you like it?
It was perfect. But you did not tell me you had a Chinese cook.
One of my students, he volunteered to help me out.
How is he called?
Andrew Abbott. But if you hadn't liked his cooking, I was going to change his name to Tabisco.
Tabisco?
Just a private joke between Abbott and me. You surprised me, too, Audrey.
Did I?
Mm-hmm. The clothes you're wearing.
This is how I dressed in China. And since you are the person with whom I'm most comfortable, I wanted to dress in the clothes in which I am most myself.
Thank you. Forgive me if I stare, but you're beautiful. You don't know what it means to me to have you here.
John, at dinner you started to tell me about Dr. Foster.
Oh, yes. Well, it wasn't until Dr. Cunningham told me about his fiancée died I realized what a fool I've been. There's really no conflict between science and life. It was Forster's bitterness that deceived me. He was just trying to alibi his own frustrations. Thanks to you, I see that now.
I'm glad you feel more kindly toward the world.
Well, I'm not thinking of the world. I'm thinking of us.
You have been thinking of others, too. Dr. Cunningham wrote me what you did for that man in Centerville, the one who cannot walk.
Audrey, don't you see? That's all you're doing. 6 months ago, I wouldn't have bothered my head about that man.
Oh, but you would if you had known.
Yes, I had known you and been in love.
No, do not say that.
Oh, I must say it. I fought against it to start, and quite suddenly I knew that was my salvation. I want you here always. I want to marry you.
No, that cannot be, and you must realize that. Our lives are so completely foreign, completely different. Do you remember, John? I once told you I, too, had a wall that kept me from you.
What is it?
A promise. A solemn promise fulfilled.
If you'd only tell me, maybe I could...
No, I cannot tell you. It is my own problem, and I have to work it out myself.
In China?
I thought so when I came here tonight. But perhaps not. I think I shall return again to Washington.
But how long will it... I'm sorry, excuse me, please. Hello? Hello? Yes, this is Bevan. Yeah, I see. Blood count? Why did you wait? All right, get him in the surgery. I'll be right over. I see, dear. That's what you like to be. I've got to leave, Audrey. Hospital. Will you wait for me?
No, but I should like to stay here until it is time to go.
You go back to Washington?
Yes. But one promise I will give you. If I ever do come back here, it will be to stay.
Goodbye, darling. For a little while.
For a little while, yes. I too hope so.
The ambassador will see you now, Miss Hilton.
Thank you.
Come in, please.
It is good of you to see me, Excellency.
I'm happy to express my gratitude for your great accomplishment.
Excellency, it has been successful.
Yes, the money China so desperately needs is being loaned to us. Your work is largely responsible. Senling would have been very proud of his foster daughter.
You make it very difficult for me to ask the question that has brought me here.
I can help you?
Yes, because it has to do with Senling. It brings back the picture of how I last saw him and his family. After the Japanese went through, I found them in the doorway, what remained of them. As I stood there, I made a vow that so long as I had life, that life would be devoted to repaying the debt I owed to them. And now I come to ask you if that debt has been discharged. I must be sure that I have fulfilled my promise to him.
Your debt is discharged many times over. Your promise is fulfilled.
Thank you.
I knew what was in your mind when you were announced as Miss Hilton instead of Lan Ying, and that is as it should be. You realize at last that you are an American.
Yes, for the first time.
And I hope he is a very nice young man.
How did you know?
What else could call you back to where you belong?
Yes, he is a very nice young man.
Hello, Max.
Oh. Come in, Cunningham. Come in.
Seen Bevan today?
And this morning?
You know, that boy is very fond of you.
Bevan? Bevan is fond of no one. He doesn't know what emotion is. And besides, I suppose you leave Bevan alone. We're getting along very well.
Actually, you're very fond of him, too.
Yes, promise.
Great promise. If nothing happens to hold him back.
Nothing will hold him back.
That's what I wanted to make sure of. It'll be a bitter blow if you turned against him.
Me? What are you trying to say?
He's going to be married.
He what?
Yes, he called me a little while ago. Wants us to have dinner with him tomorrow night. Audrey Hilton will be back from Washington in the morning.
So that's it. That's it. I knew he'd been seeing the girl, but I had no idea he'd be such a stupid...
Just a minute.
I know. You think it is wonderful.
Of course I do.
Yes, of course you do. What difference does it make if the world loses a potentially great scientist so long as he's happy? Devon needs at least 5 more years of training.
What makes you think he won't get it?
For a wife? He'll be out grabbing for money.
You're wrong, Max. He'll work harder than ever. A man doesn't always get a chance at real happiness. You, of all people, should know that.
And you should know to mind your own business. Now, let me alone.
Come in. It is good to see you, Dr. Foster.
Forgive me for coming to your hotel, but I wanted to see you alone.
I thought John would be with you. When I called from the station,
he was detained for a little while at the hospital. Miss Hilton, I came in a hope that I may be frank with you.
If you were gone with the same privilege, Doctor.
Yes, agreed. I understand you plan to marry John Bevan.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And you realize, I suppose, that you are ruining a brilliant career, possibly one of the greatest.
I know you're serious, and so does John. We do not believe them. Oh, I wish you could trust me. I will not hurt him nor his career.
You have already hurt him.
But it is not true. How could I?
In the only way that matters, his work. It has fallen off miserably since you first came here.
There is no reason for that.
There is every reason, Miss Hilton. No man can concentrate when his mind is beset with doubts, anxieties.
Doubts? But he has no doubts
Think,
now.
Miss Hilton. It is a man who chose a path for himself because he saw it would lead to a definite goal. Now, if you were in his position and you abandoned that path, wouldn't you be worried, fearful that you had done the wrong thing?
Yes, that I can understand.
I came here not to influence you, but to make certain things clear which perhaps you have not understood. The decision must be yours.
Mine
No, yours.
and his.
Yours only. He had made two promises. One to himself and the other to you. And he will break the first before he breaks the second, for he thinks then he hurts only himself. But you and I, realizing what he could make of
If you
himself...
don't mind, Doctor, I think you have told me enough.
You're an intelligent woman, Miss Hilton. I beg you to think it over. Good day.
Get hold of yourself, John. She said she'd be here, and she will.
So why did you check into that hotel and an hour later check out?
Because she's probably coming here to your place.
Oh, I should have met that train. But Forster gave me such a stack of work that I...
That's probably Audrey now.
John Bevan?
Yes?
Telegram, sir.
Oh, thanks.
Bad news?
We must follow our separate paths. You to your goal. I to mine. Goodbye. It's signed Lanyon.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, our stars will return in Act 3 of Disputed Passage. Now, I know all you ladies are used to pinching pennies, so here's a bright new penny. Suppose you tell me what you could do with it.
Not much. Maybe get a picture postcard.
Or the stamp to go on it.
I could weigh myself on the drugstore scale.
Or get a penny stick of chewing gum, if they had any.
That's not much, is it? But you can do something really worthwhile with that penny. You can start getting rid of dishpan hands.
For a penny?
For less than a penny.
How?
By using Lux Flakes for dishes. It costs less than a penny a day to change dishpan hands to Lux hands. Just change from strong soaps to gentle Lux for dishes. Once you do, your hands begin to lose that red, rough dishpan look, sometimes as soon as the second day. Before long, your hands are soft and smooth and lovely again. And without using any creams or lotions. Tests proved it.
I knew Lux was kind to hands, but I had no idea that it would cost so little to use it for dishes.
Yes, Lux is really thrifty because it goes further. Ounce for ounce, Lux does up to twice as many dishes as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Lux is a really inexpensive way to save your hands. So spend that penny to start changing dishpan hands to Lux hands. You can do it for less than a penny a day. Now, Brian Ahern returns to the microphone.
Act 3 of Disputed Passage, starring Alan Ladd as John, Akim Tamirov as Dr. Forster, and Ann Richards as Audrey. 3 weeks have passed since Audrey Hilton's disappearance. Defeated and hurt, John Bevan has plunged into his work with even greater intensity than ever before. But his efforts show only an increasing mediocrity. And the first to notice it is Dr. Max Forster.
You sent for me?
Bevan, what in thunder is the matter with you?
All right, what is it you want?
I want you to get hold of yourself. Moping around like a sick calf. I'm getting fed up, Bevan.
Tell me what you want, and I'll do it. But I don't have to listen to any of you.
Oh, you don't? Having straight, plain facts is a little too strong for you, is it? And I thought you had backbone. Well, I was wrong.
Oh, but that's impossible. You couldn't make a mistake.
I made one in you, and I admit it. The cold-blooded Dr. Bevan, the true scientist. Look at yourself. Sniveling pub. Afraid to face life. My heaven, that girl had more stuff in her.
Girl? What girl?
What girl? What girl do you suppose?
Look at me. You talk to Audrey.
Take your hands off me.
Tell me while you got a chance. You gonna go away?
Yes. Yes, I talked to her. And she saw how stupid the whole thing was.
Oh, you swine, you cold-blooded little hypocrite. You talk about backbone. Do you think you're fooling me? You'd been married now if you'd had the chance, but she died, didn't she?
Tavern.
Just because you couldn't be happy, you don't want to see anyone else happy. That's why you sit on your little tin throne and try to play God.
I did what was best for you. You were throwing away your life.
That's a lie. With her, I'll do everything I ever wanted to be, including a better man than you, because I'll know something you'll never know. I'll know what's inside of people besides blood and bones and nerves. I'll know the thing inside them that really matters.
Come back here. I'm not through with you.
Well, that's too bad, Dr. Foster, because I'm through with you. I've been your stooge, done your work, taken your abuse, but now I'm free. And I'm clear now.
And where do you think you're going?
To find her.
Save yourself the trouble, Brother Bevan. The Hilton girl has gone back to China.
All right, then I'll go to China.
I don't want to sound discouraging, Doctor, but I'm afraid you'll be wasting your time.
I came to China to find her, and I'm not giving it up now.
These are war times. All communication with the interior is destroyed. And if you should reach Shenzhen, Miss Hilton may be 1,000 miles away.
I've traced it this far. Can you give me what papers I need?
I'll get them. Doctor, the Chinese have an ammunition depot at Shenzhen. That means constant bombing from the Japs. It's very risky.
She went through, didn't she?
Very well. I'll arrange for your horses and guides. You can plan to leave tomorrow.
Before the bombers came, Doctor, this was the village we call Shenzhen.
Slaughterhouse. It's like a nightmare.
Perhaps we do better not to stop.
You got the rest of the horses, tell your men. Wait, this place. Here, what is it?
I do not know.
Monsieur!
Yes?
You will pardon my amazement, monsieur, but I did not expect to see a white man.
Oh, can I get food for these horses?
And for yourself, monsieur. The hospital here is at your disposal.
Hospital? Well, where's the doctor?
Permit me, such as I am. My name is Lafayette.
Your arm?
The air raid. But I was fortunate, only a fracture.
Well, if you'd care to have me look at it, I'm also a doctor.
A doctor? Oh, come in, monsieur. I beg you to come in. I have 40 wounded inside.
And you attempt to handle all these patients yourself?
Well, there's little choice. But I have 2 good nurses, Chinese. Thank you for looking at the old woman.
She'll be all right in a few days.
Monsieur, there's a child, a little girl.
I'm sorry. I haven't time. I have to push on.
Yes, I understand. I regret I cannot help you, but I have not heard of the girl you seek.
Maybe if I come back this way, I can stay longer.
Yes, of course.
What's the use? A few minutes more won't matter. Show me the child.
This one, monsieur. Her leg. We have not had time, and this arm of mine.
Here, let me see. Broken.
Yes, monsieur. In 4 places, as best I can tell. I have no more x-ray.
Tell my guys to unsaddle the horses. I'll stay. Where's he? The doctor? Hurry, will you? This boy was hemorrhaging.
You can take off your gown, doctor.
What do you mean?
The boy died an hour ago.
Oh.
Come inside. You must lie down. You have not stopped for 15 hours. Come, in here.
Those poor, helpless people. If I could only make them understand.
Oh, but you do. Your tone reassures them as much as words could. Monsieur, I am much interested in your technique. In all my experience, I have seen but one other man who uses instruments as you do.
Oh?
Yes, at the Sorbonne in Paris. I once studied there. The great Forster.
A few weeks ago, I was the assistant of the great Forster.
Monsieur, you are joking.
No. Nobody jokes about Forster.
Listen.
Plane?
Yes, doctor. Planes and bombs.
Well, they wouldn't bomb here again.
I'm afraid they will. They are trying to destroy an ammunition dump. They missed it yesterday. We've got to remove our patients, doctor. There is a bombshell in the rear. Hurry, please.
Hello, Dr. Max Foster, please.
This is Dr. Foster. What is it?
Cablegram for you, Doctor?
Cablegram.
From China, Guangxi province.
Read it.
John Bevan wounded air raid. Shrapnel embedded in brain. Hold no hope. It is signed Basil Leferrier, Mission Hospital, Shenzhen.
I think, Thank you. Nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Find out where Shenzhen is in China and the quickest way I can get there. I must get immediate observations. Don't stand there. Hurry!
It is incredible you got here at all, Dr. Foster. But you cannot expect to do the impossible, even under the best conditions.
Bevan is dying, but he's still alive. We must do what must be done.
Operate here?
Yes, of course.
Well, there's a Chinese doctor with him now, Dr. Chong. He can help you more than I. My arm.
Oh, yes. But you'll stand by. I may need it for transfusion. Now, get your surgery ready. Lafayette.
Yes.
The girl, Miss Hilton. Did Bevan find her?
No. In his delirium before the coma, he asked for her so many times. We are trying to locate her.
You know where she is?
Only rumors. A village 100 miles up the river. There is talk of a white girl who drives an ambulance. A white girl with a Chinese name.
Stand for her.
We have already. Perhaps she is the one he
We're
saw.
wasting time. Now, start anesthetics. I'll be right in.
First weakening, Doctor. Respiration 12.
Lafayette?
Yes.
Look. The course of the shrapnel. You see, it has penetrated the frontal lobe. We shall find it about the fissure of Orlando.
There is nothing we can do?
Nothing? Why, we can remove the pressure.
The patients inside, they are praying for
Let
him.
them pray. It will take their minds off of themselves. Light. Where is more light here? If you were Bevan's doctor, would you want prayers or my skill?
I would rather not answer that.
Where are retractors? Retractors!
Hurry, Doctor. You must hurry.
Now stop your stupid talk. My forehead. Wipe my forehead!
The pulse becomes weaker, Doctor.
Transfusion. Lafayette.
We are prepared. Fighty. Les Bangwa.
30 minutes more. Perhaps less.
Less?
Yes, he may die. Pulse. Respirations.
The pulse is stronger, Doctor. Respiration 18.
Sponges, nurse. Bandages. The operation is finished. We should have started to rally hours ago. The pressure was lifted.
There is still hope, Doctor. He holds his own.
I tell you, I cannot understand it.
You must not harass yourself. You operated under tremendous difficulties. In your own surgery...
No, that's got nothing to do with it. The operation itself could not have been more successful no matter where it was performed. Whatever these two hands can do, they have done. But there he lies, and I'm helpless.
Yes. All that science can do has been done. Nothing can help Dr. Bevan now except himself.
Himself. And what does that mean? What can Bevan do? He's never come out of the coma.
There comes a time when we are all helpless, we men of medicine, when nothing can help except something inside the patient, the will to live. If there were but some way to strike a spark within him.
Save your breath, please. I have no time to listen to talk of mystic powers.
Oh, no. I speak of nothing strange, monsieur. I speak only of his soul.
Doctor, do you hear? The planes again.
Planes? We can't move him. Get him mattresses, quick. Furniture. Anything that might protect him.
Wait. It comes from the west. The Japanese never come from the west. Chong, look. It is a Chinese plane. It is landing.
A woman gets out. A woman.
What woman?
She's coming to us, gentlemen. It is Audrey Hilton.
But he wakened during the night. He knew me then. I'm sure he knew me.
Perhaps, Miss Hilton. Perhaps I hope so.
Where's the white? He lies there as if he was... John, I am here. I am here to stay. Please don't leave me now. Please.
Miss Hilton.
Can't you hear me, darling? Please come back to me. It is only a little way back.
His eyes. He's opening his eyes.
John.
They close again. Still the coma.
Yes. Miss Hilton, there's really nothing you can do. You should get some rest.
I will stay. He may waken. He may waken.
Oh, I must have dozed off. How is he?
He has not moved.
This blanket.
The John was cold. She put it about you.
Audrey, you?
Audrey.
Look, he rouses Doctor.
Stand aside.
Audrey, don't go.
No, my dear. I will stay always.
God in his infinite mercy.
Foster. that you?
Yes, John. Don't try to talk.
Don't try. Water.
Water.
No, it is too soon. Not yet.
Tired. So tired. Want
Sleep, my darling. The sun will be here when you wake. The sun and I.
the sun. And you.
Doctor.
All I could do, I did. It was not enough.
What do you say? Look at him.
The shock. It was too much for any human.
But he's breathing. It is regular.
Sometimes I think that he's sleeping. In his face, the color returns. He will recover.
Thank God. Oh, thank God.
Audrey, come here.
You saved his life.
No, not I. Nor science. It was something beyond us. Audrey, I don't know if you can forgive me, either of you. But what I did to you both, I thought it was for the best. I wanted him to be as great as I knew he could be. Please try to believe that.
I believe.
I thought I had given him the greatest strength any man could know. Silence. But I have seen something even greater. Surely there's a God in the heavens where I have seen. Yes, I have seen his miracle.
Our stars will be back for a curtain call in just a moment. Now, here's Sally.
With a history lesson.
History, Sally?
Mm-hmm, stocking history. Did you know that men wore the first really modern stockings?
No, when was that?
Oh, back in the 1500s. And just guess who started it? King Henry VIII. They were hand-knitted for him in Spain.
What did people wear before that?
Oh, stockings made of wool or velvet cloth, cut to the shape of the foot and leg, and then seamed up the back. For years, Henry was the only person who had knit ones.
I wonder if he ever got run.
Probably. After all, that was about 4 centuries before Lux Flakes were invented.
No wonder new stockings were a luxury.
But now any woman can have better and surer stockings than King Henry did.
And thanks to Lux, can keep them lovely a long time. Gentle Lux Care saves elasticity, so stockings give under strain instead of popping into runs so easily. They fit better, too. Don't risk cake soap rubbing or strong soap. Strain tests show these things make runs come much sooner. Stockings washed with mild Lux Flakes last twice as long. And that's just like getting an extra pair of stockings every time you buy a pair. Lux Care is thrifty. Now, back to Brian Ahern and our stars.
Well, I'm sure we're all grateful to Alan Ladd, Kim Kamirov, and Ann Richards for their excellent presentation of tonight's play. And I must confess that after 15 appearances as an actor on Lux, it was sort of fun to sit on the sidelines for a change and watch.
Oh, you deserve it, Brian. I hear you just got back from overseas. How long were you away?
About 7 months, Alan. I went all through Italy, France, and Holland, and even into Germany. As a matter of fact, just about a month ago, I was playing for the troops of General Simpson's Ninth Army, who are now making this magnificent drive to the Rhine.
It must have been a wonderful experience.
I think it was the greatest of my life, Kim. A little rugged at times, perhaps, but it was a real privilege to entertain those boys. And as I'm sure you and Alan have found in your work at the hospitals and camps. I understand that Alan's just returned from a 3-month tour.
That's right. And as you say, it's a great privilege to entertain those men.
Well, I'm sure we're all glad to be back, if only to welcome such a delightful newcomer to this stage as Miss Ann Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Ahern.
You gave me a charming leading lady, Brian. I can readily see why she's Australia's favorite screen star.
Well, I think she'll be one of America's favorites, too, when she's seen in a new picture for Hal Wallace.
Yes, in love letters, Ann is letter perfect.
Well, what have you been doing at Paramount, Kim?
Me? Watching Alan Ladd.
Watching Alan? What, with Ann Richards on the lot?
Well, she's been watching Alan, too. Yes, you see, we are both interested in horses.
I see. And Alan sort of reminds you...
Well, I think Kim is talking about the picture I was making, Brian. It has a lot to do with horses and horse racing.
Yes, with all the tracks closed, Paramount was the only place where you could spend a day at the races.
Well, if you're interested in riding, Anne, you should have seen Kim as Pablo in For Whom the Bell Tolls.
I did. And does he ride a horse?
Yes, I never thought anything filled with hay could be so hard.
What play are you doing next week, Brian?
For next Monday night, we have an especially delightful play. The RKO comedy success, The Devil and Miss Jones. And our stars are Charles Lawton, Linda Darnell, and Dennis O'Keefe. It's the story of a wealthy executive who goes to work for his own firm as a lowly employee and discovers not only how they play and think and love. A discovery that brings him long-missed happiness.
Sounds like great entertainment, Brian. Good night.
Good night. Good night. I hope we meet again. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Charles Lawton, Dennis O'Keefe, and Linda Darnell in The Devil and Miss Jones.
Housewives help America at war by saving those waste fats and greases from your kitchen. They're vitally important in the manufacture of essential war materials, which is why your butcher is prepared to give you 2 red ration points plus 4 cents for each pound. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Devil and Miss Jones with Charles Lawton, Linda Darnell, and Dennis O'Keefe.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get in on Spry's sensational flower garden offer. The makers of Spry Shortening offer 8 packets of high-vitality seeds that will give you masses of glorious flowers from spring till frost. Just send 15 cents with name and address to Aunt Jenny, Box 1200, Chicago, Illinois.
And be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Devil and Miss Jones with Charles Lawton, Dennis O'Keefe, and Linda Darnell. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. 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 The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Andrew Braddock, shipwrecked and cast away on a land beyond human experience. A world inhabited by sounds and shadows. The island of Dr. Moreau.
Good morning. We haven't met, officially, that is. I'm Dr. Moreau.
Andrew Braddock, sir.
Has he come for your work?
No. Just till the next ship arrives.
The island was a Garden of Eden, a tropical paradise, and a trap. Because here, a bizarre civilization was growing.
What happened to Mr. Braddock?
Well, those creatures, what are they?
You go back to the compound, that way.
What were they? What were they? This is human. This is man.
Understandably, they fear this place. The pain they've suffered. And when they revert, they bring back into their brute lives the memory of that experience. The human legacy. You will explore that in the battlefield and bring back the knowledge. The ultimate knowledge.
No!
You see, it's happening already.
No! No! No!
You are an animal.
This is the chillingly prophetic story of the genius who tore down the walls that separate man and beast. Burt Lancaster, Michael York, Nigel Davenport, Barbara Carrera, Richard Basehart, and the incredible humanimals that populate the island of Dr. Moreau.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
The FBI in Peace and War, ordinarily heard at this time throughout the year, is taking its usual summer vacation and will return to CBS 4 weeks from tonight on September 1st.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's a promise you make to yourself in some dismal part of your life, or it's a name you say like a curse. It's a place of golden women and mirrors of chrome, or it's a beggar who will tear off a piece of his soul for a cup of coffee. It's anything you want, any time you want it. And it's my beat. By 9 o'clock, police headquarters had settled down to its nighttime routine. So far, business was slow. I was sitting in my office straightening out the detail sheets that always accumulated on my desk.
Lieutenant Clover, good evening, sir.
Well, Dr. McClure, Dr. Robbie McClure. It's a pleasure to see you. Sit down. Sit down.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Lieutenant.
Hey, what's the matter? What's the matter, Doctor? You look pale.
Well, I could give you all the clinical reasons for the way I look. Now, Lieutenant.
Let me get you something, Doctor. I'll be right...
No, wait, Lieutenant. Last month, there was a shooting. It's not that I want to confess to. It's the thing about... you should know about... Last month, a murder that the police never solved. Daddy, I don't want that to happen to me. I don't want that...
Dr. McClure. Dr. McClure. Sergeant Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny.
Come here.
Yeah. Well, what's the trouble, Danny?
Close the door.
Well, what's all... Well, Danny, what's the matter with Doc McClure?
He's dead.
What?
Flip his coat aside. You'll see why.
Oh, Danny.
From the size of the wound, I'd say it was from a .22 fired from up close. Tartaglia.
Yeah?
Call downstairs and tell him about Dr. McClure. Then get a detail to find out everything you can about the doctor. Friends, relatives, bank account, everything.
Right.
And in the morning, I want the files on every murder that happened about 30 days ago. Unsolved murders. On my desk in the morning.
Right.
Good. I'll see you.
Now, where are you going, Danny?
I'm going to wind back McClure's life. I'm going to find out why he had to die. The great buildings of the city lean against the night in crazy, tilted angles, like lighted toys deserted by a sleepy giant. And there's the feeling that unless you walk carefully, you'll upset their insane balance. But Dr. Robbie McClure's office building was different. It sat square and solid on its haunches, and when you pressed the night buzzer, it growled at you.
Well, sure, my mare, if it ain't Danny Clover the Torbert. Canter in, me boy, canter in.
Same old Pippin.
No, not the same, Danny. There are bald spots in me fetlock, and I ain't so quick to break from the starting gate like I used to. From a dashing mounted policeman to a flabby night watchman. Ah, that's a bit of pasture, Danny, me boy, a bit of pasture.
Maybe you're wrong, Pippin. Maybe it's sweet pasture and you don't know it. Pippin, you know Dr. Robbie McClure, don't you?
Sure I do. A great surgeon. But, what a waste, what a waste.
How do you mean?
Sure he was a genius. Sure, should have been a veterinarian. What else would I mean, Danny?
What else, of course. You know what time he left his office tonight?
I do. I have it right here in my book. Now, let me take a look. Oh, yeah. Here it is. 8:40 in the p.m.
Was he alone?
No. He was in the company of the sleekest, prettiest, raciest-looking filly. It's been my pleasure since I cavorted the mounted police.
Did you have her signature?
Oh, no. She was the doctor's patient, or guest, or best bet for tomorrow. Night watchmen are discreet, Danny. Some ladies, they don't ask to sign out.
Well, ask him from now on, Pippin.
Huh?
I mean it. Have you got any idea where they went?
No, Danny, but they took a cab from that hack stand out there in front.
Did you see whose cab they took?
Yes, I did. I opened the door for them. They took Irv Newman's cab. If you want Irv, you'll probably find him at his home. I know those hackish skitters, you know.
Well, thanks, Pippin. If you get a lump of sugar in the mail, it's from me.
What do you want? What? Hey, it's Danny.
Hi, Irv.
Hey, Rose, it's Danny.
Who?
Danny Clover of New York's finest.
So he's going to help me wash the dishes already?
Pay no attention to Rose, Danny. She's moody tonight. Come on in.
Thanks, Irv.
Now, sit down, Danny. Sit down.
Irv,
Can I offer you something? A glass of tea, a cold beer? I got it. How about one of Rose's blintzes, huh? Hey, Rose.
Never mind, Irv. Don't bother Rose.
What's the bother? Even if she's moody, she can't wrestle you up a blintz.
Oh, I'm here on business, Irv. Some other time.
Oh, business? Hey, Rose.
Huh?
Come here.
Huh?
Shut off Caruso.
Huh?
Make quiet Caruso.
Like you, Caruso.
Caruso. Now we'll talk, Danny. What kind of business brings you down here to Orchard Street, the land of the knish and the bagel?
Pippet told me you drove Dr. McClure somewhere tonight, Herb. Where'd you drive him?
Park Avenue. Yeah, here's the address, Danny. I was just making out my records.
Thanks. Was he alone?
At first, no. Later, yes.
Translation?
First, he is with a doll. Lean over, Danny. Rose shouldn't hear. A Zoftic type doll. You know what I mean? Then he is without the doll. Around 50, she opens the door of the hack and slips out into the traffic. McClure tells me to keep going. I think they had an argument.
What about him?
Danny, I'm the type to eavesdrop, especially when they shut that glass panel.
The address Irv Newman gave me was a study in millionaire respectability, Scrub, Park Avenue, Brownstone. The butler took my hat and sighed and told me it was all right to go down the corridor into the living room if I tiptoed. I did. Then all of a sudden it hit me. The light from a couple hundred bulbs set in a crystal chandelier. And when I finally squinted through it, I couldn't quite believe it. It wasn't the size of the room. That was only about 100 yards long. It was the walls, from ceiling to floor, and all the way, the walls were decked with murals. Mother Goose murals. Paintings of every fairy tale and nursery rhyme character in the book. And on the floor, smack dab between Marjorie Daw and her seesaw and Jack and his beanstalk, sat a man. He was wearing three things: a goatee, a full dress, and a beanie, three propeller type.
Well, hello there.
And a hello to you.
My butler said your name was Danny Clover. But my butler lies. What is your name, sir?
Danny Clover.
You see what I mean? Grab a toy out of the toy box, sir, and sit down.
Mr. Fletcher.
Here. Take my latest product. Child psychologists claim it's remarkable for improving the coordination and tactile responses of a 4-year-old.
Really? Has it helped you?
Immeasurably. We place the ball in the cup, so. Then we squeeze this lever, so.
Yep.
Then we catch the ball. Oops, we missed.
Oh, I guess we overestimated ourselves. Now, Mr. Fletcher...
Oh, well, call me Fletch. Don't stand on ceremony just because I'm the president.
Oh, does Margaret know?
Huh? Oh, no. I mean the president of the Fletcher Toy Company. I make toys for children, sir. I bring gay bits of sunshine into their otherwise drab little lives. And, as you see, I test my products before I market them. Incidentally, sir, what is your business?
Police.
Police? Police?
Stop your screaming. You'll wake up Snow White over there.
Sir, what right have you to be in my house?
Well, technically none, Mr. Fletcher, but there's a little matter of...
A matter of invasion of privacy. What do you want?
Was Dr. McClure here this evening? Dr. Robin McClure.
In a word, yes.
Why was he here?
I'm his patient. Is that a good medicinal reason?
Simply sterile. Are you a sick man, Mr. Fletcher? You don't look sick.
Dr. McClure says I'm a hypochondriac, but he gives me pills. I take them. They make me feel better. Ergo, I must have been sick before I took the pills.
One more thing, Mr. Fletcher. Who was with Dr. McClure?
I beg your pardon?
Or maybe she stayed in the cab that brought him here. Who was she, Mr. Fletcher?
Oh, that one. Yes. I peeked out the window and saw her waiting in the cab. Oh, beautiful, isn't she? Oh, striking. One of the most striking women I ever saw.
I blew at the top propeller in Fletcher's beanie, and then the butler came in and ushered me out in the downdraft. Lying must have been one of the little games they played in that $1 million house. Fletch said the butler lied. Then Fletcher lied about a girl he hadn't seen, a girl who was a question mark or an answer in the murder of Dr. Robbie McClure. If I was going to wind back McClure's life, I needed some sleep. All that got wound up were the sheets in my bed. And in the morning, I started it all over again in the good doctor's office.
You're early. The doctor hasn't come in yet. You'll have to wait.
Everything about her was anonymous. The white shoes, the white stockings, the starched white uniform, the starched white face, and the mouth, scarlet and thin, that she wore like a ribbon of merit.
You're a new patient? Fill out this card, please.
Not a patient. Police. Lieutenant Danny Clover, Broadway Special Detail.
Oh. Did Dr. McClure ask you to come here?
You could say it that way. I'm here to investigate his death.
What? You mean something's happened to him?
He died in my office. He was murdered.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Oh, I'm sorry you had to be told like that, but we don't always have time to be gentle. You were his nurse, Miss...
Elliot. June Elliot. I have an agglutination test to make on some Rh-negative blood, Lieutenant. May I do that while you investigate?
Yeah, go right ahead. Where do I find the doctor's patient records?
In that metal file box.
You've been with the doctor long, Miss Elliott?
3 years. Pardon me, Lieutenant. I need that slide.
It's the usual question. Did he have any enemies?
You knew him. What do you think, Lieutenant?
Doesn't matter what I think.
He was a fine man. Generous and kind. I'll need that microscope.
Oh, sorry. This is strange.
In the patient's file? What's strange, Lieutenant?
This card has a name and a date. All the other cards are filled with case histories. All this has is a name and a date. Dorothy Rivers, June 29th. Isn't that strange, Miss Elliott?
The files were the doctor's responsibility. He had his own way of keeping.
Then you don't know anything about a patient named Dorothy Rivers or this date.
Nothing, Lieutenant.
May I take this with me?
You're the police. You do anything you like. I'll have to turn the lights out now, Lieutenant, for the test.
Go ahead, Miss Elliott. Go ahead. This will do for now. And thank you, Miss Elliott.
Goodbye, Lieutenant. Miss Rivers, Miss Dorothy Rivers, Dr. McClure's office. We advise a rest, a long rest in a quiet place.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. If murder should suddenly explode in your face, you'd know how Casey, crime photographer, feels tonight in the drama titled Sellout. That's exactly what happens to Casey. A routine newspaper case suddenly erupts into a savage murder mystery which requires the sharpest thinking and fastest action of the crime photographer to solve. Crime Photographer is yours for the listening every Thursday evening, as is the other thriller, Escape. Tonight, Escape brings you Leiningen versus the Ants, a top story of harrowing adventure on a top program. Remember Escape and Crime Photographer tonight over most of these same CBS stations. Now, back to Broadway's My Beat.
There's this thing about Broadway. It can tickle you under the chin and make clucking noises, or it can slap you hard across the mouth and laugh. Either way, you get hurt. Right now, the receiving end of the slap was the police department for various and sundry unsolved murders. And the laugh, the big laugh, the cold laugh was that a man named Dr. Robbie McClure had come to my office to die, and I didn't know who'd killed him. I sat at my desk at headquarters tearing the tabloids into a noose of paper dolls when Sergeant Tartaglia opened the door and with a fine Italian flourish lay a thick paper-bound file in front of me.
For you, my lieutenant.
Your memoir, Sergeant? What is it?
Not only what you asked for, a file on one of our more recent unsolved murders.
Get it out of here. Get it out of my sight.
Huh? Hey, Danny, you sick or something?
Oh, all right. All right, leave it.
I also have here in my pocket the dope you wanted on Dr. Robbie McClure. Here, read it.
Talk it to me, son. I'm sick of reading.
There were some interesting items, Danny, about the good doctor. Item. Friends, numerous and friendly, all with alibis. Item. Relatives, none. The doctor was a lonesome man.
Are your wife and kids, Tartaglia?
Oh, great, Danny, just great. Hey, you should see the latest, little Christina.
I bet she's a doll. Go on with the items.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Item. And this is the one I think will interest you, Danny. On June 30th, Dr. Robbie McClure made a deposit in the Corn Exchange Bank in Bronxville. 10,000 crisp, cool, clean dollars.
June 30th, huh? Now you can talk to me about the recent unsolved murder.
As follows. A man named Martin James was murdered in his Sutton Place penthouse apartment at a party night of June 29th.
Yeah?
He was asked to step outside, and he was murdered. Martin had a gun. He fired one shot. The bullet from Martin James' gun was never found. We figured it took off across First Avenue.
Tartaglia, there's a doctor's patient card over on the table over there. Tell me what it says on it.
Sure, Danny, sure. Says Dorothy Rivers, June 29th.
See a name like that on the James guest list?
Wait a minute, Danny. Yeah, here it is, Dorothy Rivers. In an alphabetical list with a lot of other girls.
Is your address there?
All the girls have the same address.
What? Say that again.
They all have the same address. The Tony Seville Model Agency.
Tartaglia, here's a fin. Buy your doll Christina a doll or something.
Oh, thanks, Danny, thanks. But there's something I think you should know.
About Christina?
About Dorothy Rivers. The records say she never showed up at that party. She was never there at all.
Tony Seville paid rent for his model agency in the Empire State Building. For this, he received the privilege of maintaining a 10-room suite on the 40th floor and decorating it with orchids and genuine neutrils. The other decorations were too numerous to mention, delicate shadings of blonde and brunette. When they crossed their legs, the silk whispered. I started to whisper back, but a scented haze with magenta fingertips beckoned me into an inner office. She closed the door behind her, and all I was left with was a pork barrel in a double-breasted pinstripe named Tony Seville.
My secretary whispered you are a policeman. How have I trespassed? I parked my car incorrectly, perhaps. I forgot to curb my dog.
Let's stop rubbing noses, huh?
I beg your pardon?
Let's put it this way, simple and blunt. There's some questions I want you to answer for me.
You must have a dull profession, asking questions. Very well. Ask a question.
Mr. Seville, your agency supplied a half-dozen models to a party at the home of Martin James. Said party a little over a month ago, June 29th. Said home a penthouse on Sutton Place, right?
Possibly right. However, don't underline your details with a sneer. My agency furnishes models as decorative baubles to any social function.
One of your decorations on the evening I'm interested in was named Dorothy Rivers. How do I get in touch with her?
You're a detective? Detect.
What's her address, Seville?
May I suggest a Dragnet detective, or any of the numerous machinations you police are oh so adept at?
Her address, Seville. Where do I find her?
You should be told. We only give the model's address to an approved client. I don't approve of you.
Look, kid, sometimes I can forget I'm a cop. I can forget right now.
I think you mean it.
Yeah, try being cozy for one more second.
I don't know where Dorothy Rivers is. I haven't seen her for a month.
You can do better than that.
The day after the party, she phoned. She said she was going on a vacation.
You're doing fine, Seville. Keep it up.
There's nothing more. I tried to get in touch with her several times since she checked out of the hotel. She left no forwarding address.
You're telling the truth, aren't you, Seville?
The truth is this, as far as I know and care. Dorothy Rivers could be dead.
Beginning at the 40th floor, I picked petals off a tired daisy. At the 38th, Dorothy Rivers was dead. 37th, she wasn't dead. 36, dead. 35, not dead. I don't remember how it came out, because when I got off at the ground floor and walked into the yellow heat of 34th Street, a character stopped me by tapping me lightly on the leg with the front bumper of his cab. The character was the character named Irv Newman.
Don't look so scared, Danny. Brakes I got. I could stop this cab on a thin latke.
Latka schmatka, so long as I got my health.
You're charming, Danny. Absolutely charming. Hey, told me at headquarters I'd find you around here. I got something for you.
One of Rose's blintzes?
Maybe better than that yet. You know that girl you was asking me about, the one I picked up with Dr. McClure, the professional man?
What about her?
I spotted her for you, Danny.
Where? Tell me where.
So let me tell you. Happens I got a friend, Danny, a truck driver. He's a peach of a fella. His name is Clem. Every morning gives me a push with the truck so I can start this lousy hack.
Where did you spot the girl there?
So I'm telling you. While Clem is pushing me with his truck and I'm gliding along in my hack like in a gondola, I see this girl coming out of building.
What building?
6 West 23rd Street. So I turn around, I wave to Clem. He should stop already. Danny! Danny, didn't let me finish!
Miss Rivers?
Who are you?
I want to talk to you, Miss Rivers.
By what right? I don't know you. Get away from here. Get away.
Let's go inside, Miss Rivers.
Who are you? What do you want?
I'm Danny Clover. I'm a police detective, Miss Rivers. Been through a lot to get to you. We get along a lot better if you just settle down.
Why do you want to see me?
I've read somewhere that grief can make a woman even more lovely. You look like you've been grieving.
Don't be clever with me. I'm sick of clever men.
Maybe I can help you.
You, a policeman?
Me, a policeman.
Well, it's all over now, isn't it, Mr. Clover?
Just about.
You want to know what happened at Martin James' party, isn't that it?
The guest list said you were invited, but you weren't checked off. That mean you weren't there?
I was there. Through the back entrance, Mr. Clover, because he said that was the way it should be done.
Who? What should have been done that way?
Look, Mr. Clover, I'll tell you what happened. I owe it to myself to tell you what happened. I'm tired of paying.
That's it, huh? Blackmail.
Let me tell you from the beginning what happened. Perhaps you'll even believe me.
You'd be surprised, Miss Rivers. Policemen can believe the truth.
Martin James was a man who made investments in all sorts of deals, a kind of silent partner. One of the partners was a man named Fletcher.
Man with a goatee?
He manufactured toys, Mr. Clover. I went to the party with him. Mr. Clover.
What's the matter?
Mr. Clover! The window!
He's gone. Who was it? Who dared you see? Oh, maybe you should have told me his name, Miss Rivers. How you don't owe anybody anything.
Even as a coroner, I say it's a shame, Danny. Such a beautiful girl. Shame.
Yeah, it's a shame. What I've been waiting for is your report.
Yeah, Dorothy Rivers. Age about 24. Bullet ended left sternum, pierced pericardium. That's the heart, Danny. Dead on arrival.
That all?
This girl was shot once before. She's got a healing wound that, well, it looks mighty like a bullet wound. It's right here, Danny.
Yeah, that makes it all add up. That makes it add up just fine, Corner. Neat. Real neat. Oh, Fletcher? There's a friend, Fletcher. The payoff goes on just the same. Tonight, kid, 9 o'clock. So long, Fletcher. It took me 10 minutes to get to the Park Avenue palace that Fletcher had built out of psychological toys for kids. Across the street, I took a plant behind a fat, uniformed doorman who kept looking at me out of the corner of his fat eyes as if he were terribly sorry a thing like me had ever happened under his gilt-fringed canopy. At 8:30, the lights in Fletcher's crystal chandelier began to go out in sections. In 5 minutes, he was on the street, hailing a cab. I tossed a nickel to my fat doorman, hailed a cab of my own, and tailed Fletcher to an office building I'd been in once before. I watched him slip Tippett a bill and then walk down the corridor to a self-service elevator. I thought it'd be nice if he had company on his lonesome ride. He didn't.
Police! Why am I constantly surrounded by police?
Maybe because you bring sunshine into my drab life, Fletcher. You know how to work this thing?
Well, of course. It's nothing but a toy.
Allow me anyway. It's the 4th floor you want, isn't it?
Well, no, not at all.
Humor me, Fletcher. Let's make it 4. Right down this hall. 438, Dr. McClure's office. That's where you want to go, isn't it, Mr. Fletcher?
There are obviously some titillating gyrations going on in that mechanical policeman's brain of yours. You will reveal them to me, please?
I was waiting for you to ask me that in just that way. Here we are. After you, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, thank you.
Now I reveal. The payoff money, Fletcher. Give it to me.
Ah, of course. I see. I thought it was curious that I should have to keep paying blackmail to a dead man. Dr. McClure is dead, isn't he?
The money, Mr. Fletcher. It's hard for me to say please.
Well, here you are. $1,000. You'll want it weekly, I presume, just as I paid it before?
That's cheap, isn't it, Fletcher, to buy off the electric chair? It's quite a toy, too, I hear.
Yes, quite. Then you know, of course, that Dorothy Rivers and I murdered Martin James.
Uh-huh.
Oh, he deserved it, you know. He swindled me out of a good deal of money.
What was Dorothy Rivers to you?
Oh, now. You're talking like a policeman again. Dorothy Rivers was a toy, expensive and fragile. It made her all the more desirable. That and the fact that I could make her do anything I liked.
Could you bring her back to life?
What?
Hey.
No, don't get upset with me. As long as I was eavesdropping, it makes me less of a lady.
That gun's not becoming either, Nurse Elliot.
Put it away, my dear. Toys like that make me nervous.
I prefer this pose. Now, what were you saying, Lieutenant?
Now that you're here, I've got even more to say.
As a nurse, I'm a humanitarian, Lieutenant. You've got a minute's more saying time.
A man should never lie under the circumstances, huh? And if I told you this, if I told you that you were the blackmailer instead of Dr. McClure, what would you say?
I'd say you were telling the truth.
What? Then I've been paying all that money to this...
Temper, Mr.
Oh,
Fletcher.
Dr. McClure took the initial $10,000, all right, but the nurse here kept right on blackmailing you and Miss Rivers in the doctor's name. McClure found out, so he had to die.
All through, Lieutenant.
Not quite, nurse. After the blackmail, you had to kill Miss Rivers because she was about to talk to me.
Now, Lieutenant.
One more thing. If you kill me, the payoff stops. Consider it, Miss Elliot. I got $1,000 in my pocket. Half yours, half mine. It could go on and on. We could still make Fletcher pay. Think about it, Miss Elliot.
Put the money on the table, Lieutenant. Half yours, half mine.
All right. On the table.
Thanks. I'll take mine, Lieutenant. Now.
Yeah, now, Nurse Elliot.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
Put your arm, Nurse. Drop it. Drop the gun. Yeah, thanks.
I'll lift it up for you, Lieutenant. I'll get the gun.
Lift this, Fletcher.
You!
Got any smelling salts for Fletcher, Nurse? It took 3 police officers to carry Nurse Elliot away. She tore at their faces and screamed in a language she hadn't picked up in medical books. Fletcher? He was different. He settled himself in the Black Maria, pulled out a solid gold yo-yo, and played with it all the way down to headquarters. Broadway's happy now. It's got on the carnival clothes it wears every night, and the Midway boils with roustabouts and yokels and hurdy-gurdy sounds. It's a jack-in-the-box, and it's a clown. It's a shining girl on horseback, or it's a geek with no arms, no legs, and no heart. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with script by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for Broadway's My Beat. America can be proud. America is proud of the young men of our armed forces. Painstakingly trained as specialists in many fields, these servicemen will be the leaders in tomorrow's civilian life. Educational advantages open to today's servicemen are unparalleled if you can qualify. Look into the volunteer enlistment program now. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Brought to you by RadioClassics.com. All copyrights are the property of their respective owners. Respective owners. Respective owners. Respective owners.
George Burns and Gracie Allen are up next in our lineup.
Maxwell House, America's favorite coffee, brings you a new series of programs featuring the domestic adventures of that lovable Mr. and Mrs. George and Gracie. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the Les Paul Trio, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Well, George and Gracie are almost settled in their new home. Today they're tackling one of the last jobs, the assignment of drawer space and closet space for their clothes.
Gracie, where can I put my shirts?
Well, you can have every drawer in the bureau except the top 4.
Okay, Hey, there are only 4 drawers in the bureau.
Oh, sorry, dear, but that's my last offer.
I suppose you'd like me to put my shirts under the bureau.
On the dirty floor? Of course not.
Good.
Here's a sheet of newspaper.
Thanks. What'll I do with my underwear?
Well, you can use the top shelf of the closet, dear.
How could I reach my underwear way up there?
Well, just let the legs hang down and grab them.
Gracie, I don't like to complain, but so far the only space I got is one drawer in the night table for my socks. Why is that?
It's because you're sweet and noble and chivalrous, George. You'd make any sacrifice for me, wouldn't you?
Sure, I guess so.
Well, then take your socks out and I'll put my cold cream in.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, you're so lucky to be married, dear. Think of that poor man who lived here all alone before we moved in.
Mr. Jones?
Yes. When he wanted a clean pair of socks, he had to search through drawer after drawer.
Yeah.
And you have a pair in every pocket.
Very fortunate. And look at the way the suits are all jammed in that closet.
Oh, that reminds me, dear. I wish you'd hang the blue suit on the far end.
Why?
Well, when I turn on the light, the glare from the pants almost blinds me.
I'll move it.
Hi, folks. Where are you?
Oh, back in here at the bedroom, Bill. Come on back.
Now, look, honey, my clothes are so wrinkled, I'm ashamed to wear them.
Well, what's doing, kids?
Well, we're putting away our clothes, and George is a little dissatisfied.
What's the beef, little man?
Little man. Well, Bill, for once in my life, I'd like to wear something that doesn't show wrinkles.
But, George, you look so silly in a veil.
Very amusing fellow. By the way, Bill, I'd like to have a little private talk with you. Gracie, would you leave me alone with the comedian?
Oh, go right ahead and talk, dear. I won't listen.
You won't, huh? Bill, what do you think Gracie would like for Christmas?
A wristwatch.
I thought so. Let's step in the next room, Bill.
What's the big secret, George?
Well, I'm going to throw a housewarming party tonight, and I want it to be a surprise for Gracie.
Oh.
And I'd like you to come and bring a date. How about that girl you had New Year's Eve? She was cute.
Alice?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't, George. You see, to be fair, I keep my girls in alphabetical order and work my way down the list, one each night. I dated Alice almost a year ago. I'm past her.
Oh.
I'll bring Annabelle.
Nice working down. Oh, and Bill, do you think you could find a girl for Meredith Wilson? He's too bashful to make a date himself.
Oh, sure, I'll fix it.
Now, remember, Gracie mustn't know a thing about this.
Oh, don't worry. But let me give you a tip, George. Women like surprise parties, but they like to be surprised when they're looking their best.
So what?
So, without tipping off the party, tell Gracie to buy a new dress.
That's a great idea, Bill. I'll do it.
Good. And if she faints, just put her feet higher than her head.
Yeah.
Well, goodbye, Gracie. See you later.
Oh, goodbye, Bill.
Gracie, I've got a wonderful idea.
What?
You go downtown and buy yourself a new dress. What's so funny?
It sounded just like you said, go downtown and buy yourself a new dress.
That's what I did say.
You got a fever, dear?
Oh. In fact, get a whole new outfit. Dress, shoes, hat, everything.
George Burns, what have you been up to?
Huh?
You must have an awfully guilty conscience telling me to go out and buy a dress and hat and shoes.
But, honey, just because I tell you to go out and spend $20 or $25? That doesn't mean I've done anything.
It doesn't, huh? What were you and Bill talking about that you didn't want me to hear?
Why,
That wolf. Was he getting you a date with another woman?
Oh, Gracie. How could there possibly be another woman for a man who's married to you?
Oh, yes, I guess I didn't stop to think. Say you forgive me.
It's okay.
How could I doubt you? Who's the sweetest, kindest husband in the whole world?
Me.
And who's the man I'll always love and trust?
Me. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, George. This is Bill. Say, I'm at the corner drugstore, and I just got a terrific date for Meredith Wilson.
Really?
Yeah. That redhead who works behind the cigar counter is back in town. You know, Sugar.
Sugar is in town? Wonderful. Goodbye, Sam. Good old Sam.
Who's Sugar?
Sugar.
You heard me. Who's Sugar?
How would you like a nice pair of gloves to go with that new dress?
Who's Sugar?
Or maybe a nice new handbag.
Who's Alligator?
Any kind you want.
You'll buy it for me?
Absolutely.
Promise?
I promise.
Oh, thank you, George. Now, who's Sugar?
All right, I'll tell you. Then you'll see how silly you were not to trust me. Sugar is the name of Sam's Airedale.
You mean Sugar is just a dog?
Sure.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I've been a fool again. Say you forgive me.
It's okay.
How could I doubt you? Who's the sweetest, kindest husband in the whole world?
Me.
Who's the man I'll always love and trust?
Me.
And who's Sugar?
Now, look here. Sugar is an Airedale.
Hey, George, what's the idea hanging up on me?
Bill, do you happen to know who Sugar is?
Sugar? Of course.
Well, of course he knows. Don't you, Fido? I mean, Bill.
Huh?
Bill, I asked you who Sugar is.
Yeah, speak, boy. Speak. Speak. Come on, boy. I'll give you horse meat.
What's going on here, anyway?
Bill, I want to know who Sugar is.
Well, I'll be glad to tell you, Gracie. Sugar is... You all right?
Well, come on. Who is she, Bill?
Well, Gracie... Gracie, I think I'd better take George outside. Meredith Wilson and his beautiful chiffon arrangement of Sweet and Low. Listen, George, We can tell Gracie who Sugar is without giving away the surprise housewarming.
Yeah, I guess we can at that. Come on. Gracie, we've decided to tell you the truth. Sugar is Meredith Wilson's date.
He has a date with an Airedale?
That could happen to Meredith, but in this case, she happens to be a woman.
And she's not after George?
She's not after me. I've only seen her once in my life.
Oh, I'll bet she's beautiful. More beautiful than I am.
No, she isn't.
Yes, she is.
No, she isn't.
I don't know. She's awfully pretty.
You stay out of this.
Well, anyway, Gracie, now you know the truth. Sugar is Meredith Wilson's girl.
That's right.
Come in.
Hiya, folks.
Well, Meredith, we were just talking about you. How's Sugar?
How's Sugar? Sweet, I guess.
Have you seen Sugar lately?
About an hour ago in my coffee.
In your coffee?
Well, she's always getting into Meredith's coffee, Gracie. He uses Maxwell House, you know. And Maxwell House is America's #1 coffee choice. Well, let's run along, Meredith.
Just a minute. Meredith, have you a girl named Sugar?
Me?
Well, let's run along, Meredith.
Gosh, no. I don't have any girl at all, Mrs. Burns.
Well, let's run along, Meredith.
Wait a minute. I'll run with you.
Oh, no. Not so fast. So, Sugar is Meredith's girlfriend, huh?
Well, sure. Meredith, you remember meeting Sugar. I took you to her house and introduced you.
You did?
Well, certainly. And you two sat on the divan while I went out to the kitchen and made a pot of delicious, fragrant Maxwell House coffee. There you were, alone with that redhead. The lights were low.
Oh, boy. Well, what happened?
What happened, he says. What always happens when you use Maxwell House? You get the finest cup of coffee in the world.
But the girl...
Maxwell House has more flavor. More flavor in the blend because of the fine Latin American coffees selected and combined by Maxwell House master craftsmen.
But the redhead...
And more flavor in the cup because of Radiant Roast, which uniformly develops the richness, mellowness, and full-bodied flavor of every coffee bean.
But what happened to Sugar and me sitting on the divan?
Meredith, don't you remember? She grabbed you and threw her arms around you.
Gosh, well, what happened then, Bill? Huh, Bill? Bill? What happened then, Bill, huh?
You fought like a tiger.
Mm-hmm.
I say you fought like a tiger.
I did?
You said, get away from me.
Gee, I'm such a jerk.
No, you're not. You wanted your hands free so you could drink that Maxwell House coffee. You knew that Maxwell House is always appetizing, rich, full-bodied, mellow coffee at its full-flavored best.
I did.
Good to the last drop.
Oh, now look, boys, this little farce has gone far enough. I know who Sugar is. She's a vampire, and she's after my husband.
Oh, Gracie.
And you're just trying to protect him, Bill Goodwin.
No, honest, Gracie.
Bill, you can't argue with her when she's like this. Come on, let's get out of here. You too, Meredith.
Okay.
They're beasts, that's what they are. All of them. Wish there was something else a girl could marry. Believe me, what the women of this country need is a third sex.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, all right, Mr. Postman.
You're not very friendly this morning.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Postman, but I just can't be civil to anyone wearing pants today.
Well, it's against regulations for me to take them off.
I meant you're a man, and I feel very bitter about men today. They're fickle and deceitful. Why can't they be faithful and true, like a dog? Sometimes I wish I had married a dog.
Take it from me, it ain't great.
Oh, I wish I had met Mr. Jones, the tenant who lived here before we moved in. He must have been pretty smart. He lived alone and liked it.
Please, Mrs. Burns, don't feel so bitter about marriage. Not all husbands are fickle. Look at me. Goodness knows I have plenty of opportunities with my handsome physique and dynamic personality.
Oh, I'll bet you do.
Oh, yes. When I married my wife, I swore I'd never look at another woman.
And you never have?
Never. Her puss cured me forever. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling. Till the end of time, long as stars
postman.
Why, Mr. Jones, we were just talking about you. Why are you hiding here in the bushes?
I'm waiting to see you. Listen, you gotta help me. My ex-wife's in town, and she's after me.
So what?
So if an old battle axe asks you about me, don't tell her I've moved. Tell her I still live here.
Oh, but you don't, Mr. and Mrs. Burns?
Yeah, I know, but I need time to get out of town. I owe her 15 years back alimony. $30,000.
Wow.
Oh, I've done everything. I've even changed my name.
Yes?
Where is he?
Who?
The little shrimp who lives here.
There is no little shrimp in this house. He left with Bill Goodwin.
Well, then I'll wait. I ain't been chasing him 15 years to quit now.
Chasing him for... So you're the woman who's after my husband.
You ain't kidding. And now I'm going to get what's coming to me.
Your sugar.
30,000 lumps of it. So he's told you about me, huh?
Oh, we talked of nothing else all day. But now that I've seen you, I'm not worried. You'll never take George Burns away from me.
George Burns? So he's changed again, huh?
Changed?
Sure. The last time I saw him, he was green.
Oh, well, not anymore. I taught him plenty.
Come on, stop stalling. I want the $30,000 he owes me.
He owes you $30,000? What for?
Alimony. 15 years back alimony.
Oh, no, there must be some mistake. You can't mean George.
George, Oscar. All I know is I've had to work. I paid the rent. I bought the clothes. Not once has he used his money.
Oh, I guess you do mean George. This is awful. He never told me he was married before he met me. What if he can't pay?
He goes to jail for 30 years.
Oh, I don't care. I'll wait for him. In 30 years, George will only be... Let's see. Oh, this is ridiculous.
Well, think it over.
No, wait. To save George from jail, I'll make the supreme sacrifice.
What sacrifice?
I'll give him back to you.
Oh, no.
Oh, but if you don't take him, you won't get anything. He's better than nothing.
Just barely. Still, he's no good to me in jail. And he did used to help me with the housework.
Oh, he can still do the housework.
And he was handsome.
Oh, and he still is.
And how that man could kiss.
He can still do the housework.
It's Les Paul and his trio in Dark Eyes.
You understand, I'm giving my husband back to you only to save him from jail.
I understand.
You will be kind to him, won't you?
Oh, sure.
Don't ever nag him. I never have. Whenever George wants to do something, I just say no, and that's the end of it.
Well, don't worry. I'll use the same system.
But it's been so long since you knew him. There are a lot of little things I should tell you. For instance, when you see him in his underwear in the morning, don't laugh. He hates it.
Well, I'll remember that.
And don't forget, he's reached the brittle age now. When you sit on his lap, lower yourself very gently.
I'll be as careful as I can.
Well, I guess there's nothing left to do now but go in and get it over with.
How are you going to break it to him?
Well, I'll be as gentle as I possibly can. I don't want to hurt the poor dear too much. I'll start off by talking about something else, and then very gradually and subtly I'll sort of sneak into telling him I'm leaving.
Oh, okay. I'll wait for you here.
George, that's a lovely-looking suit you have on.
Well, thanks.
Well, goodbye. I'm leaving you.
Huh?
This mockery we call a marriage is over. Why pretend any longer?
Pretend?
Well, sure. The time has come for me to cast you aside like I'd throw away an orange I was through with.
But...
You're all squeezed out, George.
Gracie, I don't get this. I thought you loved me.
Me? Loves you? Me? Loves you? Me?
Stop it. Look, if you never loved me, why did you ever marry me in the first place?
Money, George. Money, security, and a nice home.
Oh.
Now that you've finally got them all, I'm leaving you.
Now, wait a minute, Gracie. If you're worried about sugar...
Sugar? Me? Sugar?
Now, cut that out. Cut that out.
George, I'm not leaving you because of sugar. She has nothing to do with it. You see, there's another man.
Another man?
Uh-huh.
Who is he?
Oh, he's wonderful. He's so romantic, so irresistible. He just swept me off my feet.
Who is he?
What fire, what charm. He's got everything you've got in 20 years less of it.
Who is he? What's his name?
His name?
Yes, his name.
Well, I call him Poopsie.
Yeah. But his real name, what is it?
His real name? Well,
Hello, Gracie. I just came over to...
Poopsie!
Something you ate?
Gracie, you mean Meredith Wilson is Poopsie?
Yes, Meredith. Let's get away from it all. Let's go to the Riviera. Now, tonight.
All right. What's playing there?
Now, wait a minute, Gracie. This flute player swept you off your feet?
Yes, George. You see, Poopsie, I've told George about our love. Our wild, flaming love.
That sounds exciting. Would you tell me, too?
Oh, no. We don't have to pretend now. We're like the lovers in the beautiful opera. I'm Isolde and you're Tristan. I'm Carmen and you're Don Jose. I'm Madame and you're Butterfly.
Gee, first it was sugar and now it's you. I must be a devil when I'm unconscious.
Gracie, you're making this up. There's something behind it.
Oh, no. It's just that our marriage won't work. I'm going to put you out of my mind. Forget you completely.
Gracie, you can never forget me.
We'll see. Well, goodbye, Harry.
Harry?
Oh, you see, I've forgotten you already.
Oh.
Come, Poopsie.
Well, did you fix it? Can I have my husband again?
Yes. He's yours.
Oh, good. I can hardly wait to see my handsome Oscar.
Oh, go to him before I weaken.
Yes?
Oscar, what have they done to you?
Oscar? My name is George Burns. I'm not Oscar.
No, now that I have a better look at you, I see you're not.
What is all this?
Your wife said I was your wife.
My wife's... Gracie, come back here.
It's no use, George. Poopsie
Oh,
and
stop
I...
that. you sick this woman on me?
I only wanted to keep you out of jail, dear. But this guy ain't Oscar. But aren't you, Sugar? No. You weren't married to my husband? No, he's about the only trouble I never had. Oh, this is terrible. Oh, George, can you ever forgive me?
Well...
Oh, of course you can. Who's the sweetest, kindest husband in the whole world?
Me.
And who's the man I'll always love and trust?
Me.
Okay, now who's Sugar?
Say, Meredith.
Oh, yes, Bill.
That song you were just playing, how come it sounds so much better now than when I heard you rehearsing it this afternoon?
Well, that's because I rehearsed the orchestra section at a time, Bill.
Oh.
You probably just heard the rhythm section, or the clarinets, or the saxophones, or the strings.
I see.
I rehearsed the 4 sections separately, Bill, and then blend them together.
Well, it sounds to me like you swiped an idea from the makers of Maxwell House Coffee, Meredith. That's the way they blend those fine Latin American coffees to give Maxwell House its delicious flavor. They use Manizales for mellowness.
Like this?
Right. And use Medellins for richness. They use Bucaramangas for full body. And other fine Latin American coffees for vigor. And when these choice coffees are skillfully blended together, the result is that perfectly balanced blend, America's #1 coffee choice, Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. And now here are George and Gracie.
Fine mess you got me into with that Oscar Green mix-up.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Now, just forget it ever happened.
It's not so easy. You were actually going to leave me, huh?
Me? Leave you?
Good night, folks.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. Until next Thursday, then, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee, always good to the last drop. Stay tuned to this station because Dinah Shore's open house is coming on in just a second. Dinah's special guests tonight are Cesar Romero and Vera Bay.
Sarah Roberts is in jeopardy.
Hey, lady, how about it?
Stay with her. Help her, for she has begun to feel the awful horror of the hunger. John Blaylock, the hunger, has given him everlasting life. Until now, pray for him. Miriam Blaylock. She feeds 1 day in 7 on the unsuspecting, and soon she will turn into something that you will never be able to forget. No matter how hard and how long you try, fear her.
What have you done to me?
Forever and ever.
And life signs terminate right here.
What am I going to do?
The timeless beauty of Catherine Deneuve. The cruel elegance of David Bowie. The open sensuality of Susan Sarandon. Combined to create a modern classic of perverse fear. Haunting, mysterious,
sensual, strange, perverse, riveting. The Hunger.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Cut Rate Crime. The Green Hornet strikes again. Michael Axford, reporter for the Daily Sentinel, stood at the window of a store, one of the Norton chain of cut-rate stores. He was reading a sign in the window.
I need managers. Splendid opportunity for ambitious young men to learn the retail business. We pay you while learning. Inquire within. Veterans only.
That's a hot one.
Huh?
Learn to be a manager.
Oh, by golly, it's Joe Bennett.
Yeah. Hello, Mr. Axford.
I sure hope you haven't tossed no more rocks through store windows.
No, I haven't. Say, you were pretty swell to talk to the judge for me. Guess I acted like a spoiled kid.
You still hate Norton?
Ah, that dirty heel.
Then get into my car and I'll take you someplace.
Where?
Get it and I'll tell you. It's right here at the curb.
Why not? I got nothing to do.
You promised to tell me all about the time you worked at Norton's and why you got so sore at him.
Well, there's not much to tell.
Got to slam that door hard.
Where are you taking me?
You'll find out. First, you got to tell me about the Norton stores.
It's a racket, that's all, Mr. Axford.
Racket?
Yeah. Remember that sign? Become a manager? A manager in 6 easy lessons. Only you don't live that long.
Well, most people think Norton is doing a great thing and giving veterans the first crack at his jobs.
That's just the come on.
But don't he promote you guys to managers?
Sure. Just like the Army promotes men to generals, 5-star generals. For every guy that makes it, there's a flock that don't. Look, Mr. Axford, Norton hires about 100 GIs a week. He needs 6 or 7 new branch managers a year. Figure it out for yourself.
Golly. 100 a week times 52?
5,200 is the answer. Of which 4,192 are suckers. Like, for example, me. Most of us bust out, you see.
But why is that?
Why is that? Well, here's the job. You work in a dirty cellar where there's water on the floor, and you haul heavy crates and unpack boxes of goods, and keep the counters filled and sweep out and clean up after the stores close at 10 p.m. The work is heavy, see? The hours are long, you don't walk, you run. And you get a cough. And if you're late, they fine you. Out of your $25 a week. And if you break anything, they fine you some more.
Golly.
You're learning to be a manager, see?
I know Norton is a crook,
He gets
but...
guys like me to work for peanuts by making us think we'll become a store manager.
Well, what if you stick it out no matter how tough it is? In that case, he'd have to make good on his promises.
In that case, he finds some reason to fire you. Like, for example, me. I was fired because I fraternized.
Huh?
Yeah. I took a sales girl to lunch. It's funny, huh?
By golly, Joe, you'll enjoy it where I'm taking you.
Where?
We're going to court. This is the day Paul Norton gets what's coming to him.
Are you kidding?
Not on your life. I'm covering the trial for my newspaper. My boss, Britt Reed, is betting 2 to 1 that Norton will be found guilty of graft.
Well, good morning, Mr. Reed. I mean, good afternoon, Mr. Reed.
Afternoon it is, Miss Case, and what a day. Spring is in the air.
And mail is on your desk.
Come into my office. You can answer it yourself.
You don't care to dictate replies?
No, I want my desk clear when Axford comes in.
He's at court.
I know he is. He's covering the Paul Norton case. At long last, Norton is going to pay the piper. That old termite.
Is there a solid case against him?
Oh, I don't see how it can miss. He went too far when he tried to gyp the city on school supplies. He should have had his wings clipped a long time ago.
He should have?
Yes. Oh, here's the mail. Take over. He's operated a regular racket in labor.
Axford says it's criminal the way he exploits veterans.
Well, that's true. Axford got a line out the other day when that young fellow was arrested for smashing Norton's window. What was that boy's name?
Joe Bennett.
Yeah, that's it.
Axford reported that Norton gets veterans to work for him by promising a great opportunity, a chance to manage a store.
Yeah. The veterans don't last that long. He breaks them with overwork.
Well, what has that to do with his school deal?
Nothing. That's a separate proposition. He really stuck his neck out on that one. He wrangled a contract with the city to furnish school supplies.
Didn't he deliver?
Well, he delivered all right, but the stuff was shoddy. He didn't deliver what he charged for.
How did he expect to get away with it?
Well, he must have thought he had the right man on his payroll. He had someone in the Board of Education who was to cover up for him, but something slipped. And today, Paul Norton gets the works.
You hope.
Can't miss.
Oh, that's Axford now. See?
Come in, Axford.
Reed, I just came from the Norton trial. Oh, hello, Katie.
Is it finished?
That it is.
Just a minute. Miss Case got Jenks on the line. I want to be sure the trial gets full display.
Right.
Don't leave. Use my phone.
Hey, Reed, now wait a minute. Wait till you hear. Maybe you won't want to talk to Jenks.
Why not, Axford?
Norton beat the rap.
What's that?
Reed, it was awful. Norton's lawyer made the district attorney look like 30 cents. And me there with young Joe Bennett, who was to see Norton get the works.
Jenks is on the line, Mr. Reed.
Keep him there for a minute. What happened, Axford?
Norton's lawyer was popping up like a jumper jack, objecting to this and that, and getting sustained by the judge. And the district attorney didn't have all the evidence he thought he had.
Why not?
Someone was covering up. There were some files missing, papers that had disappeared.
Jenks is still waiting, Mr. Reed.
Tell him to come in here.
It was the same old story, Reed. The red tape of the law on account of some of the evidence wasn't gotten in the right way.
You said some files and papers were missing?
Yeah, that too.
Who's covering up for Norton?
That I don't know, but someone is.
Where's Jenks?
He's on his way.
Oh, how long does it take him to walk down the hall from the city room?
In here, Jenks.
Been waiting for you, Axford. How about that story on Norton's conviction?
You can forget it, Jenks.
Oh, well, I didn't count on it.
Go after Norton on another angle. Tell the world how he's piled up a fortune by exploiting manpower.
Oh? What you have in mind?
We'll do a series by Joe Bennett, written in the first person. We'll tell the public what Norton promises, what he pays, and how he avoids keeping his promises.
By Joe Bennett?
Yes. Get him in here, Axford. I'll sign him up.
Well, maybe he can't handle it.
I can help him whip his story into shape.
Put Lowry on it, Jenks. He can get Bennett's facts and ghost the series.
Okay, Mr. Reed. You're the boss.
Now, here's your lead. The Jap Army couldn't lick him in 3 years. But Paul Norton did it in 3 months. Got that?
I got it.
Get the announcement set up, and as soon as I get Bennett's name on a contract, I'll give you the word to let her roll.
Read about the traffic in veterans expose on Norton. Here you are, lady. Joe Bennett's personal story. Read all about it.
Yes, son.
Here you are, sir. Central X Street, Fibber.
And tomorrow, Joe Bennett will reveal the promises which were made and never kept.
Is that all there is to the first installment, Norton?
Yeah.
There's nothing much to it. Why do you suppose the Sentinel is paying out good cash for that kind of stuff?
Young Reed was very disappointed when I didn't go to jail. He probably thinks he's going to hurt me with drool like this.
Norton, I don't like the looks of it.
What do you mean, Sanders?
Britt Reed is no fool. I wonder if he hired Bennett to write this series or to tell a lot of things that cannot be written and published.
Explain yourself, Sanders.
We nearly went to jail on that school deal.
I knew that Potter would see that certain records disappeared. I wasn't worried.
Well, I was. And I still am.
Without the purchase and sales invoices, no one can prove that we contracted to deliver better grade supplies.
You might be wrong about that.
Why?
Someone might dig up a witness.
What has this to do with Joe Bennett?
Didn't you handle the school supplies through Store 15?
Yeah.
Didn't Joe Bennett work in store 15?
Yes, but he wouldn't know about our business. He was a stock boy, a trainee in the basement.
He might have overheard some talk. Might have snooped on a phone call or something.
I'm not worried.
Oh, you're the one who should be worried, Norton. I'm pretty much in the clear. I do a legitimate job of getting orders for supplies from the various city departments. I see that they pay top prices and turn the orders over to you. If you deliver goods that don't come up to specifications, you're the one who's responsible, not me.
Don't kid yourself. When you take a cut of the profits, you make yourself as liable as anyone else. And you do take a cut. Have you any idea how much I've paid you?
Mm-hmm. Down to the last penny. I keep a record in a notebook.
A written record? You must be crazy.
Don't worry about it.
Where is it?
It's in a safe place. I keep it just so you won't double-cross me. Now, Norton, you'd better do something about Joe Bennett. Get him away from that newspaper job. Those sharp reporters might help him remember a few things.
I'll handle it.
If he does know something, we've got to find it out. Get him back on your payroll. We'll question him.
I wonder if he's already given the Sentinel some information.
If he has, we've got to know it so we can act accordingly.
Sanders, you're right. I'll send for Joe Bennett. I'll have a talk with him. Bennett, your articles have touched me deeply. I propose to turn over a new leaf, to make amends.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Norton, that's swell.
Your articles have accomplished their purpose. So now I want you to leave the Sentinel and come back to the Norton family.
Oh, but I don't know.
I want you to help me make adjustments. I have a cottage on Sunset Bay that I rent out. It's near my own cottage on Lakeshore Drive. Now, I want you to go there for a couple of weeks. Get some rest and sunshine. I'll go to my place, and we'll be near each other so we can talk things over.
You've been swell to me, Mr. Reed, but I figure I should go back to Mr. Norton and help him make the readjustments.
Of course you should, Joe. Norton wants to turn over a new leaf. You should
New leaf, me eye.
As soon as we've talked things over, he's going to make me manager of a small store.
He's worried, that's what. He's getting a bad reaction from your columns and wants them stopped.
Nonsense, Axford. Bennett hasn't written a stick that would worry Paul Norton.
Maybe not so far, but he's afraid of what's to come.
Joe, don't mind Axford. You go to that beach cottage and meet Norton halfway.
Yes, sir, Mr. Reed. And thanks.
Reed, I don't
Axford, ask Miss Case to call my partner, will you? Have her tell Cato I'll be home early for dinner. There's no use arguing with Bennett, Cato. He believed all that Norton told him.
Well, perhaps Norton tell truth.
Oh, not a chance. He can't possibly do the things he promises. Bennett is just one of hundreds of men in the same situation. Why is he treating Bennett this way? Why did he single him out?
Well, perhaps he's afraid of what Bennett say in newspaper.
Bennett didn't say anything to hurt Norton. I was disappointed in his stuff.
What matter, Mr. Britt?
I wonder if Bennett was pulling his punches. I wonder if he could have told a lot more.
Well, it's possible.
If he knew more about Norton than he'd tell me.
There must be some reason why Norton afraid of Bennett.
He's moving to that beach house tomorrow, Cato. Tomorrow night, I think we'll call on him. He'll be alone out there. It'll be a splendid opportunity to make him talk. He wouldn't talk to me in the office. Perhaps he'll talk to the Green Hornet at the beach house.
The day after Joe Bennett left the employ of Britt Reed and the Daily Sentinel, he moved to the small but comfortable beach house owned by Paul Norton. And that night, Britt made preparations to appear as the much-sought-for Green Hornet. Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming black beauty sped into the darkness.
There's the house, Cato.
Oh, it's quite deserted at this point on the beach.
Yes.
Am I to go with you?
You'd better come and stand guard at the door in case someone comes along.
Are servants in the house?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, there's a light in window.
Take a look in that window before we go in.
Mr. Britt, look at door.
Huh? It's open.
Oh, yes.
It isn't warm tonight. I wonder if he's gone out.
You see in window?
Cato, look in there.
What? Man is on floor.
Bennett, come on, Cato, we'll go inside. Keep your gun handy. Close the door.
Don't hit me again. I can't tell you anything.
Take it easy.
Don't hit me again.
Steady.
He badly hurt.
Only half conscious. Well, this stuff will revive him. Here, Bennett, take a deep breath.
Don't hit me anymore.
Deep breath now. That's it. Nobody's going to hit you anymore. Turn out that light.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, wait.
It's all right, Bennett. I turn the lights out, that's all.
Who are you?
I want to help you. Get up. Sit in this chair. There. You better tell me what you know. What happened to you? Who beat you up?
I don't know. They said they were detectives.
Detectives?
They tried to make me tell a lot of things.
What sort of things?
About Mr. Norton. I don't know anything about Mr. Norton.
What did they think you knew?
They thought I might be able to tell them something so the district attorney could start a new trial.
Well, that's very interesting. Tell me some more about them.
I can't tell anything. I don't know anything. I don't.
What did they look like?
Well, they... I don't know.
You mean you're afraid to talk? That it?
Well,
Did they warn you to keep your mouth shut? Did they?
Yeah.
They told you if you squealed, they'd come back and knock you around some more. That it?
Well, yeah, they did.
How did you get that cut on your chin? Did they give you that?
One of them... Well, that is, I...
Speak up.
One of them wore a ring. I guess the ring cut me.
Then they didn't wear gloves?
No.
Stay right where you are.
What are you going to do?
Be quiet, Bennett. Hello, operator? This is an emergency. Get the police. The Norton Cottage at Sunset Bay. The name is Bennett. And hurry.
What did you do that for?
Get this, Bennett. Those men weren't police detectives any more than I am. They were hoodlums, and if they didn't wear gloves, they left fingerprints all around this room. Tell the police to look at the inside doorknob, to look at your suitcase, which was obviously searched. Then look anywhere else where those men might have left fingerprints. Tell them to find out who they are and why they slugged you. There's a lamp on the table. You can turn it on as soon as I've gone.
A lamp. A lamp on the table. Here it is. There. I wonder who... My gosh. Here, right next to the telephone. The seal of the Green Hornet.
Kiddo, the answer is obvious. Those men weren't detectives.
No, Mr. Britt.
There's only one man who would want to know how much Bennett could tell. Just one man who would be in a position to put Bennett in that isolated cabin where he could be attacked by hoodlums.
You mean Mr. Norton?
Yes. Mr. Paul Norton. And we're going to call on him right now.
Sanders, I can't say that I'm thoroughly in accord with what you've done.
I admit it's drastic, but we've got to know whether or not Bennett is dangerous to us.
But sending a couple of thugs out to call on him...
I told them to report here at your cottage when they got through.
Here? Confound it, Sanders, you shouldn't do that.
Why not, Norton? This is your party as much as it is mine.
Hi.
Oh, come in, Butch.
Come on in, Pete.
Yeah. You two know Mr. Norton, don't you?
Yeah. We know him by reputation, don't we, Pete?
Yeah. What'd you find out?
Bennett don't know a thing. Are you sure of that?
Dead sure. The way we handled him, he'd have squealed if he'd known anything.
Maybe he'll squeal about the way you treated him.
Hey, he won't talk. We took care of that, didn't we, Butch?
You didn't kill him?
Nah. We made him think we were from the DA's office. You figure there's no use squawking to the cops.
But I hope you didn't go too far.
Well, we didn't do nothing that he won't get over. We just knocked him around a little bit.
All right, that's all we wanted to know. Here's the cash I promised you.
Thanks, Sanders. You got any other jobs you want us to handle?
When I have, I'll let you know.
Okay. So long.
So long. Bye, boys.
Well, Sanders, I must admit you had the right idea.
Well, it's good to know we have nothing to worry about.
Nothing except Butch and Pete. If they ever decide to talk...
Oh, they won't. You see, my little black notebook contains a few facts against those two as well. Facts that I can use when necessary. Now, what are you going to do with Bennett?
I'll install him as a manager of one of the small stores and let him stay there a couple of months and then discharge him. It'll be an example to the other boys. It'll prove that a man must have plenty of training before he's ready to take over management.
I wonder if that's Butch coming back.
Back up.
Hey, what the...
Mask.
Inside.
You're the Green Hornet.
That saves introductions.
Is that a bomb in your hand?
No, but it may hit you with the impact of a bomb.
Why, looks like a radio.
That's right. It's tuned to the police wavelength.
Well, what in the world is...
I've had a race against time. I wanted to get here before a certain police broadcast went on the air.
You came here to operate a radio for us?
I came from your other cottage on Sunset Bay, the one you loaned to Bennett. I dropped in to tell you two a few things. Bennett knows more than you think. He sold out to me.
Sold out?
He knows better than to double-cross me. That's why he took a beating from your hoodlums.
I don't believe you.
I thought you might be hard to convince. That's why I brought this radio.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. All cars, attention.
All cars. This may be the one. You can use a little more volume on this.
All cars, be on watch for Green Hornet. Wanted in connection with attack at Sunset Bay.
Sunset Bay?
All cars, attention. Be on lookout for Butch Dooley and Pete Loomis. Wanted for questioning.
It's a little more than I expected. They left their fingerprints around. Police must have had them on file.
Green Hornet at large. All cars be...
I suppose neither of you two know why Dooley and Loomis went to your other cottage on Sunset Bay?
Why, of course not.
We know nothing about those two.
Then how do you account for this? Take a look out there beside the walk.
Who's that?
There are two men out there. The men I just mentioned.
Butch and Pete. You killed them.
They're not dead, but they'll be unconscious until the police get hold of them.
You brought them here. You brought them here yourself, and you're trying to frame me.
You and I both know that's a lie. I saw them coming out of this house, Norton. Don't try to bluff me.
You can't prove
I don't have to prove anything. I'm not tied up with red tape like the district attorney was.
Let me handle this, Norton. Look here, mister. You're after something. What is it?
Now you're talking sense.
You say you've got Bennett on your side.
Bennett told me all I need to know about you two, but I'm willing to let both of you out of this with a clean slate.
What do you mean?
I can collect from the men who helped you put over shoddy goods at high prices on the school department.
What do you want of those people?
What do you think?
I'm not thinking. I want to know from you. What are you after?
There are a lot of things money can't buy. Favors, for example. Protection.
Protection? So that's why you've been able to avoid capture by the police.
Perhaps. Now speak up. You two have been in collusion with someone in the city hall, and I want to know who it is.
What do we get for telling?
The promise that I won't tell the law where to find the two men on the front lawn. The chance to bring them in here and hide them until they recover consciousness. Then put them where the law won't find them.
Well, I don't know.
Those two will squeal, Sanders. You know they will. And Bennett will identify them as the men who attacked him. And there's a lot Bennett can tell. A lot he didn't tell Britt Reed when he was working for the Sentinel.
You win. The man you want is named Potter.
The name doesn't mean anything.
He's on the school board. He juggled bids, so I got the order, and he caused records to disappear from the files.
So Potter's your name, eh? I want proof of what you say.
You've got his name. What more do you want?
Do you think Potter will give me what I want unless I can produce evidence that will expose him? Talk sense.
Well,
You keep records, Sanders. You've got something you're holding over Norton's head. Where is it?
Now, look here.
You look here. The police are looking for those men in front. I can tip them off.
I want to think this over. I don't want
All right. Think it over while I call the police and tell them where to find your pals.
No, put down that phone.
No, don't call. Here's the evidence you want. This notebook.
Operator, tell the police the Green Hornet is here.
Put down that phone.
Hang up.
Paul Norton's cottage, Lakeshore Drive.
Why, you
want it rough, eh?
Look out, Sanders.
Let's do it this way.
I'll show you.
That takes care of him. Now it's your turn, Norton.
No.
I'll use this gun on you.
No, please don't. We gave you what you wanted. Call the police. You broke your promise.
How does it feel to have a promise broken? What about the promises you've made? Promises to veterans who fought for you and all your money.
I'll take that gun.
Take it. Too bad he attacked so soon. I had a lot more to say to him. Well, I'll have to say through the columns of the Sentinel. Give me a hand, kiddo. We'll drag these two inside so the police will have everything at once.
Yes, sir.
Can you manage that one? Can do. Just dump him on the floor with Norton, Sanders, and this crook.
There.
Police, let's get out of here.
They come fast.
Saw a car nearby when the radio flash went out.
Car right here.
In you go. Let's go home.
And Reed, I was at cops' headquarters when the squad car brought all four of these guys in. Suffering snacks, it was a field day.
Did you call the story to the Sentinel?
Sure, but let me tell you. The cops not only got Norton and Sanders and these two hoodlums, they got a notebook full of evidence against Potter of the school board.
Great.
The whole racket is blown sky high. One of the reasons Norton didn't want men working for him too long was because they might get wind of his dealings. But now the whole thing is smashed. All but the Green Hornet.
How is he involved?
I can't figure it out. He's either in it all the way or not at all.
Well, we won't worry about that, Axford. And tell Joe Bennett to come back to work.
Set Gillespie, Crosby, Norton held on new charges. School board member involved in cutthroat graft. Green Hornet named in assault. Read all about it. Green Hornet still ignored. Set Gillespie, Crosby.
These copyrighted dramas originate in Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Now here's a special program note. If it's Morgan, it's original. And tomorrow night, Henry Morgan will bring you his original comedy program over this ABC station. Be sure to listen. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Mike Locken and George Hansen are friends. They share just about everything.
Hey, give me $100. Yeah, but what can you do with this stuff now? It's monopoly money.
The same apartment,
I got a shower and shave, man. Here's your juice. You can shower there.
The same women.
What do you think of that little chick you just left in bed?
Pretty nice.
They even share the same job. They work for the CIA. They're part of the killer elite. James Caan and Robert Duvall in Sam Peckinpah's The Killer Elite, a very private enterprise that employs cab drivers,
I used to think what I did was nice and necessary. What the hell do I know?
pretty girls, sportsmen,
I got me tapped as a psycho.
executives,
The CIA gives us 11% of our gross.
Everybody get back.
That's plastique with a detonator.
What should I do with it?
See that bay right there? I'd run down there and chuck it in there. Listen, officer, I'd sure run. What a dummy.
James Caan is locking. He was the best until he was broken.
You're a cripple. You'll never be Top Gun again.
Then he became even better.
I'm coming back full duty.
Robert Duvall is Hanson. They were close,
Are you part of the organization?
but not close enough.
You just retired, Mike. Enjoy it. A guy can't blow up his best friend. Where's the morality in the world?
If it hadn't been me, it would have been somebody else.
Everybody pays you, don't they?
Oh, we're all idealists.
James Caan, Robert Duvall, Arthur Hill, Gig Young, the Killer Elite.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next. Hail, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. In the wild and lawless years of the western United States, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the new territory. No outlaw could match his courage and resourcefulness. No sheriff or marshal did more for the cause of justice. It was the Lone Ranger who made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Mustang Mag! Hail, Silver! Away!
Our story begins in the general store and...
Hey, Mag, I hear the law can't make Bull Nugent talk.
He must figure somebody's going to protect him. Bull and his whole gang will get good long terms if they don't tell who was behind them. Who'd you figure it was, Mag?
I don't know, but I'll tell you folks this much.
Yeah?
The same gent that caught up with Bull will find out anything else that needs to be uncovered. That's something you can bet on.
I heard it was a masked man.
A masked man? That masked hombre's the Lone Ranger.
Mustang Mag drove her buggy up the trail to her ranch house. It was a 2-hour trip from town, and when she reached home...
Whoa there, Dad Ratchet. Hey, Jeff. Hi, Jeff.
Calling me, ma'am?
Carry the grub you'll find here back to the mess house. Then unhitch this here horse.
Yes, ma'am. Say, Meg.
Well?
There's somebody up to see you inside.
Yeah, who?
I reckon you know. Fella rides that big white horse.
He's here? Get out of my way. Where are you, friend? Where are you?
Him in there. Him Missouri.
Oh, hello there, Tondo. Didn't see you at first.
White friend, him want to talk to you.
Sure.
Come on in, Mag.
What do you think I'll do? It's my house, ain't it? You couldn't keep me out here, could you? Oh, howdy, friend. I heard you was here.
I came to see you about the news in town, Mag.
Uh-huh. Beats all, don't it?
The Bull must be confident of protection. He and his men not only kidnapped your niece, but haven't a chance to escape conviction. We know that Bull himself had nothing to gain by it. He was obviously hired for the job, but he still refuses to tell who hired him.
And you figure he won't talk even when it comes to the trial?
I doubt it, unless
Unless what?
he's tricked into talking.
You got something in mind?
Yes, I have.
Golly, if I was only well enough to be on my feet again, I'd see that there polecat talked.
You'll stay in bed, Missouri, until you're well. Bull gave you a bad beating.
And for all the good Missouri'd be, bed's the place for 'em.
Oh, so you think I wouldn't be no good, do you? Why, I'd take them fellers
and get beat up all over again. Now, you keep shut.
But,
you hear me, you stover-in old fool? Keep shut. What?
Yes'm.
Now then, what were you going to say?
From what Missouri and I have been able to figure out, Garrick of the Box G is the only man who might have hired Bull.
What would he have to gain?
The option you hold on that government grazing land.
I was going to give that up anyhow.
But Garrick didn't know that. According to Missouri, you found out he wanted you to let your option lapse so that he could lease the land. You decided to wait before making up your mind. For all Garrick knows, when the first of the month comes, he'll lease that land again.
Well, I did kind of wonder what was up. I found out that government land was more than I could use for the size herd I got. Now, Garrick ain't got near as many critters as wear my brand. Just what would he want with all that grazing?
That's up to us to find out. But the fact remains that he's the only man in the district you've had any kind of trouble with.
Since Mert Martin was jailed.
Right. So long as he's our only lead, we'll have to assume he hired Bull until we have reason to believe otherwise.
Yeah, I reckon, but...
Ain't the masked man all this right, Mag? Don't you set up to argue with him.
Didn't I tell you
I ain't saying nothing, Mag. Ain't saying nothing.
Then quit making so much noise, keeping quiet.
If Garrick hired Bull, and Bull is depending upon Garrick to see that he's never convicted. Otherwise, Bull wouldn't hesitate to talk.
That's so.
If Bull could be persuaded that Garrick either wouldn't or couldn't help him...
Then he wouldn't be able to talk fast enough. Is that what you're thinking?
Right.
Well, how are you going to do that?
There's the way, Mag. But the less you know about it for the present, the better.
Hey! Thunderation, you're keeping secrets from me again? You're worse than Missouri.
But like Missouri, Mag, I do it only for your own good.
But listen, you...
Didn't worm it out of him, did you?
Bastard all.
There's one gent besides me you can't order around.
You keep still, or I'll...
You do what?
I'll duck you for the time you've been laying abed, that's what. Never knowing what's going on is enough to drive a female loco.
That evening, in a well-hidden camp. Almost finished, Tonto?
You wait, me fix 'em.
You have a bad light to work with.
Me get 'em.
Be sure you get the scar exactly right. That's the most important detail of all. Make it look as though it starts just above the eye and ends about a quarter of an inch below the hairline. You know who I'm trying to look like, don't you, Tonto?
Who's that?
Scar Higgins. He's a wanted outlaw. He'll be known here because I've seen reward posters around town.
What you do?
Tonto, before we can act, we must find out what Garrick is planning. When we've learned that, we can go ahead with our own plans. Whatever Garrick has in mind to save Bull, Bull must know of it. He wouldn't keep silent just on the chance that Garrick will help him. Bull isn't the kind to take anyone on trust.
That's right.
We know that Garrick hasn't gone near the jail recently. He couldn't take the risk of being seen talking with Bull. In other words, if I were thrown in jail, it's possible that I might convince Bull that I'd permitted myself to be arrested in order to get a message to him from Garrick.
You get jailed?
That's why I chose this disguise. When the sheriff sees me, he'll think I'm Scar.
Maybe Bull know your voice.
That's a chance I'll have to take.
How you get out?
That's where I'll depend upon you, Kimosabe. Now listen to me. I learned a number of things while watching the jail to see if Garrick had any way of communicating with Bull. For one, I learned that the jailer opens the sheriff's office each morning at 6. Cleans out, takes food to the prisoners, has everything ready. The sheriff and his deputies arrive an hour or so later.
What you want Tonto to do?
You'll have an hour while only the jailer's on hand. Act as you think best, but act tomorrow morning. If I haven't the information I want by then, it isn't likely I'll ever get it.
Let me get you out. The sky is ready now.
Good. Here, Silver. Call Scout Hunter. You ride as far as the edge of town with me. Then I'll leave Silver with you and go the rest of the way on foot.
Here, Scout.
Hip. Ready, Tonto?
Me ready.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on. Later that evening, Bull and the 2 members of his gang who shared his cell were discussing their situation.
You sure got a lot of confidence in Garrick, Bull, for a fella that...
Shut up.
Huh?
You mentioned that name out loud just once again after I've told you not to, and you wish you hadn't.
I'm sorry, Bull. It just slipped.
Then watch yourself.
You trust him, though, Bull? You really figure he'll get us out of here?
He's got to, ain't he?
But I don't
If
see...
he don't, then we talk at the trial. The only way he can save his neck is to see that there trial don't ever come off.
But even so,
Keep
that...
still.
Get out of here there. Keep the varmint covered, Frosty.
He makes a move and I blast him.
You don't need that gun.
We'll be the judge of that. All right. Stop right there.
Howdy, Sheriff. Who you got there?
Next door neighbor for you.
Yeah?
Scar Higgins.
You're mistaken, Sheriff.
Am I? That's something we'll see about. Now get on in there. And just as soon as I get word to Sheriff Magee over to Mesquite County, we'll soon find out whether you're Higgins or not.
Scar Higgins, eh? That gent's wanted right bad.
No worse than you. Come on, Frosty. That'll do for that fella. Yeah.
It looks like we got company in the next cell, boys. We ought to find it. Eh?
Sheriff gone?
Sure. What's
I
that?
want to talk to you. Step over here.
What's the matter?
I've got a message for you.
For me? I don't recollect you and me ever meeting afore, Scar. Where would you get a
My
message?
name isn't Scar.
But you just...
I disguised myself to look like Scar to get in here.
Eh? You loco?
I had to see you.
Say, listen, stranger. I seen that scar on your face for myself. What kind of a story you trying to tell me? And what's your game?
You think I'm not telling the truth?
I know you ain't.
What's he up to, Bull?
Keep out of this. Stranger, whatever your game is, it won't work.
Put your hand around the corner of this cell.
Huh?
You heard me. Reach around and draw your hand across this scar you say you saw.
I don't get it.
You will when you've done what I've told you to do.
Well,
Hurry.
Where are you?
Right here. Raise your hand a little. There.
Well, I'll be.
Now look at your hand.
What is it, Bull? Paint. That scar was painted on his forehead. He was telling the truth.
You think I'd let myself be arrested as a badly wanted outlaw unless it were important that I see you?
What is it, stranger? What's up?
Listen carefully. I'm going to mention a name. I think when you've heard it, you'll find what I have to say worth listening to.
Go ahead.
The name is Garrick, Bull. Garrick. At a little after 6 the following morning, the main street of the small western village was deserted. But suddenly a figure burst from the sheriff's office. It was the jailer shouting as he ran, and the town sprang to life.
Help! Help! Star Higgins busted! Get the sheriff! Get after him! The Redskins busted Star out of jail! Help! Help!
Hey, what happened? The jailer said there was a jailbreak. That's what he's yelling? Was it Scar? His head got loose?
Who's seen the sheriff? Is there no deputies around? They're going to get away.
Hold on to yourself. Now, what's this all about? Get your breath and tell it straight.
The Indian come in, held a gun on me. Made me unlock Scar's cell and... Look there! There they go now! Shoot them down!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Racing out of town, the masked man and Tonto rode until the Lone Ranger saw that they were safe from pursuit. Then...
Silver. Hold down. Hold, fella. Oh.
Tonto, ride on to Mustang Mag's. Deliver a message for me.
What me tell her?
Just this. She's to be at the sheriff's home at 8 tonight. At his home, do you understand? Not his office.
Me tell her that.
She's to be there without fail. Then on your way. I'll meet you at camp.
Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
All right, old fellow. It's camp for us. Come on, Silver. Come on. That same morning, Garrick had called on Mustang Mag. He was a lean, weather-beaten, shifty-eyed fellow of nearly 70, although he looked 20 years younger. He was notorious for his greed and sharp practices, and Mag, who stood upon the steps of her front porch, made no pretense at friendliness.
Yeah, you can go on about your business, Garrick. Maybe I'll take up that option. Maybe I won't. If you're curious to find out what I'm going to do, you'll learn all about it by the first of the month.
Meg, you're a cantankerous old maverick. Now what use you got for that government land, huh? What use you got for it?
None at all.
There, you see, you're doing just this to rile me. You don't want it, but you don't aim to see nobody else get it.
That ain't so.
Well, then what are you talking
about? I
about?
don't aim to see you get it. Great day. If I ever caught myself doing you a good turn, I wouldn't be able to look myself in the face.
You'll be sorry for this. Now, mind you, don't say I didn't warn you.
Are you threatening me?
I warned you. Don't ever say I didn't.
Get out of here.
Now, you can't do
Get
that
out
to
of
me,
here
Meg.
before I forget I'm a female or refinement and start saying what I'm thinking.
I tell you, Meg,
Get
it's
on that Fab and Coyote of yours.
No, don't you hit me.
I ain't going to hit you. But you get off my property and stay off, or I'll do worse. Now, scat, you hear me, old walrus? Scat!
You wait. You just wait. Get up.
I'll wait. I'll be waiting with a club in one hand and a six-gun in the other. Sneaking old walrus.
That's a telling him, Mag. That's sure a telling him. I hear it all.
Missouri.
It done me good.
You put down that window and climb back in bed where you belong, or I'll lambaste you. Put down that window.
But I still say it was a joy to hear you.
Nobody around here with the sense of a mutton-headed sheep herder. Missouri climbing out of bed when he was nearly killed. Garrick's there trying to... Well, doggone if it ain't Tonto. Hi there!
Oh, fella! Oh, fella!
Where's the masked man? What you doing
You
here?
listen.
Huh?
You go Lawman's house tonight.
What
Go
for?
when at 8. White friend say that.
Now, just a minute. Let me get this straight. Masked fella told you to tell me to go to the sheriff's place.
That right?
At 8 this evening. What for?
Him not say.
Tarnation.
Him say you not fail.
He expects me to go there just on his say-so without no explanation?
That right.
Doggone you, hide Tonto. Of course I will. Whatever the Lone Ranger says is good enough for me, and I reckon by this time he knows it.
You go?
I'll be there with bells on.
That's good. Get him up, Scout. Get him up.
Mustang Mag had no idea why the Lone Ranger wanted her to call at the home of the sheriff, but she obeyed without question. It was exactly 8 o'clock when she walked up the steps of the sheriff's porch.
Just a second. Well, evening, Mag. What can I do for you?
I don't know.
Huh? Well, then what do you...
All I know is that a friend of mine told me to be here at 8 tonight, and here I am. It's good enough for me.
Mag, are you loco or me?
I ain't.
Now, wait. Look, you must have some reason. You wouldn't just come here without...
I got a reason. I just told it to you.
Then I reckon I didn't catch it. What was it again?
A friend of mine told me to come here.
Oh, doggone, Mag. Can't you see...
I told her.
What the...
I see you were prompt, Mag.
I done just as you said.
A masked man. Throw up your hands. Did he trick you, Mag? Did he make you come in here so's to get me off guard?
Ah, don't be an idiot. Put down that gun.
You don't know what you're saying, Mag. This fellow's...
I'm not an outlaw.
You have
I
a
knew
mask.
you wouldn't take my word for it alone. That's why I wanted Mag to be present to vouch for me. We've known each other a long time.
And I'm here to tell you, Sheriff, that if the masked man's a crook, then you're a road agent.
But what do you
Sheriff, will you accept Mag's word for me?
You ain't just fooling, are you, Mag? You really think this fellow's all right?
If he ain't, I don't know who is.
But that mask...
Forget the mask. I have my own reasons for wearing it. We have things to discuss, Sheriff, but not until I know you listen reasonably.
Well, if Mag says you're all right...
Ever know me to be wrong about anybody?
No.
Then don't be as foolish as Missouri to home. I declare, it takes the men folks to be stubborn at just the wrong time.
Stranger?
Well?
There's my gun back in its holster. Now, suppose you explain yourself.
I will. Sheriff, you're holding certain men prisoners in your jail.
Uh-huh. Bull Nugent and them sidewinder parts of his.
They're being held for the attempted kidnapping of Mag's niece. I want to know if you believe that kidnapping was their own idea or the suggestion of someone else.
That's easy. Everybody knows he was hired for it.
But no one knows who hired them.
They just won't talk.
They did, however, to one person.
Yeah? Who was that?
Myself.
You? How could you talk to them? They ain't had a visitor since they've been in jail.
They had one visitor.
Who?
Scar Higgins.
You want a visitor. He was a prisoner. Till the blasted varmint busted loose. And what's Scar got to do with your talking to Bull?
I was Scar, Sheriff.
What?
I disguised myself to look like him. I wanted you to arrest me so I could get a chance to speak to Bull.
You're not stringing me?
I'm not.
Anything this hombre tells you, Sheriff, you can take for gospel truth.
Well, I'll be switched.
Hear me out. I convinced Bull that I'd been sent by Garrick.
Garrick?
Why?
The man who hired Bull.
No.
What's more, Sheriff, he's the man who's going to free Bull and his men.
Wait, hold on. You're going too doggone fast for me. You say Garrick hired Bull for the kidnapping.
He did.
And he's planning a jailbreak.
He is.
But it just don't seem possible. You willing to go on the stand and testify to that? You willing to put that in evidence?
I couldn't appear in court,
Well, then
but
what?
I can do better than that. Do as I tell you, and I'll prove every word of what I've stated here in front of witnesses.
Will you, friend? Will you?
You have my promise, Mag.
Do that, and I'll dance a jig on the courthouse steps.
Oh, wait. This here jailbreak you mentioned. It'll have to be guarded against. We'll have to watch to see that they don't get away with it.
You're wrong, Sheriff.
Oh?
Tomorrow night, Garrick is smuggling guns to those fellows in jail. Before the night is out, They'll make their break.
But
and
they-
you won't stop it, Sheriff. You'll do everything in your power to see that it succeeds. It had been agreed between Garrick and Bull that somewhere near midnight on the night appointed, guns would be smuggled into the jail. As the time approached, Bull waited nervously.
Why don't they come? Slick, what time you got?
Just a second. 10 to 12.
Couldn't anything gone wrong?
Quit your fretting. It ain't past the time yet. Wait till it is and then start hollering.
Look at Clem there, sleeping. Yeah. Get up. Wake up there. Don't make
what?
no noise.
The gun's here?
No, but they ought to be soon.
Doggone, I'm sleepy.
You fool. You'd go to sleep if they was getting ready to hang you. Now stay awake and be ready to help when you need it.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Bull.
Yeah?
I was just...
Hold it. What was that?
I didn't
Shut up. Listen. The guns.
Who's there? You got the guns?
Please. Don't talk.
That's your scar? You heard him. He said not to talk. Here, grab that gun he's shoving through.
Yeah.
Give it here. Take the next one. I got it.
Here. This one's for Clem. He's shoving another one through.
Here you are, Clem.
Doggone the gun. Now I feel like myself again.
Bull, there's that fella out there.
He's gone. He just passed us the guns and beat it.
Well, now what?
I'll show you.
Deputy. Hi there, Deputy. Come back here a minute. Hi, Deputy.
What's the noise for?
Frosty, come here.
What do you want?
Frosty, there's 3 guns here, all aimed dead center on you. Unlock this cell and keep your mouth tight closed or eat lead.
Silently, the deputy obeyed. The door of Bull's cell was unlocked and opened, and then the doors of the other cells. A dozen outlaws crept toward the front of the jail and freed him. Bull and his 2 armed companions in the lead. They crossed the sheriff's office, opened the door to the street, and then...
Surrender!
It's the masked man and the redskin.
Blast them out of the way.
Take it. Give it to him.
All right, Sheriff, let them have it.
What the...
Bull, I shot point blank at them fellas and never even touched them.
So did I.
Because your guns are loaded with blanks. Sheriff, give it to them.
Boys, don't let a man get away alive. Come on, Garrick. Give it to him like you said you would.
Here's Garrick.
It's a frame-up.
Fellas, Garrick framed us so we'd get shot down escaping.
He aimed to shut our mouths for good. Let me at that skunk.
He fixed our guns with blanks.
Men, hold your fire.
You dirty double-crosser.
No, Bull, no. Now, listen, they tricked you. I never put blanks in your guns, honest and ever.
Blank places you didn't. You wanted us killed escaping.
You said if we didn't talk, you'd get us free, and then you frame us.
No, wait.
You dirty...
Hold it.
Keep them covered, boys.
Now, Bull, let's hear again what you just said.
Here, Bull, don't
I
you
should
dare...
keep shut after what you tried to do to us. What kind of a fool do you take me for? Sheriff, it was Garrick hired us to get Mag's niece. He was the one. I'll swear to it, and so will all the fellas with me.
You're doggone right, Bull, you blasted fool. You let him trick you.
Thanks, Bull. That's all we needed.
But what would you...
Bull, it's too late for you to change your stories now. So you might as well know the truth. I was the man who spoke to you in jail, who posed as Scar Higgins.
What? You?
You thought I was from Garrick and told me your plans to escape. When Garrick brought the guns tonight, Tonto and I captured him. We substituted blanks, knowing that you'd believe Garrick had wanted you shot down to close your mouths. When the sheriff and these men fired, they shot over your heads.
But we thought...
Now we'll all hang.
But look here, Garrick,
There's no use in you fellas arguing. You're caught. As long as you're so handy to the calaboose, you can march right back in. Men, get 'em a-moving.
Ho! Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Come on. This is it. This is the end of the line. You're telling me.
You know, I really think we're going to do good here. I have a very positive feeling. I'm telling you, Daniel.
This place is a dump. You should go back to New Jersey.
God, how did that happen?
The truth? No, you don't want to hear the truth. All you want to hear is how great it is out here. Well, it may be great for you, but it sucks for me.
Are you okay?
Oh, just leave me alone. I hate this place. I hate it. I just want to go home.
Karate.
Yeah. You have to push it. Now you're gonna pay. Hey, you ever taught anyone?
No.
Well, would you?
I promise teach karate. You promise learn. I say you do.
Oh, I haven't seen you around.
Have you been looking?
Sorta.
Sorta.
Wax on, wax off. Don't forget to breathe. Very important. Down, wax on, wax off. Come back tomorrow.
If you don't come in my dojo and drop a challenge and leave, old man, then you get your boy on the meta, you and I will have a major problem. Name a place.
Tournament.
Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei!
Yeah, you hate to fight.
So karate's fighting. You train to fight.
That's what you think.
No.
Then why train?
So I won't have to fight. I don't have much of a cheering section. You got me? I mean, every time I see those guys, they're gonna know they got the best of me.
To win, lose, no matter. You prove a point.
Point or no point, you're dead meat.
Finish him! Hey, what kind of belt do you have?
J.C. Penney, 398.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star Times. If you mean what you say in your advertisement, perhaps you're the one to help me. If help does not come for me soon, I will be killed. Please use the enclosed airline ticket and come to Mexico City at once. When you arrive, go directly to the Hotel Mariposa and wait. Please hurry, because every hour brings me closer to death.
Because every hour brings me closer to death. Arthur Meade. Sure, the letter had a ring to it that made me believe it. And I felt sorry for him. But 48 hours later, I had someone else to worry about. A fella named Dan Holliday.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Mexican Maze.
Mexico City. What a place to be.
Would you like to go in my place, Susan?
I sure would, Mr. Holliday.
All right, I'll tell you what. You take the ticket and go. Then when you get to Mexico City, you find Mr. Arthur Meade.
Then what?
Then keep him from being killed. What's the matter, Susie? Don't you like Mexico anymore?
Oh, you were kidding when you said I could go, weren't you?
What makes you think that?
Oh, how could I keep anyone from being killed?
What worries me is how am I going to do it?
He sure sounds like he's got his back to the hall.
Susie. Wall. But wherever he's got it, he sounds as though he might not have it there long. Okay, Susie, close up shop. I'm off to the land of the Aztecs. The flight to Mexico City was routine, and an hour later, after I got off the plane, I registered as Box 13 at the Hotel Mariposa and was shown to my room. The bellboy had no sooner left than... Hello?
Is this the man from Box 13?
Yes, I'm Box 13.
Thank heavens you came. I was desperate, Mr.
Holiday. Dan Holiday.
Listen, I've only a couple of minutes, Holiday. I've got to talk fast. Are you there?
Of course, go ahead.
There's an importer here, an American. His name is Robert Lucas, and he...
Hello? 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 So there I was, with a dead telephone and a name, Robert Lucas. I had no idea where to get in touch with Meade, and the telephone directory had no listing for him. But it had one for Mr. Lucas. And it was with Mr. Lucas that I made an appointment for that afternoon. I got there a little early and approached his office. Then I stopped. The door was open, and I couldn't help overhearing.
And if that's your idea of an explanation, we're through, Robert. We're finished.
That's what you think, Marilyn. It's not quite that simple, my dear. Not at all.
I'll make it simple. Very simple. You understand?
I'm afraid I do. You didn't think I'd do that, did you?
Maybe you'd like me to go to Meade. Goodbye, Mr. Lucas.
I ducked back out of sight and let her pass. She didn't see me. What I saw was a woman of maybe 30 and very lovely. Her heels beating, a tattoo down the hall. I waited a couple of seconds, then...
Yes, come on in. What can I do for you?
I telephoned for an appointment, Mr. Lucas.
Oh, yes. You're Mr. Holliday?
That's right.
Please sit down.
Oh, thank you.
Now, sir, you said over the phone that you were an importer.
In a way, yes.
In a way. You are or you aren't.
Let's say I was imported.
What are you driving at? Now, look, I'm a very busy man. If this is some sort of ruse to get in here and pester me for a job, I've no time. If you need financial help, go to the American
I don't need help,
consulate.
Mr. Lucas. I give it.
Will you come to the point?
Certainly. The point is Arthur Meade.
You said Arthur Meade?
That's right. You know him?
What business is it of yours?
Mr. Meade asked me to come here. He said he was in danger of being killed.
Killed?
The same. He telephoned me about an hour after I got in. But we were cut off. Or he was.
Where was he?
I don't know.
What did he say?
He mentioned your name, that's all.
Oh, that's all?
He didn't have time for chit-chat.
What's your connection with him?
Let's say business.
Mr. Holliday, I don't know where Arthur Meade is. I haven't seen him for days.
What's he afraid of?
I don't know.
You don't seem to know very much.
That makes us even.
Yes, I guess it does. So you've no idea where I can find Arthur Meade?
No, there are a great many places in Mexico City where a man could hide.
What makes you think Meade is hiding?
I assume he is, since neither of us knows where he is.
Then I guess our little chit-chat is over.
It would seem so, Mr. Holliday.
Well, I may call on you again.
Oh, please do. We'll talk about the importing business. Perhaps we may even talk about exports.
I didn't like the way Lucas said exports. He could have meant me. The second thought convinced me he did. But he knew plenty about Arthur Meade, which gave him aces against my deuces. But I had an ace, too. The girl named Marilyn. Now all I had to do was find her. So I started right away. And the first stop was the elevator man in Lucas's office building.
Si, senor, si. I know the senorita. She come here many times.
Who is she? What's her name?
Why do you want to know this, senor?
Well, she's very pretty.
You like her, see?
If you want it that way, yes.
Bueno. I'm going to tell you. She's Senorita Marilyn Cooper.
Oh, an American.
Si.
Where Where can I find her?
Huh? I do not know where she lives, senor.
Oh, I see.
But I know where she works.
Oh, that's better. Where?
She's a dancer in the club de las Tres Flores.
Where's that?
El Calle Alameda.
Alameda Street?
Sí.
Oh, thank you. And here.
Gracias, senor. Muchas gracias.
You're welcome. In Spanish. I went to the Club of the Three Flowers. It was closed in the afternoon, so I had to wait until evening. My Spanish being somewhat on the rusty side, I had a little trouble getting to see Marilyn Cooper. But I managed it, and 10 minutes later, I was sitting across from her at one of the tables.
I don't know you, do I?
No, you don't, Miss Cooper.
You're an American.
Mm-hmm. So are you.
Uh-huh. Why'd you come to see me?
2 reasons. One, Arthur Meade.
What?
The other, Robert Lucas.
Who are you?
I'm the man who always pops up to scare people with things I'm supposed not to know.
Well, I'm not scared.
No.
How do you know about Meade and Robert?
Why do you call Meade by his last name and Lucas by his first?
Does that make any difference?
No, except that I happened to overhear your little spat with him today.
Well,
Please don't get up. I didn't mean to. But you were talking in something more than a soft whisper, and I...
Then you know what he did.
If you mean that slap, yes.
What's your name?
Dan Holliday.
Do you know Arthur Meade?
No, I'm beginning to think I'll never know him.
What
are we going to say?
If I tell you where you can find Arthur Meade, what'll you do?
That all depends.
You'd better find him before Robert Lucas does.
Oh, why?
Listen, I'll talk fast. I'll say it once because Robert's capable of having me watched and getting even with me.
Go ahead. What have you got to say?
Robert's got Meade tied up. Meade's only chance to get back on his feet financially is a deal he's got on the fire with a man named Barnes.
What kind of a deal?
I don't know exactly. Something to do with the export business. Robert's trying to prevent that.
Why doesn't Meade go to the police?
Police? Meade's no angel. He's got plenty of tar on his record. But he's got to keep out of Robert's way until he closes the deal with Barnes.
Oh, that's why he's hiding.
Yeah.
And our Mr. Lucas would like to close a deal with Meade permanently if he found him.
Yeah, he would. Lucas has got a lot of friends. Some of them are real ugly, outside and inside.
All right. Where can I find Meade?
34 Alvarado Drive.
34 Alvarado Drive.
You better get out of here.
That's one more question.
What?
Tell me how you know where to find Meade.
I got friends, too. I found out.
Oh. And we're going to make Lucas pay for the information.
What do you think I am?
Someday we'll go into that matter. Right now, I'm going to find Meade and get myself straightened out, if possible. I left Marilyn Cooper, and I was firmly convinced that a nicer pair of characters than Marilyn and Lucas I'd never meet again. And no tears shed if I didn't. I took a cab to 34 Alvarado Drive, and when I got there, a clerk told me Senor Meade was in number 107. I walked down the hallway, then I stopped. The door to Meade's room was open, and I looked in. Waited a second, and then... Aren't you far from home plate, Mr. Lucas?
You!
Let's not be hasty, Mr. Lucas.
Take your hands off.
Let's go inside.
Take your...
Inside, please. Where's Meade?
Do you see him?
I'd like to.
Take a look around. You'll see what I saw.
Empty drawers, empty closet, empty room. That is, except for you and me.
Brilliant.
Elementary. Now, where's Meade?
I don't know.
How'd you know he lived here? This afternoon you told me you didn't know.
That's none of your business.
You were searching this room for what? Expect to find Meade tucked away in a drawer?
Holiday, you're meddling in something that's none of your business. Now let me out of here.
Not until you...
Let me out.
Is that loaded?
It is. Now get away from the door.
Certainly. It's all yours.
You show good sense, Holiday. Good night.
First trick to Mr. Lucas. But I still wanted to know what became of Meade and what I was doing in the game. I was sure Lucas didn't know where Meade had gone. I looked around the room. Nothing was left in the drawers, the closet. Meade had cleared out, clean. Then on the battered telephone table, I found a bus schedule. The departure time of a northbound bus had been ringed in red. I wondered if Lucas had seen it. If he had, I had to beat him to the bus depot. As I opened the door...
¿Qué tal, amigo?
I
speak English.
So do I.
You will please to sit, senor. Please to sit.
Aren't you in the wrong room?
Senor, when I'm a little muchacho, I have learned to throw a knife. Very good. I have not forgot. You like to see me do it with this knife?
No, thank you.
Then you will be pleased to sit.
Ever come face to face with a big, toothy grin holding a knife in your face? Well, it isn't pleasant. I sat. Does this make you happy?
Sí. Bueno.
Look, I'm afraid you've made a mistake, senor.
Oh, no, senor. You make the mistake. Es muy triste. It's very sad.
What do you mean?
Nada. Nothing, senor. I have only come to kill you.
He said it so calmly, so matter-of-factly, but he meant it. His grin got wider, and the knife that glinted in his hand looked very, very sharp. Then...
I am paid to kill you, senor. I do not have something against you, but business is business. You will please to stand, amigo, with your back to me.
Now, listen,
With your back to me, senor. I like your face, and I do not wish to see it when I do with the knife what I am paid to do.
And now back to Mexican Maze, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
I turned my back on the grin. It wasn't easy to do. I saw his reflection in the window I faced. He came toward me. The knife held straight out in front. Then he did something I couldn't understand. Until later. Much later. He stopped and spoke.
Amigo, I like your face. How much you pay me not to kill you?
What did you say?
A peso is a peso, amigo. If I did not like your face, I would kill you. But since I like your face, I will make the bargain.
How much do you want?
How much it is worth, your life.
I haven't got that much with me.
I will take what you have. Turn around. Do not try the tricks, no?
Oh, no, don't worry.
Give me what you have.
All right.
Bueno. The little coins you keep. Now, amigo. Adios. And por favor, do not try to follow me. I would not like to break this bargain. Adios.
I didn't get it. Why didn't he kill me? I stopped thinking about it because I had to get to Meade. It was too late to get to the bus terminal before Meade's bus left. The next best thing was...
Bueno.
Hello, get me the Mexico Central bus terminal.
Sí, señor.
Gracias. Hello. I want you to page one of your passengers leaving on the 10:18 bus for the north. His name is Arthur Meade. Gracias. I waited. I waited and wondered if Lucas had beat me to the punch then.
Hello?
Meade, this is Holliday.
Where have you been?
Never mind that. Why did you ring off this morning?
I had to. Listen, Holiday, I've got to leave Mexico City. I think Lucas knows where I'm staying.
I know he does. He was here.
Here? Where are you?
34 Alvarado.
He did know.
Look, what's all this about?
Holiday, I've got everything arranged. Go to the Hotel Del Grado, register there in my name.
Your name?
Please, I'll miss this bus and I've got to leave. Just listen to me. Go to the hotel, register in my name. A package will be delivered to you. Later, a man named Barnes will come to see you. Give him the package. It contains money. He'll give you an envelope. Keep it until you hear from me again. Have you got that?
Yeah, all right, but how will I get in touch with you?
You won't. I'll contact you. And Holiday.
Yes, what?
Protect yourself, because Lucas will do everything he can to keep that deal from being closed. Even murder.
Meade hung up and left me hanging. Way out on a limb. Sure, I could have taken a plane back home. But I owed something to Mr. Lucas for sending the grin after me. I was sure it was Lucas who'd done that because only he knew I was in Meade's place and only he and Marilyn Cooper. I left 34 Alvarado with no regrets. Went to the Hotel Del Grado and registered as Arthur Meade. I signed the register, and no sooner had I done so when the clerk said...
Senor Meade. There was someone here earlier this evening. He left this package and asked that it be delivered to you.
Oh, thank you. Just a minute, please.
Si, Senor Meade?
Has there been a Mr. Barnes asking for me?
Barnes? Barnes. No, Senor Meade. No one has been asking for you.
Who left this package for me?
It was delivered by messenger, Senor.
I see. Well, thank you.
It is a pleasure, Senor Meade. I hope your stay here will be very pleasant.
Pleasant, he said. He didn't know what he was saying. I'd just turned away from the desk when I caught sight of Marilyn Cooper. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her go toward the back of the hotel. I waited a moment and went out another entrance, cut through to the back of the hotel and ducked into a doorway where I couldn't be seen. Marilyn Cooper was waiting for someone. She hadn't long to wait until a bellhop came up to her.
Senorita?
Here I am, Tomas.
Si.
Here's the bottle and the note.
And the money, Senorita?
You'll get that when the job's done.
No, Senorita. I want it now.
I said when the job's done.
Now, Senorita, or there will be no job.
How do I know you'll go through with it?
I have made a promise, Senorita.
Promise?
It is a very bad thing to kill a man with poison.
You're being paid.
Now.
All right, here.
Gracias.
You know what you're to do.
Si.
You take the coffee to Senor Meade.
With what is in the little bottle in the cafe.
That's right.
Senorita, it will kill quickly, see?
Yes. Now, just listen. When you've done that, wait outside his door until you're sure he's drunk the coffee. Then go inside. Put the note I gave you on the dresser in the room. You understand?
Si. It is quite simple.
All right.
Adios, senorita.
Wait.
Si?
You'd better not slip up, Tomas. If you do...
I do not make these slips. Hasta la vista, senorita.
Now, here was a twist. Marilyn Cooper paying to have Meade poisoned and a note left with his body. Then a cold chill hit me. I just remembered. I was Arthur Meade. I went back to the front of the hotel and was just about to go inside when I saw Robert Lucas leaving a car.
You come with me, Ernesto.
Ernesto was none other than the Grin. He and Lucas went into a telegraph office next to the hotel. I looked into his car. There was luggage in the rear seat, lots of it. I sauntered toward the car, trying to keep one eye on Lucas in the telegraph office and the other on the car. I ducked back. But not before I saw something dangling from the key ring in the ignition lock. And what I saw made me blink. Then Lucas and the Grin came back out. I twisted away and out of sight. They drove off, and I went into the telegraph office. I found the pad of message blanks Lucas had used. I tore off the top, and 10 minutes later, I showed it to Lieutenant Casadro, Mexico City Police.
But, Senor Holiday, I do not understand. You say you did not send this message?
I did not, Lieutenant. Lucas sent it. That's the impression of the telegram he sent. Simple kid's trick. Just run a soft pencil over the sheet, and the writing comes out. If the writer pressed hard enough when he wrote it. And Lucas did.
Box 13, care of Star Times. That is a newspaper, senor?
Yes. Read the message.
Have finished work in Mexico City. Going to Criotas for vacation. Take care of things, Susie. See you soon. Dan.
I happen to be Dan.
But why should Senor Lucas send this?
If we play out this little game, we'll know.
He wanted this Susie to think you had gone to Criotas.
That's it.
But why?
Lieutenant, if you'll send a wire to the United States asking about Arthur Meade, I think we'll have part of our answer.
Oh, very good. I will send it. Then what?
Then you'll be in the hotel later. I'm in room 512, and I'll be lying on the floor with an empty poison bottle and a suicide note.
Senor Holiday, this is a Chinese puzzle.
Senor Lieutenant Casadro, this is a Mexican maze. But I think we're going to come out of it on top. Now, here's what we can do. I need your help. Send the wire to the United States. Then come to Hotel... Come in.
Senor Meade, here is cafe.
Coffee? I didn't order it.
I know, senor, but it is the custom of the hotel. It is very good cafe, senor. Americans like cafe, see?
Yes, we do. Oh, thanks. Put it on the table.
Si, senor. I'm going to pour for you, see?
Please.
Senor, it's just right to drink.
I'll bet it is. Okay, here you are.
Huh? Muchas gracias, senor. It is that I hope you are going to sleep well.
I'll just let you do. Good night. I listened for a moment, then I made with the coffee cup. Then I went into my act. The bellhop came back in, put the note on the dresser, and then...
Ándale, help, the Senor Meade, he is dead. The Senor Meade, please.
¿Qué es, muchacho?
Policía. Señor Lieutenant, el Senor Meade está muerto.
Silencio.
What's the matter? Oh.
Señorita, you know this man?
Well, yes, it's Arthur Meade.
And you, señorita?
Marilyn Cooper.
What is it? What's the matter? Good Lord.
Meade. Come no closer to the body, senor. You know this man, too?
Yes, I know him well, Arthur Meade. He's dead?
Very dead, senor. It is... Oh, a note.
A note?
I can no longer face the world after what I have done. This is the best way out. Arthur Meade. Oh.
Poor Meade.
Robert, please, take me away from here.
Why so fast, Marilyn?
What?
Holiday.
Lieutenant, grab him. Have your man get that bellhop.
Un momento, senor Lucas. Señorita Cooper. I do not wish to fire this gun.
You idiot, you said it was safe, you fool.
Shut up, Marilyn.
Well, this looks like a real argument. Not like the one you staged for me before, Lucas or Meade. No matter what you call yourself, your name's Mud from now on.
Senor Holiday, it was a great pleasure.
All mine, Lieutenant.
But will you please explain? We have no time before, and there are my reports to be made out.
Sure. Well, Meade was an embezzler.
See, my telegram to the United States verified that.
So the trail was getting hot. Now, the one sure way to make the police stop hunting for you is to be dead.
But sooner or later, we would have received the description from the United States.
Mm-hmm. Even so. You'd have wired the States that Arthur Meade had committed suicide down here. You had verification that I was Meade. Marilyn Cooper, Lucas, or Meade, and the hotel clerk.
And the big deal Meade was going to have?
A fake. A blind to keep me from getting suspicious. There's the envelope that was supposed to contain money. Full of cut-up newspapers.
But one more point. Why did not the man kill you at the 34 Alvarado?
Because he wasn't supposed to. You see, that was a stall to keep me from getting to the bus terminal before Lucas did. The red mark on the bus timetable would make me think Meade had taken a bus. But Lucas had to get there before I did. Or at least in time to answer my call if I had him paged.
Oh. Senor, if people spent as much time making good things instead of bad things like this, what a wonderful world it would be.
It's not so bad, Lieutenant. But it has a hard time keeping ahead of the Meades and Marilyn Coopers.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, I didn't know what to think when I got that wire saying you were going to take a vacation in Creosote.
Susie, Creotis. Anyway, you were supposed to think I'd gone there, and, well, it would have been a dead end.
Just think, you might have been killed as Arthur Meade.
I might have been killed as Dan Holliday.
Oh, wait a minute. There's one more thing.
What's that, Susie?
You said you noticed something dangling from the key ring in the ignition lock of Lucas's, of Meade's, well, in the ignition lock.
Oh, it was a tag, Susie. A tag attached to a key, and the number on the tag was 107.
107?
Mm-hmm. Meade's room at 34 Alvarado. Now, I ask you, why would Lucas have had that on his keychain if he hadn't have been Meade himself?
Jeepers. Now, that's the kind of adventure I like. When are you going again?
Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville. This week's original story was written by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd and his latest
When you go hunting with Brant Ruger, you go first class all the way. Private railroad cars, the finest food and wines, beautiful women,
Let me see that.
the best hunting equipment.
Your gun has that ring. $700 apiece.
It's a present for you boys. One for each of you. I thought it would add a little something to the hunting.
And the most dangerous game of all, man.
Tell me what you think of me.
Brad. Brad.
Mr. Ruger, your wife's been kidnapped.
I am Brant Ruger's wife.
It don't matter whose wife you are. Kill man, Matt? No.
This'll do it. 700, 800 yards.
You mean to say that we go up against them?
Up close, no. But from a distance.
No gun shoots that far.
When your prey is man, it's always open season. There's no limit and no rules.
Brad, stop it!
Why?
They're not game we bagged. Human beings.
$100 says
That
that.
he can't
Pick off a few more now. Let us stay out of sight.
Let her go. You get rid of her, I will. Let it go! It doesn't make sense anymore.
Malcolm's gonna ride back and find that man and tell him he can have the woman.
Stop it! I'll do whatever you want!
A hunt is a contest between the animal with his instincts and the hunter with his determination. You're invited to a party. We'll play the deadliest game of all, hunting 26 men and 1 woman. The hunting party.